no, you wouldn't, because that's the sort of person that you are. This is all the things that you've been through, my sweet, are getting you to where you need to be now. So, Jasmine, I hope that's helped you. We've got only a few seconds left of the show now, and I hope for the other fellow Saggies that you've been able to take something out of this message for Jasmine today. I do apologise we only had time to fit in one caller today because there was so much astrologically going on I wanted to share with you. But have a great week, and until next week, I hope you're very kind to each other, put a smile on your face, and enjoy the weather wherever you are in this amazing globe of ours. Bye for now.
On our Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I'm hoping we have a wonderful show today. But before I sort of wait for our callers to come in, we're going to have 2 callers phone in, which is going to be wonderful. But before we do that, I thought I would have a little spiritual talk as usual. And today I was thinking about the light. And so we've all heard about being in the light, or people might say love and light, and things like that. But the light is when we think of darkness and when we think of light, the darkness is effectively who we are, and if we are operating in a negative way, or in a with some of the negative energies like jealousy and hatred and bitterness and all those sort of things that we don't want to be, but that brings sort of darkness to our soul. But if we act in love and sort of help other people and support our friends and our colleagues and just sort of be a good person, then that is operating in the light. And so the energy for your soul will be very different. And I think that, it must be difficult if you are operating in darkness or in negativity, to live in that negativity, because it's like it will be all around you, and that will be the energy that you're having to deal with. But if you are, operating in the light, then life is just very different for you. You won't have the same sort of feelings around you. And I think that there's been many messages throughout many religions, about walking in the light. I know sort of, with Christianity and sort of Buddhism and Islam and Judaism, they all talk about sort of walking in the light. And I think that is a key thing to sort of how to be in our lives. I think it's just so important, because if you want, I was just thinking about it. It just came to me just now, actually. If you're actually, being loving and good in your life, and then therefore you create this energy around you, and an energy which is part of you, which is light. And then, I think it's like a self-propelling sort of situation, because I think that will actually make you feel happier, because you will be effectively in the light, and lighter as an energy. And I think that can be, a wonderful thing to experience in life, or be in life. And, another thing that I think is a key thing for being in the light is actually sort of, being considerate to people and loving people and caring for people. And I think if we do that, then we can only enhance ourselves in such a wonderful way. It's so sort of, I just think it's so important. Now I know that we're going to be having some callers calling in, and I believe that we have Alicia in Bay City, Michigan, waiting. Are you there, Alicia?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about the delay. Anyway, I am a medium, so I can connect to loved ones or give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I guess I'm new to this. I don't. I kind of need like a guidance, And
where would you like me to focus?
What's that?
Where would you like me to focus?
I'm going through some relationship issues. And I kind of just need to know, I guess, what my future is looking like with my son's dad and I.
Right. Okay. And the relationship is with your son's dad. Is that right? Just so that I'm focusing in on the right person. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. The first thing that I'm picking up is that that I'm sort of being given this sort of up and down sort of feeling with the relationship. I feel that it's sort of that it is sort of up and down a little bit, and I'm being told that it's almost as though the two of you have changed since the time when you first met, and you want different things out of life, and you're looking to different ways of doing things, and I'm being told that you're very different from each other. Does that make sense to you?
I'm having a really hard time hearing. Well, what I'll do is I'll just tell you what I'm picking up, and you'll maybe you could look over the show when it's done. What I'm picking up is that there is a real sort of difference in the two of you. That there has been a lot of changes as I I feel like you're very different, and I feel also with you is that you've grown up. There's been a huge sort of level of growing up with you, and the other thing that I'm really sort of picking up with you is that I feel that you're frustrated with your life, and I feel that you have found yourself in a situation that you're not sort of happy. And I don't mean it's not just the relationship. I feel that it's sort of your surrounding circumstances, and you feel that it's almost like a lot of those circumstances have been beyond your control. And I feel that there is some resentment towards the father of your child, and I'm being told that it's more there's a real dissatisfaction from you more than anything, rather than from your partner, because I feel like with him there is a real sort of selfishness, and I feel that he's sort of almost like I want to stick my fingers in my ear and go tra la 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 la. I can't hear you, and I just feel like he's not listening or not acknowledging that there is a problem. I get the feeling that your son has a good relationship with his dad. But I feel that you see him as being irresponsible and not sort of looking after him properly. So it's almost as though you don't trust him as well to sort of do the right thing. And I feel also that there's a real sort of immaturity with your partner, that he is not sort of acknowledging his responsibilities. And I think that's been a real source of frustration for you. But I do feel that what I'm being told is that almost like you've got a choice here, and I think it's really important that listeners really understand this, that we do have free will in our lives, and you have a choice here. And I'm being told that because I feel there's something about you that you would like to go and have a bit of a career and a bit of a life outside of being a mum, and I feel that that's part of your frustration, and I feel that if you were to sort of make the decision where you wanted to sort of go your separate ways, then I do feel that you would end up being more career-minded and sort of taken that sort of path. And I actually think that you'd be very good at it, because I feel that you've got sharp business acumen. You're intelligent, and you're very capable of doing things, and I feel that. And I think that's because of that part of your personality. I think that's partly why you're so frustrated with your life. But I feel that if you decide to stick at the relationship, I feel that it will be a number of years before your partner, husband, or whatever he is, catches up with you. Because I feel that it's going to take some time for him to catch up and actually be on a level pegging with you emotionally and maturely as well. And I think that is really sort of the main problem that you've got with him. Now, if you do stay with that relationship, you will find that. As time goes by, you will be in a position to embark on a career, but it will end up being later on in life. And I feel that I just feel that you're going to have many years of frustration. And I feel also there's a part of you that feels guilty because you don't want to rock the boat, because from your son's point of view. And I just get this feeling that you're in your head, you're going round and round and round in circles, not knowing what to do or how to deal with it.
Did you hear all that?
Yeah.
Or some of it?
Yes, I did hear some of it. Am I able to ask a question?
Sure. I've only got 8 minutes left, but because I've got another caller waiting. So just one quick question.
Do you see me and my son's father getting back together?
What, getting back together with the father?
Yeah.
I feel that decision is I get the feeling with that decision is more with you, because he doesn't really understand what's happened and why this is a problem. And I feel that he's feeling sort of emotionally hurt, or feeling like you're not being fair to him. But I feel that with you, he's not really appreciating where you're at life. And I just feel like you're coming at it from different points of view. But I'm going to have to leave it there because I have got another caller waiting and I've only got a few minutes left. But thank you so much for ringing in, and I hope that helps. Now we've got, thank you. And so I think that really what's so important is to remember that whenever you're speaking to a psychic, you do have this free will. But once you're on the path, then you're on the path, and so they can be, so from a point of view of predictions, that you can get those predictions and can be led towards what the outcome will be. But if you're at a crossroads where it's ready for you to make a choice, then that is where it's not so easy to predict. And I think that just think that so many people don't really fully understand that about the spirit world, because this is a gift to us, having free will. It is an absolute gift. And I spoke at the beginning of the show, talking about being in the light and how we have a choice to be in the light, or whether we have a choice to be in the darkness, and how it can be so much more beneficial to you to be, in the light, because of that energy that will be around you. And I feel that if you've got this positive, loving energy around you, then one of the, I'm sure you've all heard this expression, but like attracts like. And you will attract people of a similar ilk, of similar sort of loving nature, hopefully. But it's also, I do feel that one of the other things is that we do meet people for a reason as well, and again our free will comes in as to whether we want to embrace that person and be with that person. So I think there are many reasons as to why what can happen, and whether it's determined by the spirit world or by ourselves. So I think that when moving forward in life, if you all look at your lives perhaps sort of 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, we all change as the decades go by. I think that our life never stays the same. We will always be, things will always change. Things will, it will be different. And I think that that's part of our growth, because ultimately that's why we're here. We're here to sort of, learn our lessons and be different in a different person from the person that came to the spirit world. But I thank you all for listening. And if you want to find me, you can find me on Facebook. Gail Moffat is my name. And also my website is gailmoffat.com. So thank you for listening, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Gemma, your host tonight for Gemma Spirit World. How are we all doing? Oh my goodness, it is, okay, so here on the Gold Coast, it is a Friday. I cannot believe that the week is nearly over. It has been the biggest week for me. Lots of positive highs that I've been hitting. I've actually been so busy with lots of readings, good for me, good for others that are needing guidance, seeking, insight into their future as well. And I've had, I've really felt my batteries, my energy levels dropping as of today. I really did something for myself. I went to work, but not actually, I didn't do any work for me, but I did a meditation, and I definitely meditate most mornings, but to actually go to a meditation group with, other beautiful, amazing people, it's to sit in a circle and just to be all together, come as one, and to really just let go, release, and just connect, and just to really just, it was amazing. And generally when I meditate, I'm very visual and I can see a lot of things, and it was just really nice to be guided through a meditation and not to see anything for the first time. For me, it was all about recharging my batteries, and my goodness, when I came out of my session, I felt amazing. I actually feel like I'm glowing. I feel like I'm ready for another big week for next week. So really, it's been huge. I mean, we had the new moon on Wednesday night, and it was huge. It was lots of releasing of old habits and lots of things that have come up in my past that resurfaced, and a lot of anxiety. That's something that I've suffered in the past, and to the point that my anxiety would have, really had me bound to my house and not being able to leave my house. So I had lots of, built up, pent up energy inside of here in my chest, and it just seemed to build up. And I was able to release that, and it really felt amazing to be able to release something that in my past really had held me back from, moving forward. So it's really about noticing the things that we've been going through, and really just taking it easy on yourself and not putting any pressure on yourself to be in a place where, you not to feel like you're ready for, and I also, another thing that I just wanted to mention, what was really big for me was that I woke up on Thursday morning. I actually have a recording of it. I know I have a message on my Spirit Facebook world. My goodness, Gemma's Spirit World, my Facebook page. I've actually mentioned how, I woke up 5:30 Thursday morning, and Spirit had let me know that I was doing a live reading. I didn't know, I just knew that I was going to go live on Facebook and do some readings, share my love and healing. And it just worked out that day that I had someone come into work, and I was on their mind, and she said to me, let's do readings and let's do live, let's do it now. And that's how it happened. And it was amazing that waking up and just having that knowing, and the universe really having my back, and just really trusting in the universe and what you really put out there, and that we can manifest, the most amazing things into our life. So really believe and trust in the universe, that knowing that the universe has your back, and believe and trust in anything any signs are coming your way. Alrighty, so we are going to get into some live readings. I'm super excited to share the love. And today we have Jennifer in Louisiana, USA.
Hi.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What kind of guidance can I give for you tonight? What areas are you looking for?
Well, I all areas really. I feel like my life is a tornado. I'm really not sure. I've got all kinds of questions. I want to know where my career is going. If if I'm going to see some improvement in that area of my life soon.
Yeah. Just a question with your career. I keep seeing a Y shape. Have you only just recently changed work, started a new job?
Yeah.
Because it feels like because that's what I'm seeing for you, and I see that because it's and being the Y, because I keep seeing the letter Y, being at an early stage in your life with work, like it's something new. It's just really just give it time is what I'm seeing for you, not to put too much pressure on yourself to, it's not to have too much expectations on yourself is what I'm seeing for you. I see that it's something that, it's because it's new and it's challenging for you, but it's also, it feels really good. It feels really like what I keep seeing for you is that you're going to come in leaps and bounds. You're really going to be it's huge for you. It's going to be very successful. It's going to bring in money for you. I feel like in the past, you've had jobs where, it feels like, because I feel your competencies. I mean, what I'm saying is that you're very capable of what you're doing, and this job's really going to challenge you. And I see that this is where you're going to grow in different areas, and you're really going to do well at what you're going to be doing. Is that resonating with you?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes,
it
feels good. That. I keep seeing the gold around you, and when I think of gold, I think of wealth, and I see money. So generally for money, I get green, but I get gold for you, and I really feel it's a very positive thing in your life at the moment. This new job.
Wonderful.
Yes.
What about love, then? What about?
Yep.
What about
I was
love?
going to say your love. It's interesting because with love, I keep seeing like a heart in front of me, and it's like your heart's pounding. And what I get from that is that I feel like with love, it's like you have somebody close to you, but I also feel like this somebody keeps, like, whether they keep coming into your life and back out of your life, or it's something that they're not too far away from coming back into your life. Like it feels like it's something new, or it's going to be something new, but it's going to grow, because I keep seeing them going back and forth. Can you make sense with this at all?
Well, okay. Well, my closest friend is actually an old boyfriend, and and my ex-husband I just talked with today. So yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
So that's what I keep. Okay, so your ex-boyfriend is coming in, and it's obviously what I'm seeing for you is that your best friend, which is obviously male, he's the one that's come into your life, and then your ex is also stepping in, causing the distraction. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say the ex is stepping in and causing a distraction, but I would definitely say that my closest friend is an ex-boyfriend.
Yes, because that's what I keep seeing for you. I really feel that there's lots of bouncing around, and it's very confusing for your feelings and your heart at the moment. And it's like, it's what I keep hearing is focus on one, like who really pulls at your heart. But at the same time, it feels like a lot of past things. Like I feel like there's lots of there's lots of past stuff attached to both. But I really feel like your heart's really pulling for the not your ex, but the other gentleman.
Okay.
I just see that it's really confusing for you, and I feel like you're going around in circles. And what I do see in you, I keep seeing a circle, and basically I keep seeing your foot stepping out of the circle. It's really just really stepping out of both situations and just really sitting with your emotions, with your thoughts going through with you, because I feel like there's just too much distractions around you, and it's really confusing you on what you want to do with your love life. It just feels like it's going around in circles, if that makes sense. It's just confusing. Yeah, and I see that you have been hurt in the past, and I just feel like that things are just going to keep on being the way they are. I just see that I just feel like there's lots of old, just not negative, but there's just past baggage attached to both ends. And I just see you really taking yourself out of the picture of it, and really looking at it, from a different perspective. Because it just seems that, because I can't see past the confusion of what I'm seeing in front of me, because I feel like the judgment of your emotions and what you're going through is really clouding the clarity. So at the moment, I just see it as a dead end, but at the same time, it's like because you have two relationships that have entered into your life, it's like really just stepping back and focusing on one, focusing on both, and basically really sitting down with what you actually want in the relationship, if you want it to work with any one of them. But at the same time, I really feel like it's just a friendship. It's really going to be a friendship-based thing, nothing too serious. I'm really like drawn to your heart. My heart really feels heavy. Your heart feels heavy about both situations, and I just feel like you've been really hurt in the past, and to really to look at what is good for you and your future and your happiness. Your happiness is really important, and I just seeing that it's really dragged you down, and it's generally it's holding you back from moving forward. Is that making sense with you? It just feels it's really tough decisions on your heart for you to make these decisions. Yeah, and I just feel your heartbreak. I really do. I just see that, the open, honest communication is really important. I'm really drawn to the colour blue around you. Because I just drew a card for you, and it's interesting because the card I drew for you is Speak Your Truth. It has lots of blue around it, and it's really about speaking your truth, but really being honest with yourself with what kind of relationship you want. Because once you put that out to the universe, you're going to attract the kind of relationship that you want, the kind of person that you want into your life. And if this doesn't sit with those two, either either, those two X's, it's really, really, because I know when you let go of people that are holding you back, you'll find that it makes room to meet somebody new in your life that's really going to respect you and bring a lot of happiness to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be really gentle on yourself, Jennifer, regarding that, because I just can feel your heartache, and I can feel your yearning, for that love in your life, for that happiness, to not feel alone, just to know that you're not alone. And that, I know that when you're just able to let go of things, it can really bring in beautiful people into your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also, and I keep seeing flowers around you at the moment as well, and it's different kind of coloured flowers, whether you're, whether you're having a birthday coming, whether you're expecting or not expecting having a birthday coming up. But when I see flowers, it's really about uplifting your moods and really bringing more colour into your life. So doing things to distract your headspace, you know, the more things that you can do for yourself that make you feel happy and uplift your mood, it's really, you know, about looking after yourself and bringing in that positivity. But I don't see you being alone. I really seeing, you know, just really, you know, work out what you want is what I'm seeing with your love life.
Okay.
Yeah, is that, and anything else I can help you with?
You said it, the flowers. I'm struggling with letting myself socialize. Well, you know, like once before, I was very social, and then through a relationship change my life, I stopped doing that completely, and I've let myself. I've stepped into getting back to that just now, very recently. So that probably is what that is about, I would think.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, really be gentle on yourself and look after, really put yourself first before you put others before yourself. Just be gentle on your heart and on your mind with all the thoughts that's going on. I'm just.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's okay, Jennifer. I'm going to have to let you go only because that I have our next caller waiting for me, but it was lovely to connect to you, and just remember that your happiness is important and to really put yourself first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth. We have Elizabeth from Bakersfield, California. How are you tonight, Elizabeth? Hello, Elizabeth. We're just waiting for Elizabeth to connect. Okay, I'm going to draw a card for Elizabeth before you connect with her. I keep seeing lots of colours around her, and the card that I've drawn for Elizabeth until she connects is the music card. So I'm seeing lots of music, but lots of movement around her. So it'd be interesting to see if she's doing any kind of travelling or moving in her life. I keep seeing for you, I'm just going to talk because I get lots of images even though I don't. Okay, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yes.
Yeah, really good.
Hello?
Are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Just busy.
Busy? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question. I drew a card for you before, and I drew the music card. And I was obviously just giving you a reading before we were trying to get you back on the line. And I'm just wondering, are you doing any kind of travel or moving in your life at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
You are. That's what I thought, because I can see lots of colour and lots of greenery around you.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, and you're doing lots of travel as a moving of house. I can see you doing both. So you're moving house and you're travelling.
Oh, I want to cry.
Are you okay? Are they happy
tears? Because I'm trying to leave the past behind. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, you're definitely going in the right direction.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It feels really positive. There's lots of colour coming into your life. It really feels like everything's really on track for you. It just, you know, there's lots of love and support around you, I'm feeling as well, but I really see that this change in your life is going to bring a lot of happiness, and also it really feels like it's a big weight lifted off your shoulders as well.
Mm-hmm. Will I say love?
And just kind of, did you just say?
Okay, will I say love?
Can you just say that a bit louder, please, Elizabeth?
Yes, I wanted to know if I would find love.
Yes, definitely. It was interesting because I keep seeing a child. You don't have children, do you, at the moment?
I have two, but I want another one.
You have. Yes, okay, because that's what I keep seeing, another child not too far away. That's the thing. And it's like it's either because you are wanting that your third child, then I can see it's not too far in the near future, because it's generally when I see people so close up, it really means it's something that you really want now. But I really feel because are you not in a relationship?
On and off.
Yeah, because that makes sense. Where I keep seeing this child, this third child. I feel like there's a child not too far away. So I feel like with the relationship that's going on at the moment, that it's really going to bring you more together with this third child that's coming your way.
Oh, I'm going to cry.
There's lots of love around you. I was really drawn to the colour red then, and lots of passion, but also at the same time, I just see that it's something that you've been wanting for a long time, and it's basically happiness. You're wanting that happiness and that love and that secured relationship. But, I feel like trust is also really important, as well as communication. But it just feels really good. Like your energy feels amazing. I feel like you're really have everything sorted out, and you've worked on a lot of other areas in your life, and because you've done that, it's really made you can focus on what you really want now, and that's this child that's going to come through for you.
Thank you.
And it'd be interesting to see that, like you have to let me know, because I keep seeing a girl, and I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing, but I keep seeing, it's more the pinky colours around you. So I don't see it being too far away within the next 6 months is what keeps coming to me. And that's, from now until, 6 months, but I feel like you're going to fall pregnant within the next 6 months, like now until the 6 months. So, basically this third child isn't too far away from you. And I feel like it's really going to complete your family, but it feels really good, and it's going to really draw your relationship. It's really going to make your relationship stronger.
Oh my God, you're amazing.
So yes, it's lots of. I keep seeing number 11 around you too. So whether 11 resonates with you anyway, but the number ones is all about new beginnings, a new chapter. It's about to start in your life, and new life. So that's definitely more confirmation that this baby isn't too far away.
Thank you.
And just I just drew a card before, and I've just lost it, but the card that came up was boundaries, and it was blue. So to really just communicate, be honest with, and I know that you're an honest person, but to be really open and be able to communicate from the heart. So just everything that's up in your mind, and I feel like you have lots of things that do enter your mind, just really express yourself, and don't be afraid to express yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and with the travel, so I keep saying, have you just recently moved house? Is that what you just said before?
No, I haven't moved something.
Okay, because I can see that, and it's going to be beautiful. So it feels like that everything is really everything's falling into the right place at the right time, if that makes sense. Because when I've seen, and you'll have to listen back to to this session that you're having with me, this reading, because I spoke about the music and just seeing lots of beautiful color around you. So it really feels like lots of positive things and beautiful things are coming your way.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that would be it. Oh, yes. My friend Wax, he passed away in 2015.
Did you, and it's a male, did you just say? Because I keep seeing a male in front of me.
I miss him.
Yes, yes. And you're very close with him, like a really close friendship more than anything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also, I'm really drawn, did he actually have a tattoo on his arm at all?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what he's showing me right now, because I've had this gentleman with me standing in front of me, and he keeps showing me a tattoo on his arm. So it's to let you know that, he's very proud of how strong you are and how you've been able to hold everything together. But not only that, how you've been able to change your life around. Does this resonate with you, this message?
Thank you.
Yeah. And to know that he's always looking over you, and to know that, he's just really proud. He's really proud of you. He has this really big grin on his face. And he mentioned he wanted to give you a big hug as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So, please keep in contact with me. Follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, because I love to know if you have a boy or a girl.
I'll let you know everything. Now I have to get back to work.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
No, thank you. I'm blessings. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. Wow, what a beautiful, wow. I just love happy endings. I love, when I see lots of so much beautiful, positive, uplifting, beautiful things for everyone. We have 60 seconds, probably 30 seconds. Yes, thank you, Dave, 30 seconds. So, yes, what a great week. I'd just like to thank everyone that's connected with the two ladies, Elizabeth and, oh my goodness, Elizabeth, and I can remember Jennifer for connecting with me. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for having me tonight. I would love for everyone to connect with me on my Gemma Facebook. Oh my goodness, I can't even get it right. Facebook, Gemma Spirit World. My meditation has really relaxed my brain, my body, my soul. So have a lovely week, and I look forward to connecting with you all next week.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a great 2 weeks. I ended up not doing the show live last week. I got a really bad headache because I wasn't taking care of myself. I was dehydrated. I didn't eat enough that day, and I was cramming in clients, and I completely overbooked myself. So by the time it was ready to do the show, I was completely exhausted and not feeling well at all. Lesson learned, right? I need to practice what I preach, balance, moderation, and nourish my body. So that is what I'm going to be working on, folks, is getting my act together so that I'm taking care of myself too. Okay, so we are officially in August, and it has already started off to be an intense month with another round of mass shootings. We have earth changes, weather stuff, and, more of the purging of the dark to be brought into the light. So astrologically, we start this month off dealing with some of the after effects of the eclipse energy and Mercury retrograde, which ends up being completely passed by August 15th. So that energy will clear. So you may still be dealing with miscommunication issues, confusion, dealing with past issues coming up, things from your past needing to be looked at, changes to plans and everything in between that is going to maybe cause you a delay or a challenge. Look, retrograde isn't all that bad. A lot of amazing things happen under a retrograde period. A lot of growth can happen during that time as well. And you're going to experience what you put your energy into. So if you're focusing on the negative aspects of the retrograde, well, that's exactly what you're going to experience. If you focus on the positive aspects of it, then that is what you'll experience. So once we get into the middle of the month, there's lots of positive opportunities. You'll have your creativity is going to surge. You'll have a lot more energy. Things will be manifesting. You'll be tying up loose ends. You'll be closing doors, opening new ones. You're making room for new beginnings all around. So there's a lot of great positive things coming this way. It's a great time to release the old or have old projects come to completion, and then seeds that you planted are starting to sprout. You're going to start seeing that happen more and more all month long. And it will be another month of some highs and some lows. I feel like there's going to be more highs than lows. But again, it's all depending on what's going on in your life. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, August 8th through to August 15th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. So general themes. This week, you may begin to acknowledge your own need for healing. Your creativity is surging. You're using your hands and you're acknowledging the healing power of touch. So you might find yourself wanting to be more affectionate, or maybe you're going to get an energetic healing or laying of hands or praying with hands. Anything at all to do with touch, I feel like is really going to be a theme. So you're connecting also with your heart's knowing more, and you achieve a sense of accomplishment in some area of your life that has been a little bit turbulent. So you can, again, you're going to start seeing things become unstuck. You're going to start seeing things. Hey, sorry, I had to kick the dog really quick. Not hard, a gentle nudge, because he's over there like making a bunch of noise and distracting me. Sorry, guys. Okay. So, so you're going to see things become unstuck, and you're going to see things happening, in the areas of your life that have been really challenging, that maybe you've been going through a phase of destruction. Well, you're going to start seeing the renewal happening, right? The rebirth, the regrowth of things. Some of you will find yourselves at a crossroads. A decision must be made. And which way are you going to go, right? Just know that whatever you choose and whatever direction you decide to follow, and whatever you're pursuing, and whatever this decision is connected to, this crossroads, you're going to be traveling in that direction a little while. So choose wisely, really think about it, evaluate if you want to continue on the path of pain and suffering, or if you want to move into the love and light. And the love and light may feel like the scarier path because it forces you to be vulnerable. It forces you to embrace change. It allows you to let go of things that you hold on to for survival purposes, not because you actually need them. It moves you through all of your fears. So that can be a little scary. However, once you take that leap, you will be forever changed for the better, and you heal yourself and you live your best life. All the things that you want to see happen come once you get rid of that catalyst of pain. You heal yourself. So do what's best for you, and what will make your soul sing with joy. That will be the right decision for you, right? Think about what will make you happy. Don't think about the fear aspects. You can always go back to being your old self. We have another round of activations or downloads happening on a cellular level this week. They contain instructions for the manifestation of your true purpose. And this activation will create a quickening of your development. And with this new information coming online, you'll be able to make course corrections and make changes that align you more closely with your true purpose and your true direction. Now, some of you may be consciously aware of this download happening. Most of you will be living your life as usual, and I don't feel like you're going to really notice what's happening. You may realize it if you're not making necessary changes and choices. Then the universe is going to force those onto you. It's going to force you to make those changes. And yes, you have a certain level of free will, some of us more than others, and everyone's percentage of free will differs. And it all depends on what your soul contract is. So with this activation, everything that stands in the way of you fulfilling your divine purpose will be removed, and that will be everything from emotions, misperceptions, beliefs, people, things, everything that you could possibly think of that would be an obstacle to you fulfilling your true purpose is going to come up and be dealt with and have to be looked at and have to be healed. There may be moments this week where you feel like everyone needs to be doing more or needs to put in more effort. And there may be times this week where you are putting in extra effort or you're doubling down on your efforts to get things accomplished. You're ready for action, like you're ready for things to happen. So just focus on you. Don't get sucked into other people's lives and dramas, and don't project your level of effort or expectation onto others. Everyone is here to grow and learn at their own pace with everything in their life. So, just because you might know how to do something better at a job doesn't mean you need to project that onto other people. You can guide them, but don't force everything onto others. Now, some of you may have a difficult time focusing and get easily distracted this week, while others may need to take some time off to re-energize. And a message coming through says, learn from spiritual experiences. Know that what is happening to you is divinely inspired. Learn from your current experiences, then share them with others. Your animal spirit energy for the week is the firefly, and the firefly is inspired and fantastic, yet fleeting. The firefly contains the light of 1,000 stars. It's pure, radiant, and illuminating, and this high frequency charge cannot be sustained for long. Therefore, the firefly card indicates a moment of inspiration or an awakening that quickly fades if you do not catch it. And I do feel like this is directly connected to your life purpose. There's firefly energy behind every poem, behind every song, and every invention. And our job is to be ready to harness this energy and this creative spirit when it graces our path. So what can you do to support this precious and elusive light? When you're in balance, maybe you're writing, you're creating, you're brainstorming. When you're out of balance, maybe you're feeling burned out, things feel dull, you feel bored. And to bring that back into balance, to harness that energy, you want to write. Whether you write a poem, write a song, write a letter, whatever it is, or you can draw, and that will help bring you back into balance. Work, for those of you that are employed, it's back to school time, so I feel several of you, whether you are a teacher or parent, I feel like you guys are going to feel like your workload has increased, and it may feel overwhelming until you find your balance. Don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it, and regardless if you have children or not, I'm getting a heavy workload and lots of responsibilities and duties this week for everyone. Those of you that are looking for a job, I see some of you getting hired into a position that will be demanding and really test your skill sets, but you love it. So congratulations to those of you who land that job. Love, for some of you, this is for committed relationships. For some of you, work could be interfering with your love life. Make time for each other. Some of you will realize you've lost that loving feeling and you're taking steps to bring back that spark. You're coming up with ideas. You guys are really like doing it together. You're communicating. You're wanting to get your love life back on track. You want to feel connected. You want to feel loved. So you're putting in the work. Some of you are going to be dealing with a level of dishonesty in some way, And then some of you may have a wandering eye. Maybe you're checking out some eye candy around, which is fine. You can look, but you can't touch, right? So don't be tempted. And unfortunately, I do feel like some of you will be tempted and you will end up touching. And I do feel like some of you may find out that your significant other has touched, right? So there might be some cheating going on here. Those of you that are single and dating, I feel like some of you will meet someone, but neither of you really feel ready for a commitment. So I feel like you need to keep it light. You need to keep it easy. You just need to have some fun together. Don't overthink it. Stay in the moment. If it's meant to turn into something, it will. If it's not, you're going to grow and evolve as a human being. And that is a beautiful thing because you're falling more in love with yourself. And that is the whole goal. So some of you may realize that although you tell yourself you want a relationship, all of your time and energy is put into money, work, and your sense of security. So get real with yourself, acknowledge if that's what you're doing so that you can make space for love. Finances. Some of you may receive some financial assistance that you've been hoping for. For some of you, this is through work that you've already done. And for others, it's really unexpected. It could either be a loan or it could be maybe some sort of social service type assistance, or maybe a friend helps bail you out. Whatever the case is, I do feel like a lot of people will be experiencing some sort of relief financially. And some of you may feel like gambling or taking risks with money, hoping for a big payout. I don't see that working out in your favor, so I would really caution against gambling or taking any huge risk this week. Health, some of you will be accident prone, and these accidents seem to happen while you're playing or goofing off in some way, right? You're not really paying attention to what you're doing. You're being silly. Maybe you have one too many drinks, you twist your ankle in your high heels, right? Been there, done that. Maybe you're deciding you're going to try out like some jet skiing all of a sudden and you're not that good at it and you crash and burn, right? So it's something like that. It feels minor injuries, but again, just take the caution, pay attention to what you're doing. And then lastly, with health, I just feel like there's a few of you that really need to take some action when it comes to your health. You need to do something. You know you need to go to the doctor, or you need to lose a couple pounds, or you got to watch what you're eating because your sugar levels are off, your blood pressure's high. There's some stuff going on, and you know you need to take that. You know who you are. All right, spirituality. You may be looking at how spirituality plays a role in your working life, and are you working somewhere that sets your soul on fire, or are you just there because of the security of a paycheck, but you're miserable otherwise, right? So I feel like you're really going to look at that. And some of you may feel spiritually bored. Go explore new ideas, explore new concepts, new belief systems, look into aliens, look into whatever piques your interest. Don't be afraid to go there and explore and learn and grow. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages for you. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Dana in Christchurch, New Zealand. Hi, Dana. How are you? Finally.
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
I'm so glad we're finally able to connect. I know I've been trying to connect with you for a while. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm nervous.
You're all right? Are you sure? I feel like things are a little bit better than before.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. So, the thing that I was connecting, I'm sure you probably have some specific questions for me, and please ask what they are. But before we get into what is going on with you right now, I just wanted to let you know that when I was kind of connecting with future potentials for you, I was picking up on nothing but happiness, success, financial worries coming to an end. It felt like either a new job or even if you're working right now, a better job or improvement in some way when it comes to the working area of your life, or whether you're a stay-at-home parent or, going to school full time. Like, I feel nothing but goodness coming your way, and I don't want you to give up before it shows up.
Okay, yes.
Did you, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what is going, what, you don't need to be nervous. And, you know, how can I help you? What is it that you wanted to maybe talk about? What area do you want me to look at? I mean, again, I was feeling a lot of positive things coming your way. And I kind of feel like a lot of this stuff will happen starting maybe around November timeframe. But I think you're going to start seeing things happen more quickly for you beginning in September. And then there will be, but it's going to require some action on your part. You can't sit home and, you know, stay in sadness and fear and anxiety and worry. So is there anything specific you want to talk about?
Not yet. I don't think so. I'm a bit shy. I'm real nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. It's just you and I. Nobody's even watching right now. Trust me. Nobody's watching us. You look, you don't have to worry about anything. And, you know, I can cut out this when I post it on my YouTube channel. I'll cut out our call. But right now, I just want you to feel comfortable and just talk to me. And we can talk about some things. And then maybe what we do is we talk a little bit off of air another day. But right now, you know, let's tackle some things. Don't be shy. Trust me, nobody's paying attention to us at all right now, except for you and I and maybe Dave. And he's probably not even paying attention either because he's working.
Okay. Well, what's coming to mind when you're saying that is like a relationship that I was in for a pretty long time, like 5 years. We're still talking now. I just want to know like more about that.
So I feel like the two of you have really had some highs and lows. I feel like it's been a really intense relationship, going from really great things to really, you know, fighting and having disagreements and not getting along. But I really feel like you have the possibility to strengthen this relationship. I do feel like you can go to the next level. But I feel like you've got to work on, you have some insecurities and some fears. And I think what happens is if you feel him pulling away or not showing up in the way that you think he should, then automatically you assume he doesn't like you or care about you or love you or that he's doing something wrong. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can work on those things, and what I'm going to do is I am going to give you a book. I'll email it to you that you can read, because it's going to help you with the communication part with him. It's going to help you with the insecurities, because I do feel like he really cares about you. Look, he has his jerky moments, okay? You're not in the wrong. It takes two. So he definitely has his own sort of issues, but ultimately I do feel like he cares about you and he loves you. And I think the biggest issue is he doesn't know how to handle you when you're upset, and I think he feels like he doesn't know how to make you happy. So then that freaks him out, and it just, you know, he kind of just gives up.
Okay, that makes sense.
It does, right? So
yeah.
work on those things, because I really strongly feel like you guys can really reconnect, and I do feel like there's potential. Do you have children, or does he have children? Why do I feel children? I feel like there's a connection to children.
We have children together. We have 2 kids together.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of love there. And I feel like there's also a little battle with him of trying to be a grown up and trying to be a father and a husband. So I feel like there could be times where he would rather just go to the bar and hang out with his friends than be at home and be a dad and a husband. And I think that causes problems sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in those moments, give each other a little bit of space. Try not to freak out about it. Just communicate what you feel. You've got to work on expressing yourself and not being afraid to say what you need and what you want and what you feel. And I think if you can work on that, you guys will kind of get into a better, I call it a groove. Like, I feel like you'll find this flow that works, and things will deepen, the things will get easier. I think it will be easier with the children as well. I feel like we need to bring a little fun into this whole relationship and the kids, and we just need to lighten up a little bit, right? Like right now, I feel like everything, you're very intense about everything. You're very emotional about everything. And I think if you can detach a little bit, that's going to help you a lot with growing, and strengthening this relationship. And if you read the book and take the pointers in the book, I think it will also help you. Sound good?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What about work?
Yeah.
Is there any other subject you want to touch base on? I know.
Me and my parents.
Okay. You're fighting?
Just a little, not fighting, we fought about it, but it's sort of like something's come up that's sort of like torn us apart sort of thing.
It's a sort of what? I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit.
It's just like, sort of like fighting sort of thing. But I want to go back to how it used to be between me and my mum. We were like best friends before this sort of thing came up.
Yeah, I feel like you guys just had a difference of opinion here. Over something silly is what it feels like. I feel like it's not even... I feel like you see it one way, she sees it another way.
Yeah.
Was it over like an object or money or an item? Like, it feels like it was over something that just seems like it's
where
not.
It sort of started. It was about a bill that came up.
Okay, so it was a, yeah. And okay, look, I think she wants to be right. It's your mother. She wants to be right. You got to be wrong. That's the simplest way that I could put it with her. She has a strong will. And if you want things to be the way that they used to be, I would let go of who's right and who's wrong. And I would just say, hey, Mom, I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. Whatever the resolution can be, you split the bill, you pay the bill, you figure out a way that would be a good compromise. And I think if you approach her in that way, I feel like she'll forgive and move on, because I think she misses you as well. I feel like she's actually really sad.
Yeah.
She's sad, but she's stubborn and she won't admit it. She won't admit that part of this happened because of her too. Like, I feel like both of you are somewhat responsible for this.
Yeah.
Go see her.
I think that's what you're talking about is the bigger part of what's happened recently.
the biggest part is of what happened recently. You guys confronted each other.
Yeah. We don't really talk or open up like we used to.
Well, you guys ended
from Gisborne. I came here
the
for
what?
like all the stuff I pretty much told you in the email. I've come here to just like breathe a little bit. That's why I think at the beginning you could feel that things were a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, you took some space, and I think you need to continue to take a little bit of space, and then when you're ready, go and talk to her about this. Dana, I have to go, but we will continue talking a little bit later. Thank you for coming on the show. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and I will see you next week. Bye.
To my show. This is Asteria Vision. I go by the name Asteria. I am a psychic empath, and my show is on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. But I'm a psychic empath, but I connect to people's energy through their picture or the sound of their voice. You know, or obviously if they're next to me. I can also connect to those who passed. You know, usually I require a picture in a reading when I do personal readings, but I try my best with callers to connect. So, but I hope everyone has had a great week. And yeah, I've had an interesting week. I'm meditating on the collective energy right now, but I've had a pretty interesting week. I tell you, the more you work with the public, the more you just see how, you know, why certain things are the way they are in society, because people are just, they don't have respect, you know, and for themselves too. So you can't please anyone. That's the moral of my story, is you can't please everyone. So people have to kind of release the anxiety or the worry of constantly having to please everybody, because there's no actual realistic and logical way that you could please every single human being on this planet. So people have to realize that we're all going to have different opinions, and you agree to disagree, and you just respect each other. It's like, you know, it's really weird. It's just really weird to me how, I don't know, how humans became that way, or society was just built that way, and it's getting worse. But the level of respect, especially online, is highly lacking. But the difference with me is I don't care. I don't care if people, you know, disagree with me or don't like what I say, because I'm not looking to be popular. I'm looking to help people. So I wasn't really popular anyways, but my whole life. But moving on from that, because I got cards. So I have the Ace of Cups reversed and Knight of Swords. There was a love that is not going to be brought in if it's expected. Could be from an air sign, Libra, Aquarius, Gemini, but I'm getting it's male energy. It could be that the energy that I'm picking up, you are possibly waiting for some kind of message of love or to be offered love from this person. But what I'm seeing is they're not going to do it, and they're not happy with the energy that I'm picking up. They're not happy with you, or something happened where it's caused this person to get turned off, is what I'm hearing. There's a lack of love for the whole entire situation, but there's definitely no message coming in. I feel like the energy I'm picking up, they're expecting some kind of message, like phone call, some kind of verbal message from a male energy here that regarding love, or that they open up to you, open up their heart to you, but it's not going to happen. And I got the Page of Wands facing the other direction from the Knight of Swords. So that tells me that it's not coming in. And that's what I felt. So, yeah, Page of Swords reversed, Page of Wands. They could be watching you still. This person may be just curious as to what you're doing, but I don't feel it's out of, really caring. It's just being nosy. So Linda in Kingston, I think that's what it was. Linda, Kingston, Ontario. Hi, Linda.
Hi.
What's your question for this evening?
I was just wondering how my grandson is doing. He passed away a year ago.
Your grandson, okay. And you're wanting to know if he has any messages?
Yes.
Okay. What was your grandson's name?
Daniel.
Daniel, okay. He was cute. He was young, but he was cute.
Yeah, he was a doll.
Yeah. Poor thing. Let me connect to him and see. Just, you want to make sure that he's at peace, because could be the way he went wasn't, really that great. So,
I was wondering if he was with my parents.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just wondering if he was with my parents.
Right, because I know he's with others. He is with others. But what's really interesting, actually, and for the first time, I got a vision of him with actual, wings, like angel wings, and I've never seen that before. So that's why I wasn't talking, because I had a vision of him with white wings. But he's definitely with others, of course. But he's at peace. I feel he still carries that sweet energy to him, and he is at peace. And he's crossed over, but he's not in pain anymore, is what I'm getting. I don't know if he had surgeries before, or...
No, he was only 2 months old when he died, and it just happened in his sleep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
so we don't know if there was anything that was wrong with him, because he seemed healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm getting is The cards that I'm getting, what I'm getting is it wasn't really his time to go yet. He was taken early, but what I'm getting is he may have had health issues that required some kind of surgery that would have actually helped prevent, him from passing. But like you said, nobody knew, because there were no signs. But I feel that there was a lot of internal things going on inside his body that it's not something physically that you could see. It was happening within him. But I feel he had a lot of internal pain that, maybe wasn't.
My husband thought that too, because when he held him, he would stiffen up as if something was bothering him.
Yeah.
And then he would calm down again.
Right. Yeah, there's
My husband would sit in the rocking chair with him, and he would stare up at the crucifixion we had on the wall. Always.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter where you sat him, he always was looking at that cross.
Right. And one thing too is children and babies and children are highly intuitive, and so are the elderly before they go. So children actually connect through their emotions more because they're more open. And what happens is it's like they know. It's like he knew he was going to go. I just feel it wasn't destiny. It wasn't destined that he went this early, is what I'm getting. But he is in comfort, and he's still in comfort, is what I'm hearing. But he's very much at peace because he's not saying much, it's more so the energy that I'm getting from him. It's an energy that I feel from him. So I'm not getting words, but he is very much at peace, and it feels very comfortable. The word comfort keeps coming up, so I know that's a feeling of being at peace because there was pain involved, internal pain, that was hard to be expressed that it was happening or it was being felt. So
he's at peace, but we're not.
You're having a hard time. I understand why. You're having a hard time letting this go, moving on from this. It's caused you a lot of deep emotional guilt is what I'm getting as well, in a sense. And you're not feeling well. You think about him often, very often during the day. And emotionally, it's very hard for you to move away from the pain, the emotional pain. It's very difficult. It's something that it's going to take a while for you to disconnect from, but not disconnect in a bad way, but disconnect where it's not constantly on your mind, because you're still in the healing process, and what I'm getting is to make sure that, I don't know if you go to church or you're a church goer, but
well, we believe in God and the angels, and I read the Bible.
Right, I see that. That's I'm getting. You should go to church more, and a lot of your healing will take within church, is what I'm getting, because I see that. And that's your place of healing, and that's where you need to go. And I'm also getting, you may need to have some time on your own away from others to really heal from this, because it's hard and emotionally.
Yeah, I think my granddaughter was the one that had him, and he was 3 days early, but he seemed healthy and everything else. Right up until the night he passed. And, we missed him, and we're just wondering that, hopefully that he's at peace, and
yeah, he is.
He looks, he watches over us.
Right, yeah, because I saw the wings in my vision, which is really interesting because I haven't seen it that clear like I saw it, but he's definitely at peace and definitely one of your angels. And I know you believe that. I know you do. But, pray.
I have a tattoo of him on my arm with angel wings around him.
Oh, yeah, because I see him like an angel, the wings, yeah. So that's perfect then. See, so you do know intuitively you are connected to your grandson, because I'm seeing this is not something that you're going to be able to easily disconnect your emotions from, because you feel.
Well, he was our first great grandson.
Yeah.
And we were looking forward to, having him around, having the little one around again.
Yeah. Yeah, his spirit is around you for sure. He is. But he's at peace. He really is comfortable, and with others as well. But I want to make sure that you focus on yourself and healing, because you really need that. And if it's possible to take some time off work, I don't know if you still work or not, but.
No, I'm retired.
Yeah. Okay, because to not focus so much on the money is what I'm getting. Just to you've got a lot of things going on, and this isn't helping you heal. You've got things going on in your personal life too, around you, and it's not helping you heal. This is why I'm saying you need to go somewhere by yourself, where you find comfort. And if that's church, go there more often, because you've got to take care of yourself as well, and realize that it's okay to be selfish at times, and put yourself first to get the required healing.
Yeah, I have a granddaughter and her boyfriend, and now a grandson living with us.
Yeah.
So I have a house full again. I mean, the granddaughter was the one that had my grandson.
Right.
She's afraid that if she has another child, that the same thing's going to happen to her.
Right. No, what I'm getting is there was something wrong with the baby, with Daniel, that was internal. It could have been like organs, something that he couldn't tell you. He couldn't tell you in words that he was in pain. But if it was something that, if it was looked at, it would require surgery in order for him to get better. So it was something that, was harsh.
It didn't show up.
Right. Sometimes medical tests are great, don't get me wrong, but they don't always get everything. And it's hard to understand the baby's pain when the baby can't, say much. But he is at peace. But I just don't want you to worry. I feel like you feel there's a sense of guilt that I'm getting from you, but from within, where maybe you're blaming yourself.
that you caught it, but
you're right there. I am kind of blaming myself because I went in and checked on the baby at 11:45, and he was fine. He moved. And when the boyfriend, the father of the baby, went in at 15:15, he was gone. So yes, I do feel a little guilty because I thought, thinking maybe if I had picked him up or if I had done something that he would still be around.
Right. I know. I feel that. But I don't want you to feel that way because it's not something that you could have prevented. This was an internal pain that you...
I believe all that because I was thinking if it didn't happen that night, it might have happened a different time.
Right.
As you said, it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
Right. Yeah. So, but don't blame.
Is my granddaughter going to have another child soon?
Let me check. Let me answer that, and then I'm going to go to the next caller because I have one more caller. But I'll let me see. Another daughter?
My granddaughter, she's going to have another baby soon.
But you want to know if she's going to have another girl?
No, just a baby. She said the last one was a boy.
She might have a girl if I said that. Let's see. Yeah.
Well, that would be all right.
Yeah, she's going to have a girl. Definitely. She will have a girl. And, she's going to have another kid for sure. It'll be a girl. Yeah.
Will it be soon or?
Let me see what I feel. Depends on what you consider soon. Because I feel you kind of want it to be quick. So soon for you
next year.
Yeah. I'm not getting, let me see. I definitely feel it's not going to happen as fast. Yeah, it's not going to happen as fast as you want it to happen. So it will happen though. It just won't be, It's not time yet, but it's going to happen. But I have to go on to the next caller, Linda. So I hope you have a good night.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay, bye now.
So next caller. Did I see? I don't remember if I saw the person. Abby. Okay. Hi, Abby. Patty. Well, I was way off. I was calling you Abby. Hi, Patty.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I've been better, but I'm calling to see if things are going to change soon.
Mm-hmm. What are you wanting to know? What's going to change? Your money situation or?
Everything.
Okay. Let's see. Well, your frustrations aren't helping either because I feel a lot of frustration from you that sometimes can turn into anger is what I'm getting because you got something coming in. You just got the Ace of Pentacles upright. That's a new beginning. That's a new financial beginning coming in. So you do have something coming that's going to help with, it's going to offer you finances. So it could be a new job, a new path, and a new career. But
what I'm getting is this offer is going to come to you pretty soon. So you're not going to have to wait much longer. If it was something you were waiting on, it's coming in pretty soon, pretty quick is what I'm getting. You're just not getting communication about it right now. You're not getting the communication yet, but it's coming in. But in this new beginning, this new communication coming in about this offer is a financial offer. So it has to do with the job or whatever it is that is going to help you financially. It's something new, though, which is going to be long-term is also what I'm hearing. This is going to be something that you'll be staying at. You'll be staying on this path, this financial path for a while. So you're going to, I feel there were a few things that you had put your interest in, or ideas, maybe creative ideas, but one of them is coming into fruition, is what I'm getting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why you're frustrated, because you do have finances coming in, and things are going to be good for you. It's just you're not getting the communication about something yet, but it's coming in soon. I just sense that there's a little.
My frustration is more hurt than frustration.
Because I feel anger too.
I lost my mom a couple years ago, 2 years ago, and things have not been good since then.
Yeah. You're coming in, you're getting money coming into you. I see that. I'm not seeing anything connected to your mom passing away. What I'm getting here is the energy that I'm getting right now is for you not to worry, because there's something coming in for you, but it's money. I know you have emotional things going on from the past, but what I'm picking up here is there's money coming in for you. But if you're wanting to know about love, I don't see any love relationships coming in. And I do feel like you're still...
I have a love relationship.
Right, but I see that you're not happy in the relationship. Like there's a disconnect.
Yeah.
As the King of Pentacles reverse with the Four of Cups reverse is telling me that you're not only emotionally disconnected from this man, but possibly separated at this moment. Or there's no emotional bond. That's what I mean. But you're still attached to this emotionally, and you're still healing from it. But there's a lot of emotional...
We're deciding where we're going.
I'm sorry?
We're still deciding if we're worth fixing or if we're just going to go our separate ways. We're trying to talk and fix things.
Right, and that's where I'm seeing there's a struggle, though, you know?
Yeah.
Because you want to work on it. You want to work on it. You do. But when it comes to his energy, I feel that wanting to take his losses is what I'm getting. I feel you want to work on it. You want to invest more in this relationship. But what I'm seeing is he's wanting to, cut it off and look at it as it is what it is what I'm getting. And he does feel defeated, though. He doesn't feel happy about it. He feels unsuccessful, defeated. But I'm not seeing that he's wanting to invest as much as you do. I feel that he's more willing to walk away and just
take the wrongdoings that he's done as well and leave it as it is what it is.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's very nice to be with you all this evening. And so, excuse me, a little bit of a croaky throat there. So a bit later on in the show, we're going to have two callers, which is very exciting. But before we take these callers, I'd like to sort of give a few sort of spiritual words. And my spiritual words are generally inspired to me from Spirit. And so what my guides are giving to me is they're giving me a rose and they're holding it into my hand. And they're saying to me that this rose didn't come, the beauty of this rose didn't come from nowhere. It had to come from, there was a seed that grew into a small sort of plant and then grew into a bush and then it started to flower. And then as the season went on, the flower opened up and it became a bud, and then it opened up into this beautiful, beautiful flower. And, it's a bit like the potential that we have in this lifetime. We can be the seed that is germinating in the ground, and we can be that germinated seed that grows into a plant and then grows into a big bush and then creates a big flower and as a bud and then opens up into an enormous, great big rose. And I think that's just an amazing sort of analogy to think of who we could become. But we don't become that person so easily. I think that when we are living our life, the important thing is that we have to sort of honor our position of staying in the light. Now, there will be many situations in our life, in other words, the thorns on the rose, on the branch, that can sort of prick our finger and sort of stop us from feeling sort of, doing the right thing or doing the good thing. We want to go straight past those thorns. And we can have many things that that happen to us in our lives that create circumstances that stop us from really being in the light. We can be sort of negative in our speech or negative in our thoughts, and this sort of detracts from the beautiful bloom that we need to be. Because it's so important that we honor the gift that has been given to us. And it's this gift of coming to the earth plane and exploring our surroundings, exploring this life, but putting some of the things wrong from the past right, putting things right in our lives as we move forward, and learning and growing just like that rose. And as we grow, we will reach a point where we are flourishing. And if we choose to take that path where we always walk in the light, we always try and do the right thing, we always be good to one another, then that means that we will walk in that path where we will eventually go back to the spirit world. And when we go back to the spirit world, whoa, this is an amazing journey that we've had. This is an amazing experience that we've had. Because the person that goes back to the spirit world, hopefully, if we stuck to our aims of always walking in the light, and we've learned the things that we wanted to learn, we've experienced the things that we wanted to experience. If we've done all that, then we go back to the spirit world feeling a new person, a new spirit. And what that means is we have evolved. And that is the purpose of life itself. It's not to stay the seed or to sort of crumble, with not having enough water or enough sunshine to make us full of light. It is about having that determination and the willpower that we will do right by others and do right by God. Now, I know that I have some callers waiting, and I believe we have Sean Noel is the first person. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can give you guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
The first way, your medium.
Okay, and who would you like me to connect to?
My question is, I have been struggling with a long-distance relationship, and now we're finally able to be close, and we're having family issues. And I'm just wondering, are things going to finally pan out so that we can work on our relationship? Or is this just going to be a round and round circle?
Right. So I vaguely heard what you said. So it's about a relationship that's a long distance relationship, and you want to know where it's going. Is that correct?
Yes, I am now living close to him, and we've been trying to work things out. But there's been some family issues, and I just don't know if this is going to continue forward or is this nearing the end.
Yeah. So family issues around it. Okay. So what I'm being told by my guide is I'm hearing the word stubbornness, and there has to, and I feel like I'm being drawn to the relationship that you're in. The person that you've connected to, I feel that he can be I feel like he can dig his heels in and be very stubborn. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah, him and his mom can be very stubborn.
Yeah, because I'm just seeing the stubbornness around it, and I feel that, and I feel with your boyfriend, I feel that he's wanting to be sort of more committed to you, or wants to be committed to you, but I feel that he is like I feel that he's having reservations because of the family dynamics that are around him, and he's I feel that I can feel him grumbling, like he's moaning, like getting sort of cross about things. Would you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
And you see, what the spirit world are pushing me straight to him. They're making me focus on him, and I feel that they're saying to me that he has been a little bit of a cause of this problem, and he hasn't sort of given members of the family consideration. Where in other words, he hasn't been respectful or polite where he should have done. Would that make sense to you?
A little bit.
And I'm being told that he's quite sensitive as well. and I feel that how he's been treated. I feel that there's a wound from the past, and it's similar to the past. And that's what's making him sort of react in the way that he's reacting. Because I just get the feeling that another person in this set of circumstances perhaps would not react in the same way. But I feel that you've been very sort of loving and caring towards him, and tried to sort of encourage him in all ways that you can. And I feel that he is, because I do feel that there is a lot of wounds with him. I feel that I feel like he hasn't left a brilliant past behind him, and I don't know where I'm looking at. I'm hearing childhood as well. I feel that he has had some problems, in his life that's made him quite sensitive and sort of insecure, and so he's struggling to deal with this situation more than the average person, and I feel that he. But what's really interesting is what I'm being told is you're like a guide to him, on the earth plane. You're somebody that's sort of almost like you're trying to help him navigate through things and try and talk to him. But I feel like sometimes he's listening and sometimes he's not. And you're having, a little bit of a problem in sort of trying to communicate with him over sensitive issues. And I feel with you, at times you're getting a little bit frustrated. But I'm being urged by the spirit world to keep on going, keep on helping this man, because what I'm being told is this man needs healing, and he needs your help, he needs your guidance, because it's like he's come to you with a great big wound from the past, and he needs that love and support in his life. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we can get through all this, because I do want to have him in my future, but I just don't know if his mom's going to try to interfere or if she's just going to finally just let us be.
Yeah. Well, what I'm being told is that you are the shining light in his life, and it sounds like there's a big responsibility upon your shoulders. But what I'm being told is that the reason why he's come into your life is so that you are able to heal him from his family and his past. Because I feel that he is, it's like he's in need of that healing. And I feel, and the spirit world are saying to me that they have every faith in you, because they're saying to me that they're showing me that you're full of light, and you're full of, you're not a bad person at all. You're a good person. They're showing that to me, and they're showing me that almost like you're a healer with your words and with your love, and I feel that as you go through this relationship, it will get stronger and stronger as he becomes more secure. It's about him becoming secure, as opposed to the mother, dealing with the mother. It's about him being secure about where he wants to go and who he wants to be with, and having sort of confidence in life, because he does lack a lot of confidence. I think that he, over the time, he has been put down quite a lot, and hasn't been given support, and I feel that his self-worth and his self-esteem has been knocked. But I'm pretty convinced from what my guides are saying to me is that you are going to be integral in healing this man and moving forward with him. And I do feel that the move forward with him is going to be of a positive light, because I feel that you're going to bring him to a position where he is not looking over his shoulder at his past, but he's moving forward and looking forward in positivity. And I feel that it's about you sort of, it's about you and your love that's healing him. And that's what I'm being told by my guides.
So do you think it'll work for us?
Well, I know that you're going to do you're integral in the healing with him. So I'm just asking, once he's healed, he's still going to, basically, I feel that you're going to reach a point where this is your choice, not his. I feel that he will be committed to you, but it will be your choice as to whether you move forward with him. But you do have the choice. And they're saying to me that if you do choose to move forward with him, the two of you will go from strength to strength, and it will be a positive relationship. I feel that he's a little bit of an underachiever in life. I feel that he's got a lot of capability, but I feel that his confidence has knocked him. But I feel that once you sort of go through that healing, I feel that he's going to really sort of like impress on you sort of just what an amazing person he is. And I feel once he gets past all this negativity, I feel that you'll see somebody that's incredibly caring and incredibly loving. Yes, I do feel that you will be walking forward with this man in your life. If that's what you want, it's there for you. You've got it there. But you're going. Okay. It's about you healing him. He needs that healing.
I know he's been through a lot.
Yeah, he has. He has, and he's very insecure. He's a broken man. And basically, you're going to be putting him back together again. And when you see him in the back together again version, you're going to love what you get. You're going to love him. He's adorable, very, very sweet, very sweet, and he will get better and better as you just stick by him, because the end result is going to be beautiful. But I have to, Sean Noel, I hope that helps you. And if you want to contact me, I'm on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat, and so I've got another caller waiting. But thank you so much for calling in. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. So now we have Joseph in Topeka, Kansas. Are you there, Joseph?
Yes, this is him.
Hello, and welcome to the show. So
hello.
I can connect with loved ones from the spirit world, or I can give you guidance. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I guess guidance from my spirit guide, or from yours.
You'd like to have guidance, and where would you like me to focus? We've only got about 9 minutes, so we need to get sort of to the point.
Okay, I'm curious, is this move I'm about to make, this renting this house, if that's a good path for me to take, and how that looks?
I just heard, is that a good path for you to take? Could you just tell me what the path is again?
What the what is again? I'm sorry.
I just heard that you wanted to know whether it's a good path to take.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you, so I'm not sure what you're asking me.
What relationship? Connecting to, or you want a name, or what are you needing?
Yeah, give me a name, because we're running out of time, and I can go straight to it.
Okay, Cheyenne.
So you want to know whether there's a possibility of a relationship with her? Is that correct?
Right.
Right, okay. I feel the first thing that I get when I'm connecting to her is I feel that she's very beautiful, and I feel that I can actually feel that you're completely and utterly besotted with her, and you just don't want to look at anybody else. And I'm being told that you've been in love with her for a long, long time. Would that make sense to you, Joseph?
Yes.
I'm being told that she will she sort of gives you sort of a little bit of encouragement, and then she sort of steps back, and it's sort of a little bit of backwards and forwards, and sometimes you don't know where you stand. But I feel with her, now this is really interesting, I feel with her that she it's like she has to go through a lot of experiences before she's ready to be in a more committed relationship with yourself. But I get this feeling with her that she has it's like she's got this uncertainty, and I feel that but I feel with you, you're really dedicated to helping her feel certain. And I can feel that very strongly with you. It's like you'll do anything for her, and you're so supportive, and you're so helpful to her, and so loving to her. And I just get this feeling that she's going to reach the point in her life where she's going to realise that there is nobody better than yourself. But I feel that you have to go through a little bit of time to get to that point. And I'm being told that I don't know how old you are, Joseph, but I'm being drawn to the age of 30 for when you're going to be more committed to her. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I just
question. I have another question. I was told another woman is going to come into my life very soon, and it's not her.
So you want to know if there's another woman coming into your life?
Yes.
The only way that somebody else is going to come into your life, I believe, is if you make the decision that you want to give up on this lady that you know currently. Because I just get this feeling that what I'm being told by the spirit world is, with your patience, she will learn to trust you and be with you. But I get this feeling that you. I'm not sensing somebody else coming in. I'm just not.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Okay.
I feel that what I'm being told is this is more about this path with this young lady, because I feel that and I just get this feeling that it's going to be quite some time, quite a few years, where you're going to have to be like dedicated and patient and etc. etc. But I feel that it will pay off, and I feel that she will come to you and want to be in a relationship with you. And I get the feeling that when to that point, she's going to be, adore you as much as you do her. At the moment, she's sort of looking around and sort of, well, I could be with Joseph, or I could be with this person or that person, and I'm not sure. Not sure. She's sort of like, she's not sure where she wants to be and what she wants to do. And I feel like she's got some growing up to do and some maturing. And as she goes through that stage of growing up and maturing, she's going to see that some of the men that she knows or meets are not going to be worthy in the same way that you are, because you are the person that never lets her down.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does, very much so. She is very young, so it would surprise me she would have to grow first and learn through the experiences. One more question if I have time, and it's my career path I have laid out for me.
Okay. I've only got about a minute left, so be more specific.
Does it look good? Financially stable?
What, the company that you're working for?
I'm going to school for archaeology.
You're going to school at the moment, did you say?
Yes.
Oh, and so you want to know what sort of work is available for you?
Right.
Right, let's see. I've just seen you're actually quite a good student, aren't you?
Yes.
Because I've just seen an A with a circle around it. Do you get A's with your?
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm being told that you're very dedicated, and I feel that I'm being shown two doors, and the doors are opening, and you're walking through them, and you've got a certificate in your hand, and as you walk through the doors, I feel like you then go up an escalator. This is how they're showing it to me. So you've got the certificate in your hand, you walk through the doors, up an escalator, and then you walk into this office. I feel you're going to go into an office, and I get the feeling that you're going to be, and they're showing me this office. It's raised from the ground, and I feel that this is significant. They're saying to me that you've always had your head down, you've always worked hard, and you've always been sort of dedicated to sort of studying and learning. And I just get this feeling that I'm being shown the name on the doors, and the writing on the doors, and I feel this is a company, and I feel like it's an established company that you're going to end up working for.
Hi, I'm Tracy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, you're very welcome. You're listening to Wraith Path Productions here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. I am your host, Chloe Folan, Clairvoyant. And as always, I would like to wish everybody who's tuning in live a very warm welcome, to extend a very warm welcome to you for taking time out of your evening to tune in and watch the live show. And to everybody who will be catching the show afterwards due to time differences, a very warm hello to you as well. For those that have listened to the show before, as you know, this show is being streamed live from Ireland, and Ireland is in the northern hemisphere of the world. And if people remember from my show last month, for last month's waning moon, I gave some advice over an associated chakra and archangel for last month's waning moon. So I would like to do the same for this month. So this would line up whenever I give group meditations for working with the chakra centers. So I do offer these sessions one-on-one, in person or distance. But when I facilitate them in groups, I always run them from March to October, once a month deliberately. So in group work coming up to August, we would already be up to the third eye energy center. So for the month of August, we would be working with the third eye center and Archangel Raphael, interestingly enough. because, as a lot of people know, the third eye center is commonly known as the main psychic center. However, it's important for all of the energy centers to be functioning properly, because all energy centers do help us make sense of the world around us, help us to register information properly, translate information properly, help us to connect with each other in different ways. So whenever I am facilitating teachings around the third eye, I like to take emphasis off it being commonly known as the main psychic center and put people's awareness more into that center being the center that connects you to your own inner wisdom. Because I always teach, when it comes to receiving higher guidance, subjectively higher guidance can come in vertically, so to speak, from higher guidance from higher sources. So as you can imagine, as we're receiving higher inspiration, as that inspiration translates down into our bodies, it would hit off the third eye center. We'd receive a light bulb moment. I always find it very interesting how people, whenever they want to show someone having an inspiration, a light bulb goes off above the head. And that light bulb would actually be around where the soul star energy center would be. So that would connect you to a portion of your higher self that isn't within the body, so to speak. So you have your light bulb moment. Inspiration is received through the soul star chakra, trickles down through the crown and starts to be translated via the brain. That's where we start to think. That's where we start to think about the idea that we've received. So we receive our idea, we think about it, we mull it over, we start applying logic to it. So that would be your third eye center, the center for connecting in. So this month during the waning moon, if you live in the northern hemisphere, or you can even try this if you live in the southern hemisphere, if you would like to work with the third eye energy center more, keeping in mind it's the center that I teach people is very good for accessing your inner wisdom and translating higher impression and guidance. You might like to spend the rest of this month developing or deepening your relationship with Archangel Raphael, the Archangel for healing and developing the third eye energy center. The reason why I teach that it's Archangel Raphael for the third eye energy center is whenever we receive an inspiration or a little bit of wisdom that we'd like to work with, quite often we need to work with life changes to be able to do so, whether it's changing a perception or whether it's changing course in our life path. In other words, life changes. So definitely praying to Archangel Raphael helps with that hugely, because Archangel Raphael is the angel of healing. So definitely take some time to work with Archangel Raphael for any inspirations that you receive for moving forward in life, and do connect with that Archangel for helping you to heal, being able to move forward with any nuggets of wisdom you wish to work with this month for healing and smoothing your life path forward. I believe we have a lady who would like to call in. I believe we have Denise from Brisbane. Denise from Brisbane, how are you? How can I help you?
Yeah, hello from Brisbane. I've reached a stage where I really feel as though I'm stuck. I'm running a business, and it's got to a stage where I'm doing what I need to do to get. I'm running transformational retreats, and I'm just not getting people registering. I've got a few registered, but nothing like it should be.
Okay, so your query is, there's probably nearly two queries there. I'll break it down into two queries just to get a better bird's eye view over what's happening. Is your first query, how is your business going to progress? And is your second query then anything you can do to assist with your retreats?
Yes, yes.
Perfect, Denise. I will start with your first query. I use the assistance of the tarot as well as tuning in clairvoyantly. So give me a few moments just to draw some cards for your first query over how your business will progress. 2 moments, please.
Yep. Okay.
Definitely, Denise, you're not as stuck as you think. Like that, what also does seem to be happening, as you might be aware, everyone has what I call ebb and flow cycles in their life. So there are times in your life where you're in an ebb cycle and not much is going to be happening no matter how hard you try. So in one way, Denise, it's not actually anything that you're doing. You're just currently in an ebb flow. And when you are in an ebb flow, it can feel like you're pushing a boulder uphill if you're trying to make a lot happen. So definitely my advice would be is that if you do have retreats planned or workshops planned, because we're currently in August, so we have August, September, definitely towards the end of the year. So if you're planning workshops between September and December, then those will be okay. Probably more so October. If you've got any plan for October, you probably will find them to be more fruitful. So definitely for this year, if you've got any events planned, any workshops planned, please try to make them for October where possible, because that's going to be a very fruitful month for you and a month where you're really going to notice being in more of a full flow cycle rather than an ebb cycle. So the best way to manage the rest of August, and it will trickle in a little bit into September, is having a look to see where you can do a little more advertising or a little more connecting with people one-on-one. So this is where I'm going to mix giving advice through the tarot with also business one-on-one. Because as you do know, Denise, this comes down to any form of business, whether you're running transformative retreats or whether you run media and marketing business. This is business 101 for small businesses. People usually don't call until they see your name 3 times. So they've got to see a flyer, they've got to see it in the paper, and they might need to see it somewhere else as well, a poster, or if you've done some other form of advertising. So right now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is you've got the Hermit card. So that's also why I'm saying you're in an ebb cycle. So the way to use ebb cycles is to take a gigantic step back and have a look to see what you can do. So when you come out of your ebb cycle, you can take full advantage of your full flow cycle. So for any events that you're doing for end of September or especially October, take into account that golden rule. So get together some more advertising, and where you're advertising 3 different ways, so you can make your late September, early October, or anywhere in October events more fruitful by doing some advertising beforehand. And as you know yourself, even without taking an ebb or flow cycle into account, you've got to plan an event a minimum of 8 weeks in advance. Minimum. 3 months, really. So really, Denise, I think one of the reasons why you're frustrated is because the main reason isn't you. You're in an ebb cycle, and it's very difficult to make things happen during an ebb cycle. But if you don't get too frustrated and you come back to just looking at the basics of, you know, business advertising and making sure it's very clear what you do, that it's very easy to see how to contact you, that it's very easy to, you know, understand what it is that you do, that it's very clear what the retreat is about, and definitely come back to this with a fresh mind and put more of your energies and efforts into your October events especially. So definitely there's nothing... Yes?
Yeah, no, that will make my first event the 27th of September to the 29th of September. I'm actually going to the US. I'm running events in the US. And then I've got another one in November.
Definitely.
And then January, and yeah.
Those will be fruitful. The ones later in the year will be more fruitful. So definitely, you still will be traveling. I do have the Chariot card here, hidden influences. So you will be traveling. You will be traveling. And the one towards the end of September definitely will still be all right. It still will be going forward. But then definitely, I do believe you will be running something in October. Definitely. That's why I'm saying October is a month for really capitalizing on events. But definitely as well, the November one, be careful with money. So be careful with money for your November workshop, where that one, don't put in too much money before you know how many people are coming. So the November one will still go on as well, but please be more careful with money. I've got the Two of Pentacles for November. So please be mindful of your money in November and be a little more frugal around the November event. But definitely, please take into account you're in an ebb cycle. From what I can see, that is the biggest issue. You will come out of this ebb cycle in September. You'll feel it more in October, and it will be all fine from there. From what I can see, it's just panic over an ebb cycle, Denise. I can't see anything wrong.
Okay, awesome. Okay, and that's why I'm feeling so stuck, because I'm doing, I'm advertising on Facebook. I've got my Facebook group. I'm doing Facebook Live. I'm doing everything I possibly can, and I'm getting one or two people registered, but not what they should be.
Look at different avenues for advertising. Do you remember I said about the golden rule? So like that's still, flyers, advertise in different places. For the places you're going to be running your workshops, see if there's a local spirit magazine and see what it costs to put a small advertisement in one of those magazines. Do you know what I mean? You need to try other avenues with the golden rule of 3. You need to look at other avenues for the golden rule of 3. And this is just about pulling back, having a look at what is working and what isn't working, and advertise in different places that relate to where you will be for those workshops. This is coming back to basic business 101, not getting comfortable with just what's known with advertising, and taking into account you're in an ebb cycle. You'll come out of it around September, but you'll be feeling being in your full flow cycle more so towards October. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So like that, it won't. So like that, your business is fine, but take into account your ebb and flow cycles and take more advantage of things in September, October.
Yeah. Okay. That gives me a little bit of insight as to why I feel as, like you said, I feel as I'm pushing a wheelbarrow uphill with rocks in it, and I'm getting nowhere.
I guarantee you in September you will start to lift out of it and you'll wonder what it was. You'll just lift out of this in September, and from there on you'll get a good couple of months of being in a full flow cycle, but mind money in November.
Yeah. Okay. That's fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Denise. Best of luck with your workshops, and all will be well. And you've only got 2-3 more weeks of being in an ebb cycle, and it will lift.
Yay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Take care and enjoy looking at other avenues for advertising.
I will do that today.
Mind yourself, Denise. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye-bye.
That's okay. Bye-bye. I believe we have another lady, Jacqueline, in Newcastle in the UK. Hello, Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello there.
Hi, Jacqueline. How can I help you? Do you have a query that you would like to run by me for guidance?
No, just really a general reading and see what comes out.
Absolutely no problem. So you just want me to just draw the cards for you and see what crops up?
Yes, please.
Absolutely no problem. Give me a few moments here just to tune into you. And I'm using tarot as well, Jacqueline.
Right.
Okay, Jacqueline, there are some areas I would like to bring up with you. You've definitely just come out of some difficulties, but where the difficulties lie, in this spread, I've got a prominence of rods, which relates to the mind and being able to make choices over what direction to go in, how to get there, what to do. And it does seem to be where you do make logical choices, but then things seem to get stuck and then things just don't seem to work. But this is all from the frame of the mind. And what I also want you to be mindful of is I've got the Knight of Wands card here for September. And that card always alludes to being mindful over signing contracts. So like that, I can see why you've run. It's not that I'm seeing that there's anything wrong with any contracts you might be signing in about a month, but it's just to be careful over the fine print. What I don't want you to do is go in and not ask questions. So before you sign any contracts, I want you to ask the questions that you need to ask to make sure you've understood what you're signing. And if the person says if the person says anything to you that doesn't make sense, don't sign the contract. Tell them you want to check that fact before you sign anything. So please be careful over signing contracts in about a month. And don't sign anything. Don't sign anything if something isn't making sense or if you haven't understood something. Don't feel silly saying, I don't understand what you've just said. And if they can't explain it to you properly, go, look, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to get a second opinion and I will come back to you. Don't sign anything you're unsure about. But like that, things will get better for you. But there is a mind condition here where sometimes you do feel trapped, sometimes no matter what you do. So like that, Jacqueline, I would like you to really sit down and write down what you do want in life and how you want your life to be. And like that, I would like you to make sure, I'd like you to make sure that any choices you make line up with that vision, because that's kind of what's going on. It's not self-sabotage, but it seems to be that even when you make a good decision, you still feel a little bit trapped or you second guess it. So I want you to work on getting a really clear head and doing anything you can to get a clear head and write down exactly what you want in life and only make choices that line up with that vision. And especially in September.
Yeah, there has been a lot going on personally in my life, so I can understand why you're saying that.
And is there any other more direct advice you'd like me to give you? Because we only have about 5 more minutes. So I just wanted to check, has a pinpoint question cropped up? Is there anything in particular you wanted to ask me about more directly?
Maybe about love.
Love life. Okay.
Yes.
I'll draw a quick 3-card spread on this.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit up and down because even in the tarot spread that I've done, as well as tuning into you clairvoyantly, is there someone that you're very distant with? Or is there someone kind of in the background love life-wise at the moment? Because even in the tarot card spread here, I'm being shown kind of ups and downs and there's distance. So am I reading this correctly, that there's just not a lot of closeness with this person, or is this a long distance relationship that you're trying to make work?
No, I'm not in a relationship, but I've been single for 7 years, and an ex has kind of just came back. Nothing started up, so I can understand why you're seeing the distance. We've just started speaking again.
Okay. Like that, I would be a little bit cautious over this, because if you were going to tell me that, yes, there is a long distance relationship, I would be saying to just take it each day as it comes. I'm not too sure if this is in both of your best interests for this to work out. So like that, I'd still enjoy this person's company. It's lovely to have a nice mature connection with an ex, but I just don't believe that this will actually progress love life wise. And I'd be cautious over forcing it in that direction. I do believe that more around, we've got August, September, October, I believe December, January. I know it sounds cliche, but I actually believe it's in February that you will meet someone that you will end up in a long-term relationship with, but that they show up in your life about 2 months prior. So that would be December, really. So I believe you will meet somebody else in December, and you will develop a good connection with them over December and January to where you are actually properly going out in February of next year. So like that, I'm not holding out much hope for romance with the ex. I do not think that will work, but definitely you'll meet someone in December. It will progress over those 2 months to where in February 2020, it is actually a relationship. Jacqueline, I don't mean to rush, but we've only got 90 seconds and I don't want the call to cut out. So I just want to wish you all the best. So love life is looking better with someone new that you would definitely be in a proper relationship with by February 2020.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Mind yourself and take care.
I will. Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
That's okay. Bye-bye. For anyone that would like to contact me, or anyone who's interested in making a deeper connection with me, please contact me through my website, www.chloefolan.com. And once you've clicked on my website, www.chloefolan.com, at the top of my website, you'll see all of my social media buttons. Feel free to connect with me through and follow me on social media as well. If you're interested in the work that I do and the readings that I give, you can always book private sessions and also book workshops one-on-one with me if you don't live near me in Ireland. I'd like to thank everybody who's tuned in this evening and everyone who's catching the show after the live broadcast. I wish you all a happy waning moon, and definitely enjoy deepening your connection with Archangel Raphael. He's a fabulous archangel to connect with if you need to develop better trust in your life path, or moving forward in life, or healing your trust in your faith and abilities to move forward.
Hello, everyone. I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. Thank you so much for watching and listening tonight. I am a medium, and as a medium, I connect in with our loved ones on the other side. And I'm also a certified life coach. And as a life coach, I help people basically handle their problems. I help them get back to who they truly are so that they feel empowered and confident in moving forward in their lives, recognizing they have the power to change their lives. And this is what I do all the time, just help people live a better life. Today's coaching tip is all about being deliberately bold. When I think of being deliberately bold, I feel very empowered with that thought. It seems to be something that gives me a feeling of confidence. Being deliberate is acting with intention, making conscious choices and decisions, okay? Being bold implies a bit of fearlessness, some courage and some bravery. That doesn't mean that we're not scared, but being bold means we act anyway and we take action, no matter what, if we have fear or not. When we are deliberately bold, we consciously choose to take the action. It's a willingness to take a risk, to face a fear that could be holding us back. It's not being reckless or stupid. We're not just acting for the sake of acting. We involve an intention with it and a conscious decision. The other day, I was talking with a friend and explaining my thoughts on being deliberately bold. And at that moment, interestingly, we drove by a ropes course. A ropes course is made up of activities like zip lining, climbing on ropes, walking on boards that are suspended in the air, all sorts of challenging activities, and they all happen 30 to 40 feet above the ground or even higher. My friend said, should we do it? It would be deliberately bold. His question was particularly interesting because we had already talked a little bit about my fear of heights. You know, I'd said I would not to jump out of an airplane, that kind of thing. So we'd already talked about these things, but his comment saying it would be deliberately bold and saying we should do it because it would be kind of made me go, maybe we should check it out. So we did turn around and we went back. And we were standing there looking at the different parts of the course and watching the people who were there and thinking about it. And he just every now and then say it would be deliberately bold. And I'm coming up with reasons as to why I can't do it. I absolutely can't do it. And then I thought, well, maybe I should try. I don't know. I was definitely nervous about it because it was something that's very out of character for me. But it would be deliberately bold. I'm not as physically strong as I once was when I went to the gym all of the time. And the fear of heights is significant. Add to the fear of actually doing the course was the fact that the last thing you had to do to get back to the ground was jump off of a platform. Jumping off of a platform when you have a fear of heights is a pretty big hurdle. There are protective devices. It's not like you're just jumping. You know, they have cables and everything. So it really is safe, but it's still scary, especially if that's the only way down. If we hadn't been talking about being deliberately bold, I would have said, no, I am definitely not doing this. But if I wanted to be deliberately bold, shouldn't I try something that I wouldn't normally do? This was definitely something I wouldn't normally do. And I felt that this challenge was important. It seemed like a way to dig deep, you know, get back into my power to see if it was even possible that I could do this. How many times have we not done something because we're too scared? It can be simple, like not speaking your truth because you don't want to offend somebody, so that might be too scary for you. Or it could be looking at a different viewpoint or a different perspective and having to change your mind, and you just don't want to step out of your comfort zone. Or it could even be profound. Maybe you have a job you don't really like and you want to find a new job, but you're scared about putting yourself out there because maybe nobody will hire you. Maybe you're not good enough. So it stops yourself from moving forward. Maybe you don't travel because you're afraid something bad will happen. We all hear the news about these things that happen, but it might stop you from doing those things you want to do. What if there was something that's stopping you, that you were deliberately bold instead? If you consciously chose to make a decision that would be bold, what if you did that? What would your action be? Would you change your thoughts? Would you face a fear? Would you take a risk? Would you speak your mind? Would you just make a bold decision? I was talking to a woman the other day who was really struggling in her relationship, and she was telling me it wasn't feeling right anymore, and she was very unhappy. Her comments went in circles. She needed to stay in the relationship for these reasons, and she needed to leave for those reasons. And she went back and forth and back and forth. She was stuck in the thoughts in her head, and her emotions were all over the place. When we're stuck in emotions, we actually create more fear. And then we don't take action. It's like we're paralyzed. If I didn't have somebody there encouraging me to do this, I wouldn't probably have gone on that ropes course, because I would have talked myself out of it. I would have said, oh, don't do it. It's going to be too scary. I would have gone and on and on. But because I had somebody there who was supporting me, it was safe for me to take the chance on it. Now, this woman, with her relationship, she knew she needed to take action, and she knew she needed to get space for herself so she could clear her head. But she kept talking herself out of it. Her fear was holding her back. For her, being deliberately bold would be speaking her truth and then taking some action to get the space she needs. Her decision doesn't have to be permanent, but without taking action, nothing changes. Being deliberately bold can help you get clarity on a problem or a concern. It can help you face your fears. It's an empowering mindset that is actually decisive and courageous. You may still have fear, but you make the conscious choice to do it anyway. I can tell you that with that ropes course, on the first activity, my heart was pounding. I was so nervous and so scared. I wanted to make sure I did everything right, because I didn't want anything bad to happen, like falling off of something or, hanging there in the air or something. But with that first activity, I was so focused on what I was doing. I actually even wasn't bothered by the fact that I was 30 or whatever feet above the ground. When I got to the first zip line, however, the fear came back, because I have always said that I will never, ever in this lifetime do a zip line. I am not about to jump off of a platform and fly through the air holding on to something to get to the other side. But here I was. I had to do it because it was the only way you could keep going, and there was no other way to go. So I just closed my eyes and jumped. And you know what? Nothing bad happened. Can you believe it? Just like they say, they said nothing bad would happen. But what I noticed is once I made that first action and I trusted the process and jumped off, that it was all good. And with each challenge, I felt more and more secure and more competent. And at the end, I did jump off of the platform to get back to the ground. Just the act of doing it was awesome. Although I was scared, I did these things anyway. As I learned more about the course and how it worked, I made the intentional choice to be as fearless as I could. I was deliberately bold. With each fear I faced, the stronger I felt. I felt more empowered. How many times is it that when we're scared of something, when we just take some action, we realize our fear wasn't nearly as big as we thought it was going to be? When we face these fears by being deliberately bold, we reclaim our power and we become stronger in who we are. Is there anything that's holding you back? Do you have a fear, a problem? Are you worried about something? Are you stuck in emotions? Is something going on and you're just not taking action because of a fear or whatever you think it is? Is there something you want to say or do, but you're not doing it? Ask yourself, what would be deliberately bold? Be out of your comfort zone if you have to be. Just step out of it for a bit. Just do it. Take the risk. Be courageous. Face your fears. Being deliberately bold will help you create your best, most awesome life. And I can tell you that if I did that course, I'm sure you can do some things too, because I thought that would never happen. So it was really a miracle, let me tell you. And that is my coaching tip of the day, being deliberately bold. You can reach me at my website, psychicmediumcolleen.com, as well as on Facebook. Colleen Vander Zijden, medium and intuitive life coach. Now we are going to go on to our first caller. We have Zodi from West Palm Beach in Florida. Zodi, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. And how can I help you?
I was actually looking to try to connect with my brother.
Okay. And was he on the younger side when he passes? Because I have a younger man here.
I'm sorry?
Was he on the younger side when he passed? Because I have a younger man here. Okay. And would you understand him being somebody who, this is interesting, a little bit, well, you know how we don't speak our mind? He speaks his mind. Does he say whatever he wants to say without really any regard to how it comes across?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I get somebody who's like that, and he feels a little reckless to me, in that he doesn't really always plan things out all the way. He doesn't always think things through all the way. And I feel him just saying whatever he wants to. But I also want to point out, though, that he is not like this all the time, because he's actually a very sensitive person. Would you understand him being a sensitive person?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me? Would you understand him being a sensitive person? Okay. Okay, as long as you can hear me. So we'll see what happens. So I'll just keep talking about him for just a few minutes as we check in and see what's going on with the sound here. But for this person, I can feel him being sensitive. I can feel him being somebody who actually kind of protects himself a little bit. And it is interesting that I have somebody like that coming in tonight when I'm talking about being bold and speaking your mind. There is, of course, you do want to take. Okay. Are y'all back again for me, Zodi, here?
Yes. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Oh, who knows? You know, technology. It's just the way it is. So I was saying that your brother feels very sensitive to me. It feels like he feels things very deeply. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you also understand that he hides himself behind a different kind of persona? So he acts a certain way. It's kind of like he's trying to cover up how sensitive he is. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have him then. I like to make sure before I get going. I do want to tell you, he seems like a fun kid to me, and he seems like somebody who, when things are going well for him, he can be very charming and so much fun. I do feel a little bit, I want to call it, of a tortured soul, if you will, because I feel like he has a lot of questions about himself, how he fits into life, all of those things. And what's coming through very strongly is I feel like he wants to make an apology to people here. Because he gives me the impression that part of his passing, if not all of it, is caused by his own actions. Does he do something that helps him cross over to the other side?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And you notice how gentle I was with that, because I didn't want to just come right out and say that, because he's telling me he wants to apologize for that. He's not a person who would intentionally hurt people. And I know sometimes he says things that do hurt people, but it's not on purpose. It's just that he's struggling. He has some struggles there. And he wants to apologize to everybody, basically, to tell them he's really sorry. He says he would never have intended to cause pain to someone else, okay? It's not a decision he would make consciously. It just happens. I also get the impression he's trying to protect himself, you know, that this is the only option for him, okay? So, and I do feel that recklessness around him as he's talking about this. He doesn't want to talk about the bad things. He wants to talk about the good things. Would you understand who has the dog in the family?
My mom.
Okay, because I want to talk about a dog for a minute. Does he very much love the dog?
Yeah, he did, one of them.
Okay, because I want to talk about a dog, and when I feel the dog, when he's showing it to me, I get this sense of safe. He feels safe. You know, he doesn't have to deal with issues and problems that are around him or anything like that. Would you understand him as well being quite good at math, but not really good at math classes?
Probably.
Because the way he's showing himself to me, I feel like he can figure so many different things out. He can figure lots of things out, but I don't feel him really liking, you know how in math classes, you know, way back, you know, they make you do the work and stuff. I feel like he just doesn't want to do that. So, you know, there's a little stubbornness there. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah.
Okay. He's kind of one where you can't really tell him what to do. He's just going to do what he wants to do. Which is interesting. Yeah. Because it's almost as though if somebody tells him what to do, he's going to do the opposite just because he can. And just kind of prove that he's the one in control. So he doesn't really, how can I put it? He just doesn't listen. He's not going to listen. And that's just the way it is. Okay. He's actually talking about you. And he says you did such a good job of trying to help him out. I know you had your little sibling things that we all have, but he said you did such a good job of trying to help him, because I actually feel like you were asking him questions, like, how are you doing, and trying to kind of get through to him. Did you try to get through to him?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And he also tells me he didn't listen to you either. But he wants to thank you for that. Yeah. He wants to thank you, though, because even though it doesn't look like he's listening to, he is hearing you. He's just not taking action. He's just not making the changes that would really help. And I know you started out very gently with this, trying to help him. And then I know you got stronger in the things you were saying. I also understand it was very hard on you because you kind of felt like you're beating your head against a wall, and for you to be able to let him do his own thing, without trying to control him is very hard. It's very hard to let that go, because you see the path he's on and you know that this is just not going to be good and you can't do anything about it. But he wants to thank you for trying to help him out, for being there for him, even though he doesn't show you it. Okay. So he wants to thank you now for that. And as he's doing it, there's a lot of love coming through, because he says that you have taken his experience of his passing and you've used it to kind of help other people. He says when other people have problems and stuff, you're there for them and you're giving them good advice and you're kind of guiding them. Have you noticed that you've been doing that more and more?
Yeah.
Yeah. And in a way, you're doing it because you're honoring him. You're doing it to show him how much you love him. And you want to make sure other people don't have to go through bad things like your family had to go through. So you want to help other people that way. And because your heart is open in that way, you're attracting more people to you who need your love, your support, your guidance. Whether you know them very well or not doesn't make a difference. They will come to you. And every time you help somebody else, it's as though you're helping your brother as well. I know it's too late to help him here in the physical, but it makes him so proud to recognize that you are doing this, and it really makes him happy. So continue on with doing that, with helping other people. He sends you so much love. This is interesting. Do you have something of his? And this would be something that he wouldn't necessarily tell everybody he has. Do you have something like a stuffed animal or something that he would have worn regularly? Because I feel like you have something of his. It's like a memento. Do you have something like this?
Yeah, I gave it to my son.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Because he does acknowledge that. So I just want to make sure I mention that to you. The connection is so very strong. And he thanks you because he says you also been talking to him on occasion. You'll say something to him. And he says, don't worry about the fact that you were mad at him after he passes. Don't worry about it. It's okay. He understands it. He said he would have been mad too. So don't worry about it. It's not a bad thing. Don't be guilty, anything like that. So he sends you so much love, Zodi. So thank you so much for calling. I'm so glad I got to talk to you. You make sure you tell the rest of your family that he loves them and he's still around them, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a good night. And that was Zodi from Florida. It's always so hard when we have, a relative who passes, like a brother or something that's on the closer side, and there's some struggles there, because sometimes we carry guilt with us. So he was very clear about not carrying the guilt. It's important. The love is always there. It never leaves, even though somebody has passed to the other side. So now we are going to move to Pam from Dayton, Ohio. How are you, Pam?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. How can I help you today?
Well, I've fallen on hard times. I can't find a job to support myself. I'm living at my sister's now, and I'm wondering if there's something I'm missing.
Yeah, that's interesting, because tell me if this is accurate, because I feel that you're actually well trained in all sorts of things. Are you?
I am, but I have a voice problem, and so I can't work in sales or marketing or anything where I'm on the phone a lot.
Right, that would make sense. Right. Yeah, so that could be an issue. What's interesting to me is I am seeing some kind of, it looks like, for lack of a better word, I don't know a whole lot of careers out there. It looks like something that's more of a data entry or a research type position. Have you applied to anything like that where you would be helping a company or a person getting more information and then entering information into a system?
Yeah, I've been applying for everything.
Okay. This feels like a good thing to me. So I want to make sure that you apply to all sorts of different things. And I know you have, but this, it almost feels like a small company, somebody has their own place, like a lawyer or something like that. Have you applied to a lawyer's office to help there at all?
No, I haven't, not yet.
Okay. If you notice something like that, I would suggest you check it out and apply. This doesn't feel like something where you would need special, legal training to do, because it seems like they can explain what they're looking for. I mean, and you're smart, you know how to do things, you know how to look things up, and all of that. And it feels like, so it feels like a small situation to me. And I keep seeing lawyer, so there may be something to that. So somehow in some kind of a position that I would call a professional position. So even something helping out in like an accountant's office or something, if they have somebody who does not accounting, somebody who would help with things like that. So that actually feels good to me. So I'll put that out there for you. The thing is too, and I know you've been applying in all sorts of places, and it's, the feeling of the frustration is actually kind of strong there, of not knowing which direction to go next. You keep trying and nothing is coming of it. And that's, I think, part of the reason why I keep feeling the smaller situation there, with somebody who's willing to hire somebody who's, not 12, or 18, that feeling there too. The thing is, it seems to me that you've had so many different experiences in your lifetime, and you've been very good about handling things as positively as possible. And this one is starting to really kind of get you down, because you're starting to feel like you're never going to have a position. And you're starting to feel like you don't want to be a burden on somebody else. You don't want to be feeling like you're imposing on somebody else. Does that make sense for you?
That does. And I also feel like my acts were not forced yet. But I feel like he's put a curse on me. I don't know why.
You feel like your ex has put a curse on you?
Yeah, his name is Ken. And he's a guru.
Okay. My feeling on that is no one can put a curse on you ever.
Okay.
So if you feel like the reason you would feel like there's a curse on you is because you feel out of control. It feels like you have bad luck, bad things going one after another. You can't control it. You can't fix it. That kind of thing. For me, when I feel that kind of energy, what I always want to tell people, and I always do tell people, is that that means they have to reconnect to themselves again. They have to reconnect to their inner power. Because if you're feeling like somebody put a curse on you, even if it's just a passing thought, that means you are right now giving your power to someone else. You're actually saying that someone else has power over you. And that's not a good thing, because when you give your power away to somebody, you're not strong in yourself anymore. So I would suggest, speaking and moving into coaching mode rather than the mediumship psychic mode for a moment, I would suggest as a coach, what you would want to do is set up some intentions. So literally come up with intentions of how you want to feel in your day, or an intention of how strong you are. And you may do something along the lines of, I am a powerful and competent woman, something like that. You can say it out loud or not, okay? So you don't have to say these things out loud. If you consciously just stop for a moment and just say, I am a powerful woman, whatever feels right to you. You want to use I am statements because I am statements are very powerful. They make whatever you're saying in the present right now. You might want to say something about being competent so it gets your power back to recognize that you can have a job and you'll be good at it. So you want to say something about yourself being powerful, something along the lines of competency. You might want to say something about trusting the universe to bring you exactly what you need. So you're trusting, if you believe in a God, you're trusting in God, you're trusting in the energies around you to help you. Okay, that's not giving your power away, that's trusting in the process of things. So that may be very important for you.
I've been asking for a lot of help from the other side, and I'm wondering if you're picking up on any of my friends or family on the other side of the bell.
Well, and that may be what's happening. I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I don't really have time to connect in with them. But that may be what's happening, because when I get information, when I'm talking to somebody, it's coming from someplace else. I kind of channel it through, and the support. And it's great that you talk to the people on the other side, because they will support you. They will help. Okay, so you can ask for help. You can just tell them what you think, and they can actually give you some intuitive guidance. You might feel something and all of a sudden know what to do, what action to take. Something could just happen. So keep talking to the people on the other side. And while you do that, definitely think about doing some intentions. When you do intentions, add the emotion with it. I want to be happy today. I want to feel empowered, or I am empowered today. I am happy today. I am a person who can handle my life. Those kinds of things. If you Google intentions, you'll be able to get all sorts of stuff. Louise Hay has many intentions out there that you can find. And so you can read through some that other people have written, and you may find something that really helps you and that speaks to you. So I would suggest doing that. At the same time, keep looking for that job. Look for smaller companies, okay, where you might do something with data entry or research, something like that. That will really help you. And because I do feel something coming. So Pam, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I'm so happy I got to talk to you. I'll send you lots of positive energies on your job search, so you have that.
Okay, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a great night. And that was Pam from Ohio. And it's so nice to talk to people from all over the place on this show. I want to thank you so much for watching and listening. I'm Colleen Vander Zyden, and this was Creating an Inspired Life. You can connect with me at psychicmediumcolleen.com, and as well as on Facebook, Colleen Vander Zyden, medium and intuitive life coach. You guys have a great week, and I will talk to you next week. Goodbye.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How's everyone doing this evening? We are on the cusp of another super moon, and I just have to say that I have never really realized the effects the moon has on me. And I'm telling you, in this last year, I have really noticed the effects of how intense the energy is. And, I find myself a little grumpy sometimes, or sometimes I'm just super excited. And every time I go to check into some of my favorite websites and look into what's going on, I'm like, oh yes, another super moon. So everyone, hold on to your hats. It's going to be another real big energy pushing us out of the month of August and into the month of September with big ideals, and it's pushing us harder and harder forward movement into what it is that we are supposed to be doing in this lifetime and achieving that and making that happen. So take great care of yourselves. Listen to that inner voice that you have. If it's saying that you need a little bit more rest, do that. If you need to get up and move about, do that too. But whatever you do, just take care of you and know that it will too pass. So tonight, I wanted to talk a little bit about not the importance, but how prayer can actually change people's lives. Now, I did not grow up in a religious family. Of course, I was neither, atheist nor I was a believer. We didn't go to church. So I wasn't raised on that kind of a level of praying all the time. But as I have gotten into my mediumship, and now as I'm entering into my master's classes, really, really learning the benefits of prayer. And when prayer is used in community, it makes a huge impact on people and lives. And I never really knew how impactful that could be until the other day I had an experience with it. And my sister-in-law had called, and actually she had texted me and said, oh my gosh, I'm taking my cat in. He's not doing well. I think this is it. Will you please send a prayer out for him? So of course I immediately did that. I sent my angels, I sent my guides, and I said, please help in the transition and help with the ease and the pain of what they might be going through. And she evidently had asked her Reiki circle of women as well to say a prayer. And none of us were praying for the life or the longevity of this animal. We were just asking for the ease in the transition and the ease and the hurt that my sister-in-law would be feeling after it was all over. And lo and behold, the vet came into the room. My sister-in-law had signed all the papers. They were going to go ahead and put him to sleep. And the cat literally started rolling on the floor and doing cartwheels and jumping up into the highest points of the exam room. And my sister-in-law and the vet were just sitting there in pure amazement. And as the vet said, this is not the same cat I saw less than a week ago. So, and it's been 3 weeks and the cat is still doing miraculously well. And we don't know if this is just going to last for a little bit longer, or if the cat's going to go on living for a few months, another year. Really hard to tell. But the point is, the power of prayer is it's just so huge. And that was what really set it for me, is to actually see it. You hear about it in stories all the time, but to actually be the one to experience it is a whole different thing. It's on a whole different level. I can't even begin to tell you
what that felt like. I mean, I was in shock and amazement, but on the other hand, I was like, oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I believe in all of that at the same time. So, you know, do not be afraid to put your prayers out there. Even if you're not the religious person, you don't have to go to church and read the Bible every day, or practice Buddhism every day in order to be that prayerful person. We all come from the same source of light, the same source of one. And that prayerfulness is so powerful, especially when you group people together and focusing on the same prayer, the same intention. That energy, that powerful energy, goes out into the universe and starts changing lives immediately. And it calls out to the heavens, it calls out to spirit, angels, guides, loved ones to say, please help with this situation, please give guidance, please give comfort to those who need it the most. And you will be amazed and surprised yourself at the reaction and what you get from that. So again, it was amazing. It was powerful. And I encourage all of you to take the time to sit in prayer and to be thankful and for anything in your life that you have or that you might need help with. And then when you combine it with others, don't feel afraid to reach out to friends and family and say, hey, send a prayer out to me for this or that. And you'll be amazed at what can happen with that. So just fantastic, amazing things. So the next fantastic and amazing thing is we're going to go to the phone lines and see who we have tonight. Jessica in Texas. Hello, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Well, what can we help you with tonight?
I have been struggling a lot here lately because about 10 years ago, I had a very bad accident where the guy I was with literally beat me senseless until I had a miscarriage from him, his baby. And I guess I've been struggling with it because it's like, I feel like I don't know if my child's okay, if he blames me for it, or any of that. It's just like because I just kind of hid the pregnancy, hid the miscarriage, and didn't tell anyone, and literally buried my son without anyone telling anyone. And I felt so, I guess, ashamed about it. That's just like been eating at me my whole life now, that this child's probably going to regret everything I just did.
Right. So, you know, let me be the first one to tell you that what happened was not your fault. That was not something that you physically asked for, and nobody can blame you for, you know, that situation. It's really interesting because as I was sitting here before the show, I was getting messages coming in, and I was told it's going to be for your female caller who calls in tonight. You have so many angels around you. They are surrounding you. They are loving you. They are guiding you. And that child that you had is also there with you. And that child wants you to know that, I'm trying to see if it was what gender, if they're going to reveal to me what gender it was. Hang on just a moment. Okay, so I'm being told that it was a boy.
Yes, it was.
So he's saying that he does not blame you whatsoever. He said it was not the right time for him. As much as you wanted him to come into this world and be there with you, the timing was not right. He is a more powerful force for you, believe it or not, on the other side than he ever would have been here in this life. And I know that sounds really odd and it's really hard to believe, but just know that he is there with you every single day, and he's guiding you through everything that you go through day in and day out.
Yes, because I've had a dream, he's repeating, about my grandmother sitting in a rocking chair holding this little boy. And I was like, is that just a sign saying he's okay? Because the dream keeps happening every single night since after I had my other kids. And it is the same dream. And I was like, I don't have a little boy. I had a girl. What are you talking about? And just over and over again of her sitting in a rocking chair with him.
Right. She's on the other side. She's with him, taking care of him, guiding him. But that is so a lot of times dreams are the easiest place for our loved ones to get in connection with us, because our ego is asleep, right? So they are able to get to us much easier and bring messages through, and often they're in dreams. And so this one is just to let you know that everything is okay. I mean, everything is just fine. They are fine and they're doing fine, and they want you to know that. And they don't want you to worry about anything. That everything is so well orchestrated and is taken care of. So, I mean, when you think of that dream, it makes you, I mean, when you see an image of a grandmother or even a mother rocking a child, it's very soothing. It's very loving, right? So that's what they're trying to emulate to you, is that everything coming through is very loving and very comforting, and that you shouldn't worry.
Okay.
They're also saying that you've carried on this burden and this heaviness for so long, and they say it's time for you to release that and let that go, because it's not yours to carry anymore.
I have carried it a lot, and I mean, to this day, it's, around that time, it's like, who would he be? Would he be, would I be here where I am today if he was still here? Just all these different questions. And I have carried it a lot. Even my husband, now that I'm married, he's like, I know you'll never get your first child, but it has been a burden, a big burden, just because my family don't really talk to me. So it's like, I don't know how to cope with it.
Right. And they're saying that this burden, they're just, in fact, your son is just, he's really pleading with you at this point and saying, please let it go. Because it's okay. He is okay. You have become a magnificent mom, he says. He can see how you are with your other children, and he's so proud of you, and he's so happy. And he says that you just really don't need to carry this anymore. It doesn't serve you. It doesn't serve your family. And so whatever that looks like for you, whatever you need to do to release that and to heal, I don't know if going to see a counselor would help with that. Doing some healing energy work with an energy healer would also help. release that energy, because I feel like it's this, I see it's a dark, it's like dark heaviness energetically within your body. And you're just carrying that around. It's like having a big brick on your back, and you're just carrying it and trudging through life. And you have so many wonderful, wonderful people around you and so many great things in your life, that if you can release this, you're going to see how great things can be.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying the guilt that you hold is not yours. You're holding it for so many people and so many things, that really and truly, when you stop and think about it, it's really not all of yours. You're an empathic soul. You're an empathic soul. So just by nature, you carry on other people's emotions, feelings.
Yes, that is true. Everyone always comes to me for advice, always comes to me for counseling. It's how it is.
Yeah. So here's a little trick that will help you a little bit. Okay, so when you're feeling heavy, or you're thinking, gosh, there's nothing wrong, nothing has happened, I shouldn't be feeling just frustrated or down or whatever, ask yourself and ask the universe, who am I feeling? And if you feel kind of this lightness in your body, it's not yours. So then you simply say, return to sender, thank you. Because what that will do is send that energy back to where it came from.
I understand what you're saying there, because I do feel that. There's so many times I just feel like out of whack, like this crazy 1 minute I'll be happy and doing, and the next minute I'm just like drained, like have no energy.
Right. It's because you're taking on other people's energy, other people's stuff, and it's really not yours. So as an empath, you really have to just let that go and release it back to where it came from.
That makes sense.
Perfect. Were there any other questions that you had?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you so much. It really did help knowing that he did come through and that he is okay and that he doesn't blame me for all this, and it really did help.
Right. Good. I'm so glad. Yeah. We don't feel the same way when we leave our bodies energetically and we cross over. There's not that anything that we would have carried in life disappears when we cross over. So things are completely different. They look different. They feel different. So take that with you and carry that.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for calling in tonight. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next, we have Myrtle in Alabama. Good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm good. What can we help you with tonight?
I guess more like finances. Yeah, finances. Or just general, whatever you're drawn to.
Okay. All right. Hang on just a moment. Let me tune in here. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm getting some impressions. I'm getting like dollar signs going all over the place. I'm feeling like there's some type of an investment or something that you are looking to do. Something that could be really lucrative, but you've been kind of sitting on it for a while.
I can't think of what that could be. I mean, the most I've been trying to invest in is a car, if that makes sense.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not what. That's not it. I'm feeling like. So I'm feeling like that there's some kind of an investment, possibly to do with retirement or 401k investments. Have you been doing anything with that? Because that seems to be coming through really strong.
No, I haven't done anything with that. It's been something that's been thought about, but I haven't really actually took any steps, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So what that's telling me is that because I'm being shown like dollar signs all over the place. So what they're showing me is that it's time for you to start investing in your future. That you need to start planning on how your future is going to look. They're telling me that you've actually done pretty well financially. You really know how to watch your money, watch your finances. But they're saying that the long-term planning or the long-term goals haven't been there for you. And so they're saying that right now you need to start investing in your future. I just keep hearing investing in your future. Does the company that you are you working outside the home or are you self-employed?
I work outside the home. I actually work 2 jobs.
Okay. So look into that and see if that your company, whoever that you're with, has some type of a plan, or if they don't, look outside of that and see if you find like an investment company that you can start looking into that part of it, because they're telling me that you can be really, really good at that. You have a tendency to manifest just about anything that you want to manifest, which is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So they're encouraging you to use that manifestation that you have to look into your future.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah, they're showing me that that as far as your stability or financial stability, you've got everything right there in front of you already. You have everything that it takes to strive financially. I see money swirling all around you. So that's why your team, your loved ones are pointing this out, because what you can do during this time in your life, you can also do for your future as well.
Okay, it's interesting you mention that. My future has been on my mind a lot lately, like as far as financially.
Right. And we're on the cusp of the supermoon as well. And that's also pushing you into thinking about your future and what you're going to be, do, have. So it's no wonder that this is coming up for you right now. So, but Myrtle, we are coming down to just the last few seconds of our show. So I want to thank you so much for calling in tonight, and I hope this helped.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was a lot of help, and I really appreciate it. And you definitely gave me the clarity I need.
Perfect. I love hearing that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a good night, and thank you again.
You're welcome. You too. Well, that does it for me here. Another Thursday night down. We'll see you guys all next week in September. Hard to believe our summer's already gone. If you'd like to reach out to me, I have opened 6 spots for private readings in the month of September. Catch me over at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or on Facebook at Julie Yeager Medium, or also Your Time to Shine Facebook page. Have a great week, everyone. See you next time.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance from Angel Disney Live for Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So, the topic for today, I learned that at the Saskatoon X, it is made very clear that development and empowerment is a very important part of our society. We must empower everyone to be the best that they can be at what they do best. It's very important to build people up as opposed to ripping them down, okay? Unconditional acceptance is important to all of us. We all have to learn our lessons, and we all have to learn our gifts and our developments at our own pace and our own way. So basically, there's no right or wrong way to develop. We just have to accept and encourage people and empower them to be the best that they can be. And today, while pulling the cards, of course, for the group, we got the integrity card. To walk with integrity and truth is to walk in power meant in spirit. So even our cards are telling us that today we have to lift everybody up and keep everybody in good spirits to heal the earth and to go in the direction that most of society wants, which is peace and love. Nobody likes the war, the fighting, the anxiety. They just want happiness and peace. And it's very important as a society that we build each other up. I've seen a lot at the X this week where people were fighting and arguing and cutting people down, cutting people off, getting angry. And it's just sort of, we got to be at ease. We've got to accept people for exactly who they are and the way they are, and realize that a lot of people are so gifted and they do not understand how to develop their gifts or how to, how would I say, develop how they would be just going forward with their gifts, learning what works for them and not be afraid to be judged or not be afraid to be told they're crazy, they belong in a loony house, and just go forward with joy and ease. It would make life so much easier. All right, so it looks like we have our first caller, Miranda from Pensacola, Florida. Hello? Miranda?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I think we have a little connection problem here. I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
All
right. So for you, your card today is shine. For you not only light your path, but the path for others around you. So this kind of tells me that you are a person that enlightens and empowers people, that people like being around you and they like to follow you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Let's see, what can we get here? Let's see. Now, what were you looking for today, Miranda? Were you just looking for general or was there anything in particular?
Just in general.
Just in general. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Miranda, how are you looking in your workforce? I'm getting that there's kind of a little disruption happening.
A little bit what?
A little bit of disruption. Is there chaos happening at work?
I'm trying to get to work, but I can't even get there.
You're on your way there now?
No, what I'm saying is just I try to get to go send in my criminal history record that I had to go get, and it's like I can't even make it there. So yeah, kind of it's like I'm trying to get there, but I can't.
Okay, take some deep breaths. Okay, the more we rush into trying to get to where we're going, the more there's going to be things falling in our path and slowing us down. So just go with the flow. In other words, just take a deep breath and you will get there when you get there. Everything happens for a reason, all right?
Right.
Okay. Have you been sort of having pain between your shoulder blades?
Yes, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm feeling right, like the best way to explain it is right between the shoulder blades, there is a point that I'm really tightening up and it's making like it's hard for me to breathe. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's funny because I have been having little my asthma attacks back, and I've never had them. I ain't had them since I was in 5th grade, and now I've been going through a lot, and I'm having them again.
Yeah, it's the stress that you're going through right now. It's kind of what's causing a lot of your health issues, if that makes sense. So,
yes, ma'am.
The money situation that you're kind of feeling at the moment, it's all going to work itself out. Like they're showing me that it's going to be a little chaotic for you, but as long as you go with the flow, it's going to level itself out and things are going to start going in the right direction for you.
Okay, so the things will start going in the right direction for me soon.
They're going to start. Do you have, sorry, what was that?
I said that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you have the opportunity to move up at work?
I mean, kind of, but not really.
Okay. They're showing me that you can. If you let your boss know that you're interested in that next phase, that they will start training you, if that makes sense.
Okay. And she says that at work, if I just ask them, to move up, they'll let me.
Yeah, just let them know. Yeah, just let them know that you're interested. Okay?
That's pretty funny, too. Yeah, I'll have to explain that to her whenever I get off the phone.
Yeah. Okay. What does the number 2 mean to you? They're showing me the number 2. Does that mean anything to you? Do you have 2 children?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay, so the number 2 doesn't mean anything to you? Okay. All right. Well, they're showing me the number 2. So there's an importance around there where something might be shifting in 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. But watch anything that's going to be coming in the 2s because they're showing me there's a shift coming. Okay. So it could be the 2nd of a month. It could be the 2nd week of a month. It could be in 2 months from now. So just pay attention to the cycle and what's going on with you at the moment. Okay? Because there's some changes coming your way, my girl, and they're going to be for the good. Okay? You just got to stay positive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Do you have any questions?
No, not anymore. That'll be it.
Okay. Do you have a grandma on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she have trouble breathing at the end?
Just over what?
Did she have trouble breathing at the end? Was she on oxygen? Because I'm getting like something, and I hate that when they put the tubes in the nose when you go in for surgery, and it's feeling like I have something there.
Yeah,
does that make sense? Okay, so, okay, did you spend a lot of time with her?
I did whenever I was growing up. She had passed away whenever I was like a baby almost. Like not really a baby, maybe about, I remember seeing her all the way up until, I think it was 2001, 2002. So maybe I was, about 7 or 8.
Yeah. Was she teaching you how to cook at the end? Because she's in the kitchen and she's showing me a little girl and she's showing me teaching that little girl how to cook.
Yeah, she did actually. We were all, because before she had went to the nursing home, she was like who we hung out with. My mom.
Okay.
And her. She babysat her.
Are you still cooking quite a bit?
No, I haven't had a home cooked meal in a while. So I've been like pretty much like homeless.
Oh. That's going to be changing for you. Okay? And when it does, she wants you to start cooking.
She said whenever she said that pretty much it's going to be changing for me, that I'm not going to be homeless somewhere. When she does, she wants me to start cooking. So pretty much, look, I've been getting like losing my weight. My fiance was murdered, and ever since then, I haven't been able to like keep my appetite, and it was like it's only been like 8 months.
Well, my girl, things are going to start getting better for you. Okay, you just got to believe in yourself. Okay, and everything happens for a reason. Just look for the bright side of it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any other questions before I move on to my next caller?
No, ma'am. And you have a blessed day. Thank you so much.
You too. And all the best of luck. And it's coming your way. Trust me. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. We're going to go to Amanda in Phoenix. Hi, Amanda.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, well, thank you for calling in. How are you today?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. I kind of had a couple of days recovery from the X from a week long of readings, and now I'm ready to rock it.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so your card is celebration. Your light is radiant. Be open to spiritual and material blessings coming your way. Now, that tells me you're going to have a lucky streak going on here in your life. Has things been a little turmoil for you?
Very.
Yeah, that's going to start to calm down. We've got the new moon that's kind of switched, so things are going to kind of level out for us. Now, okay. Okay. Do you know who in the family had either a miscarriage or lost a child?
I've had a couple of sisters that have had that.
Okay. There is one that's coming through. Now, one of your sisters has been having a hard time with this?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they're not supposed, like, the baby's here and they're not supposed to have any guilt. It wasn't their fault. And the baby wants your sister to know that. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So let's, okay. Now, do you have any questions or are you just looking for something in general?
Just in general.
Just in general? Okay. Who in your family has high blood pressure?
Not exactly sure.
Okay. I'm getting like I want to fall back feeling. It's not like it's a diabetic reaction. It's more a blood pressure issue. Okay. So I'm almost going to get like it's going to be. Okay, I'm working with this a little bit. Has your mom not been feeling well?
Honestly, I haven't been around her. I've been in the hospital with my 11-year-old daughter.
Okay. Okay. So that would it. No, I was going to say, I was going to explain it if you're in the hospital with your 11-year-old daughter, why I'm feeling woozy. But no, they're going back to your mom. I don't think your mom is feeling very well. So you might want to call her and just check in. Okay. Now, I'm going to see. Okay. Has your daughter been having trouble breathing?
She did have trouble breathing a while back. Not recently.
Okay, is it asthma? Because I'm getting a feeling like it's almost like an asthma attack or a spasm in my bronchial tubes.
No.
No? Okay.
Her lungs collapsed like a while ago, a month ago.
Okay.
And she was on like a
All
breathing tube.
Okay. That would explain the spazzing. All right, let's go into this a little bit. Okay. Do you have a grandmother on the other side? I'm seeing like a grandmother figure that is with your daughter at the moment, if that makes sense for you. Okay. So she's making me feel like she's watching over your daughter. She's also watching over you. You've been quite tired lately and you're going to need to take a little bit of time for yourself. You need to get some rest.
I'm hearing that over and over again.
Yeah, you need to get some rest because if you do not take care of yourself, you cannot take care of your daughter, and your daughter's going to need a lot of extra care when she comes out. If that makes sense. So you need to learn. You need to learn to ask for help. So you need to ask for somebody that can sit with her that you trust, that you can just stay within the hospital, but have a place where you can go and rest. Because I want to yawn, so I know you're tired. Okay?
Definitely.
And you haven't been eating very well, they're telling me. Your grandmother's telling me you're not eating very well. That you need to start getting better food into your system or you're going to be in the bed right next to your daughter.
Okay.
Okay, so you got to nourish your body for you to be able to take care of her.
Hello?
Are you still there? Hello, Amanda? Okay, So while we're trying to get connected back in with Amanda here, we'll talk a little bit more about where I was going with Amanda. As caregivers, we tend to put ourselves last and we do not take care of ourselves. Hi, Amanda.
Hi. Sorry,
Hi. That's okay. I was just going a little further into how caregivers, we don't take care of ourselves and how important it is that we do take time and we don't have to feel guilty about it. Okay? Because I know there's a little bit of guilt for you. And I don't want you to feel guilty, my girl, because what happened is not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Freak things happen to all of us.
Really rare type of leukemia.
Yeah. So you really need to start taking care of yourself so you can really take care of her. She has a little bit of a rough road ahead of her, but Grandma is telling me things are going to get better. It's just going to take some time. Her little body needs to recuperate. Okay? But she's also a fighter. Like, they're telling me she is a very strong-willed child. So even though you'll say no, she'll say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And she wakes up always with a smile on her face and she always tells you it's going to be better. Yes. So in her own way, she's trying to take care of you because she can sense your energy and your fear.
Okay.
So it's very important for you to just take some deep breaths and clear your mind. Okay?
Okay.
And relax so that you can be happy. So you'll want to start laughing and giggling and funny jokes, cartoons, and just go with the flow. And my girl, if you need to cry, it's okay to step out of the room and have a good cry and give yourself permission to do that because you've been holding everything in since she fell sick, and that's not good for you. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now, do you have 2 more children?
I do.
Okay. Who are they staying with at the moment?
My sister.
Okay. Have you talked to them lately?
Yeah, I saw them yesterday.
Okay. I'm getting the feeling like the middle child isn't quite understanding what's happening. Does that make sense to you?
No, because he's been involved the whole time, so he knows exactly what's going on.
Okay. I'm getting the feeling like he's not quite, like he's, how would I say? He's acting like a man, but I don't think he quite understands everything that's happening. He understands he has to stay with your sister, okay? He understands you need to be at the hospital with your daughter, but I'm getting the feeling like there's something in there that he's missing because I'm feeling a little confused.
Okay.
Okay? So he might understand, but he might have questions as well that aren't answered. So he's sitting at a little bit of a confusion area.
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay, where's hubby in all of this?
He comes back and forth. He's working right now, but he's been staying between the boys. He'll go home a day or 2 during the week, and then he's at the hospital with us the rest of the time.
He's been burning both ends of the candle, has he not?
Yes, he is. Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Both of you guys are going to need to learn to take a little time for yourself. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, Kate, I'm almost getting like a panic attack. Does that make sense?
That's how I feel every day.
That's how you feel every day? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was you or your hubby, but I'm feeling like I'm just going to start to hyperventilate.
It's me. I feel like I can't breathe.
Okay. You can breathe, my girl. Okay? You just gotta take a step back, okay? So when hubby comes to the hospital, go out and get yourself a cup of coffee and a sandwich and just let him sit with your daughter, and that's okay. All right? Because he gets away, even though he's burning both ends of the candle and he's taking care of the kids and he's going home and he's taking care of his job and everything. He actually gets away from the hospital, but I'm feeling like you never get a break.
I don't want to leave.
You need to, my girl. You need to. And don't go far. I'm not telling you to go 10, 15 minutes away, but you need to step out of the hospital and you need to have a cup of coffee and you need to have something sugary, even though I just told you to eat healthy. You need to kind of have that little treat for yourself, okay?
Okay.
And you need to just get outside and you need to get some fresh air and you need to meditate.
Okay.
So find a place that you can sit and meditate, but you're really close by that you can be in her room within 2 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
And that's okay. And don't feel guilty when you do this. You need to do this. Okay?
Okay. I almost lost her 3 times, and so I'm just afraid to leave her.
She's a fighter, and Grandma's with her, my girl. Okay? And like I told you, she has a tough road ahead of her. But for you to be able to give her the proper care, because as the caregiver, you're also giving her energy for her to heal. Okay? So if your energy is low and tired and anxious, that's the type of energy you're going to be giving her.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, so I need you to step away, not very far, but step away so that you can change your way of thinking and your energy, and then you can go back in with a refreshed energy that she can get the proper energy off of you to help her fight the fight that she's got ahead of her. And she's got a little bit more of a bumpy road in front of her, but she's a fighter.
Yes, she does.
Okay? Like, I'm not seeing anything bad. I'm just seeing that she's going to have a bumpy road ahead of her, and she's going to need all the strength you have, which means you have to take care of yourself. You have to step out and change your frame of mind, get yourself calm, and come back in.
Okay.
Okay? Because if you don't, you're not going to be any good to her or your other children or your husband. You're going to burn out. Okay?
welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a great 2 weeks off. I did. I'm really happy to be back. As much as I love vacationing, I love my own bed way more. And I'm actually tired from vacationing, so I'm really happy to be back. Quick admin note, I'm doing an energy meditation and mimosa mini brunch at my place on August 10th from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. There will be a link in the description box of the recorded version of the show on my YouTube channel if you want to attend. I hope that I see you there. Anyway, let's get on into the show. So we are still in Mercury retrograde, yay. So you could have been dealing with delays, looking at the past and how it is affecting the way you live your life right now. Insecurities could have been triggered, possible miscommunication issues could have happened, or just communication technology issues in general. Some of you may have also caught a cold or dealt with some other physical illness that manifested. And this month has had like that push-pull kind of energy where you're being pushed in one direction only to be pulled back to stay in the moment. Maybe stay in a feeling, or maybe needing to reevaluate something that is going on in your life and making the connection to the past in some way. At the same time, this month, there's also been a lot of unexpected happy surprises and lots of summer activities with everyone enjoying some fun times too. So it hasn't been all stressful and bad. I feel like there's been a lot of good things that have been happening this month. It's just, like I said, kind of the push-pull back and forth. Today, July 25th, is considered a day out of time. It's a day to be observed as a day free of time, which I know is practically impossible to do when everything in our lives revolves around time. You have to be at work at a specific time, you got to take lunch at a specific time. So it's really hard to kind of observe this day free of time. But this free day realigns the 13 moon calendar and solar year. It's aligned with the feminine aspect of nature. It's a day of deep respect for all life. It's a sacred pause to celebrate before the dawning of the new galactic year, which always begins on July 26th. So today, July 25th, is the day out of time. The galactic, or in other words, some people call it the Mayan calendar, runs from July 26th to July 24th. It's calculated by 13 moons of 28 days, which equals 364 days, and July 25th would be the 365th day. So this calendar honors the true energetic nature of Earth based around the sun and the moon, and all of our energy ebbs and flows with the heavens, with the universe, the celestial bodies, whatever you want to call it. We're all connected. So on July 26th, tomorrow, we move into the magnetic moon of purpose until August 22nd, which carries the energy to unify, attract, and purpose, right? It has to do with our purpose. So you may come to the realization that all life is unified as a whole. We all come from the same source. We are individual expressions of God, universe, source, creation, totality, or whatever your choice of word is, to embody a unique and essential contribution to this existence. And this realization will cause you to seek your true purpose, which is encoded within you. And so many people reach out to me wanting to know what their life purpose is. And unfortunately, that's something that we can never really tell you because it's part of your journey. It's encoded within you. This is something that you have to discover for yourself. And we can help guide you, and we can give you certain information to help get your inner mojo going, your inner thought processes, so that you can find this for yourself. But, we can never really tell you what your true purpose is. That is part of your purpose here on the planet, is to find that out yourself. So it's it's one with who you are, and once activated, it attracts and draws your attention to it. So the second that you really start having this connection of oneness, and you really start journeying and traveling inward, and you really start to want to seek and find your true purpose, what happens is when you're connected and you're one with that energy, with your purpose, you will naturally start attracting and magnetizing everything to you to help the unfoldment of your purpose, right? That's when you start to realize what direction you need to go in. And then you start step by step, you start realizing, oh my gosh, this is what my purpose is. This is how I'm meant to be of service to others, right? So it kind of happens very naturally. And it's a process, but there's no limits to your success once you start down this path. And this next 28-day moon cycle is very powerful and can usher you along your path. You can expect synchronicities, you can expect opportunities, and just do your best to stay in the now and enjoy the ride, right? Try not to push things along too much. All right, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, July 25th through to August 1st as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. This week, pilgrimage came to mind, and a pilgrimage is a journey to a sacred place for the purpose of deepening and expanding your awareness. And this journey can be a combination of inner and outer journeying. And I feel like several of you are embarking on a sacred journey of getting to know yourselves better. You're starting to journey inwards. You're starting to get that awareness. Many of you have already been on this journey for a while, and now you're hitting a deeper level. Your consciousness and your awareness is that much more heightened, and you're really moving towards your purpose more. And then some of you, I feel, may actually go to some sacred site, whether it's a labyrinth, a group meditation, or maybe you decide to run off to the Himalayas and go meditate with the monks, right? I mean, whatever it is, everyone will be embarking on some sort of a pilgrimage. And especially with the moon cycle over the next 28 days, it's helping us connect with our true selves and our true purposes. So you might really feel that push to get that happening. And then Mercury also ends retrograde at the beginning of August sometime, I think like the 7th or 8th. And the shadow period, I think, lasts another week. But by the middle of August, you're really going to feel more of a forward momentum. Along with this pilgrimage is also a time for nourishment. You need to nourish yourself. You need to nourish others. There's also a strong energy that's coming in that I feel like you are just going to feel nourished and supported without really seeing evidence of it. To me, this is the energy of the divine coming in and nourishing your soul and embracing you in that love and that light and this upliftment of energy. So you may have moments of just feeling very, very loved and content. And it's not coming from anyone, right? It's just emanating from within you. And you may also then have mixed moments with having difficulty concentrating, and maybe even some anxiety might come up. Try to focus on just one thing at a time over this week, because I feel like, again, the energies are going to be pretty strong, and you could be going back and forth with feeling uber love to like stressing out. Try to get things accomplished, because I feel like there's going to be this high energy, so you really will be getting things accomplished, especially in the areas of work and career. We also continue on the path of transformation. You're changing, the people around you are changing, the world is changing. The one constant is change, and this week there could be some very uplifting and pleasant moments of success coming your way. For some of you, this could be uncomfortable because, well, it's change. And the message that I'm getting is deal with your drama, handle your exes, deal with your old hurts, get all of your unresolved crap handled, right? So it will be a little bit uncomfortable, but in the end, it's going to be so beneficial for you to confront these things, right? In the long term, your life is going to be so much better. And although for the most part, I feel everyone is going to be happy with what surfaces in their life, that's going to be transformed, even if it comes in the form of challenges. And some of you could have dragons or a white dragon come into your reality, in some way as a symbol of being on the right path. I decided to pull an angels and ancestors card for everyone this week. And the card that I pulled was the direction guardian. And it says to choose your path, connect with your deepest desires, then choose the path that will make your heart and soul sing. Your path isn't set in stone, and your angels and guides have no expectations for you, nor should you have any for yourself. There are many directions you can take. None of them are wrong, as they all hold perfect opportunities to grow and to learn. But life is to be enjoyed and savored. So if you know that there's a decision to be made, and particularly if you are feeling indecisive, choose the path that you know is going to make you light up, and choose with your heart. So hopefully that helps someone that might be feeling stuck with making a decision. Your animal spirit energy for the week is the fox. The fox is smart, a strong partner or mate, and a wise teacher. The fox is an enchanting creature with plenty of mystique to go around. Fox personalities are skillful in business and also make great teachers. They are quick to learn and adapt well to new situations. And foxes are ideal life partners as they commit to relationships for the long term, and their natural charisma keeps things exciting. Fox energy helps us stay true to the most dear to us. And when this card appears, reconnect to those you love. Foxes don't do well when they slip away. When in balance, the feeling will be magical, an ingenious teacher, and monogamous. And when out of balance, sneaky, unsure of their identity, and to bring into balance, partnership and connection. Okay, those of you that are employed, some of you will have successes and will be feeling really proud. Some of you will be feeling pretty good about things at work, but there could be one thing that bugs you, like a coworker talking too much, or maybe a coworker's not doing their job properly, or maybe your boss starts micromanaging more than usual. And a few of you could have some misunderstandings at work, and some of you may feel like you are undervalued, so you could be in a little bit of a funk. Those of you that are looking for a job, I feel like some of you will find a job that is better than you could have expected, and you'll be very, very happy. And the rest, I feel, are still applying and searching for the perfect fit. Love, those of you in committed relationships and dating seriously, overall, I feel like it will be a good week in romantic relationships. Some of you could find out you're pregnant or decide to work on making babies. Some of you will have misunderstandings, so it will be important for you to listen to your partner and to think before you speak. Some of you may decide to confront and discuss issues in your relationship. A few of you will decide that you want to move on, and a few of you will do it very quickly. And a couple of you, I feel like, will wait to break the news to your partner for another couple of weeks. I feel like you're getting your game plan together of what you're doing. And whoever just met someone new out there, I feel like you're questioning if this person really likes you. And the answer is yes, they really do. Those of you that are single and dating, I feel meetups and connections. Love is definitely in the air. Some of you could be starting new relationships. I also feel like some of you are out there dating or think you're open to meeting someone, but your energy is too focused on your career and you're not actually making room in your life to allow someone in. So double check that so you can make sure you make some room for love. Finances, for some of you, money is looking up, especially if you've been working hard. You're seeing the results, and some of you need to really pay attention to where you are putting your money, because I feel like you're just blowing it. And lastly, this is not the week for any risky investments. Health, some of you may overindulge in food, alcohol, or drugs, or all of the above. Other than that, I feel like for the most part, everybody's going to be feeling upbeat and feeling better than normal. Even if you are dealing with any sort of illnesses, I feel like you're going to be feeling better. Spirituality, all I was getting is don't be afraid of change or new information coming your way this week. And some of you are feeling very tired from your day-to-day life and activities. You may decide to explore your mind, body, spirit to get some peace. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages. So let me get to tonight's caller. I have Stephanie in Italy, Texas. Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How can I help you this evening?
I'm in a really bad place. I broke up with me last week. And now me and my kids are without a house, no car, no job. My mom passed away unexpectedly last November. And so it's just been kind of downhill since then.
I'm so sorry to hear all the things that you're struggling with right now. I am sorry for your loss. I completely understand. I lost my mom as well. And I'm sorry to hear about your breakup, but you know what? I really feel like it's for the best.
Really? So you don't think we'll be back together?
Look, I feel like you guys might go back and forth, or there might be this, like he might reach out to you again and you might feel the desire to go back. But I feel like in your heart, you know that maybe this wasn't the healthiest relationship to be in. I kind of feel like you guys fought a lot there towards the end.
I'm texting another female that he met one night, and like he denied it until like I caught him red-handed. So I don't really think that was good.
Yeah, I mean, if it's any consolation, I don't feel like he acted on any, like I don't feel like anything got more physical. I don't feel it could have been heading towards that direction.
Yeah, because I texted her and I shut it all down.
Okay, got you. So that makes sense. Okay, because I didn't feel like it went much further. Look, I feel like I just feel like there's a little bit of selfishness on the other side over here with him.
Absolutely.
And I feel like possibly a little bit of a midlife crisis. Like I feel like he's completely kind of gone off the deep end.
He was in a relationship for 14 years, and I think he got into this one too soon. And everything was great in the beginning, but then, real life happened, and he didn't know how to handle it. Like bills pile up, and he shut down completely, doesn't know how to handle it, and completely pushed me out.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy. I don't feel like he's a bad, I don't feel that. I just feel like he's got a lot of trauma from his past, and he doesn't really know how to deal with emotions very well. And for him, it's easier to walk away so that he doesn't have to feel guilty like he's the bad guy, because he's already beating himself up about it enough. My thing that I don't like about this situation right now is that I feel like he's not stepping up to the plate to make sure that you and the kids are okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm really upset about that with him, because I feel like typically he's a pretty decent guy, and that, like, it just seems kind of.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's got a great heart. He's a great guy.
Yeah, I just feel like it's kind of out of character, and I almost feel like he's trying to prove a point or punish you in some weird way. I don't know what his mindset is there, but it just doesn't make sense to me, because he knows he's the one that messed up. I feel like you just tried way too hard. Maybe you
I gave it my all for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like you put in too much effort to the point where maybe it was too much for him, which made him then feel even more, which sounds really silly, but it's like maybe you loving too much and doing too much almost freaked him out in some weird way. And then like you said, life happened. I feel like you guys had a couple of hurdles to get over together. And I feel like he's just at a point where he just kind of wants to wipe his hands and move on about this.
Right. I think it was that he's not used to somebody treating him right, and he didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the two of you are triggering each other's baggage, if that makes sense, because like, I feel like what he's doing is, I kind of feel like he might be mimicking maybe your own dad in some way, where I just feel like you're feeling abandoned and like, I just feel like you're just, seeking and the validation and you just want so badly to like prove your love and receive the love in return. But I just don't know. Look, you're so much stronger than what you might feel right now in this moment when it comes to what's happening. And I really feel like the universe is kind of like throwing a bunch of destruction down your path because there's some changes that need to happen.
Right.
And my biggest concern, go ahead.
I was going to say, aside from the relationship, like, I'm focused on me and my kids now. Like, I'm just scared, honestly, because of the situation that we're in, and I just need a silver lining or a tunnel or something. I don't know what to look forward to right now.
So I feel like you haven't told a lot of people about what is going on in your life. Like, I kind of feel like you're, not that you're making it secretive, but I almost feel like maybe you're being too prideful, and I feel like you need to ask for help, because I do feel like somebody would look out for you guys, at least temporarily, to help get you situated.
Right.
And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's it feels like a male energy to me that's a part of your life already that maybe is also connected to your boyfriend, husband?
So I'm currently staying at my kid's dad's house because he works out of town, and he is completely like making sure that he's giving me a place to stay. He's going above and beyond for us and my kids. So I'm sure it's him.
Okay, so it's him that I'm picking up on. Okay, so yeah, I kind of feel like, he's going to pick up the slack and make sure, because he doesn't want you out on the street with the kids.
He's doing great.
But
yeah.
I also, does he know your current guy? Because like, I feel like he is willing to have some words and be like, hey, dude, you need to like, step up to the plate.
That, of course, but he thinks that, I mean, it's real awful what he's done. So I'm sure he has some aggression towards and wants to say something to him, but they don't know each other on a personal level like that.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Because I feel like he does want to say words, but that would make sense not to confront this situation because it would probably get ugly. Look, I kind of really feel like you could do way better than this guy. He's not a horrible guy, but you really don't need to be in a situation with your kids where this guy's going to be wishy-washy. And I kind of feel like right now what he's going through is not something that is going to get resolved overnight. I feel like it would be a process. And I don't feel like you're destined to be alone at all. I do feel like there's love in your life, and it will come to you. You will find that love. In the meantime, I do feel like you need to continue focusing on yourself and your children. I feel like you've got to get clear about what your skills and talents are, because I feel like you could. Are you working right now, or do you need to get a job? Or
I need to get a job, and I need a car, and I need a house. Like, I'm just everywhere. Yeah, no, I'm looking for a job.
Okay, so I feel like you got some insecurities surrounding worrying about, are you going to be good enough for a job? And I think, yes, you are. You need to get clear about what your skills are and what your talents are. I feel like you can find a job, July. I feel like you could be working by August. And I also feel like you need to, I'm going to start speaking faster because I can see Dave is typing me how many. Oh, I got 2 minutes left. Okay. So I feel like you need to look within your local community, because I feel like there is some sort of a program where I don't know if it's affiliated through a church group or a spiritual group or the government, but I feel like there's some sort of nonprofit organization that will take you and your children in and will basically help you get on your feet. They'll help you get a car. They'll help you get a house.
All of those today.
Oh, you did? Okay.
All of it, yes.
Okay.
I have one quick question, since I only have like a minute. Yeah. My mom, I mean, can you feel anything from my mom? I just miss her so much.
What is your mom's name really quickly?
Wanda.
Okay, I feel like she's been around, and I think one of your kids actually sees her.
Oh my God, yes, he did. He told me.
Yeah,
my 4-year-old.
Yep, he sees her. She's around. She loves you guys all. She is helping from the other side to get you through this. She's agreeing with me. Do not go back to him. She's actually saying some not so nice words about him.
Of course.
Yeah, she seems pretty sassy, but she says you're going to be fine, and she's helping you, and she's going to work on giving you a sign. I do got to go. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. That's all the time we have for tonight, and I'll see you next week. Bye.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness on A1R Radio. Every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, I'm here not only to do a free reading, but to also just talk about some things that I think people ask a lot of questions about, or they've been pretty interested about in the past. So I also like to take questions that I get via email or by my website, or the classes that I've done, and just to answer those here because they're so common that I just like to let people know how I do things. And of course, that will vary from practitioner to practitioner or reader to reader. So usually I will just tell people how I do things, and I tell people how it goes for me. So that's just me, and that's just the way that I do it. Different people do things differently. So I also love to hear feedback about what you have found on specific topics that I go over on my show. So if you ever have any feedback, I'd love to hear from you at annaolsonintuitive.com. You can go to my contact page and email me, which gets to me a lot quicker and easier than the chat box, actually. The chat box is only there for the times that I'm actually on call, which isn't very often opposed to how often I will check my emails. And if I don't answer right away on my chat box via my website, then I'm not going to get a hold of you that day or maybe ever, because we'll miss each other. So Again, Anna Olsen, intuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, and it's on the bottom of the screen. So today I'm going to take a call, but first I wanted to go over some of the volunteer work that I have done and that I continue to do with some organizations in Los Angeles through a program called MITT, which is Mastery in Transformational Training in Los Angeles, California. I have been able to have the pleasure of working with some teenagers through the Torch program through after graduating from MITT. As a graduate myself, I've been able to staff many trainings for kids, both in the corrections department and through juvenile hall, or kids that are in trouble or at risk youth. I've also been able to work with children that just have goals and they'd like to set more goals as teens. And it's basically a leadership program to teach them not only how to be leaders, but how to communicate more effectively and to build their emotional intelligence in a very strict psychological environment with people who are very caring and nurturing. And I've had the pleasure with working with many people who have not only been very experienced in all of these different topics, but also have a passion for working with children and helping inner city kids to better their lives, to better their situations, and to take full responsibility for not only where they are in their life, but where they're going and where they would like to be in the future and what kind of difference that they would like to make in the world. And unfortunately, last night, early morning this morning, I found out that one of my fellow advocates and coaches, Joe Palmer, had passed away from complications due to a surgery in his early 50s. So in his honor and remembering Joe Palmer, tonight I'd like to just mention the Torch Foundation. You can go to thetorchfoundation.org if you'd like more information regarding getting your child fully covered and having a scholarship to be put through the Torch Foundation, if they're at risk or not, if they just have had emotional issues, or if they're going through a lot for any reason. Some kids are having different sexual orientation issues, or sometimes they're just having trouble with their peers, or maybe with their goals, or exactly what they'd like to do in their life. And what's really great about this program is not only can you get scholarships for certain trainings in Los Angeles, but they're also done all over the United States and all over the world. So there are even some of these trainings being done for adults in China and Mexico. And I just want to really reiterate how great this work is with children. And I'm really striving to have all of my children go through these trainings. I have had one of my kids so far, who's now an adult, go through these trainings, and they're phenomenal for their development, their growth socially and emotionally. And the main emphasis I wanted to put out there in Joe's honor is the topic of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the thing that all the psychologists know really get people places. So you can have a straight 4.0 grade point average for your entire life, and if you haven't worked on that emotional intelligence, you're in trouble. They show that people can even, have less of an education and end up going much further with their developed and advanced emotional intelligence than those who have not. So that is something to learn early as possible, hopefully when kids are either in their even infant stages all the way up until preschool, kindergarten, first grade. That's the time to really get them started on identifying emotions and feelings in others and being able to have a compromise and an empathy when working with others to really develop their relationships with others and to be able to work towards goals in their life with support from others and to really build strong emotional bonds with people in their work environment, at home, their marriages, and in their communities. So again, I would really like to extend the invitation to go to thetorchfoundation.org and to find out what you can about this wonderful organization and how you can get started in either having your child 13 to 17 participate, or to even be a mentor after going through the trainings, because some of these kids go back and they also are a peer mentor coach, which is also a great opportunity for them. And it looks amazing on a college application and on a resume as they continue through their work in MITT or in the Torch Foundation. So that said, I just wanted to go into different ways that I have worked on my emotional intelligence and that we can always do better. Nobody's done, quote unquote, in learning about emotional intelligence. So basically, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand how someone else must feel and to properly and appropriately communicate how you feel. So if you want to Google that, it's a really great thing to look at. It's a great thing to learn. I have a caller. Her name is Michelle from San Diego, California. Michelle, how are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you tonight? Hello?
Hello, Michelle. Hi.
I'm here.
Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. I'm here. I'm going to check my connection real quick. It sounds like you're kind of fading in and out a little bit. So I'm just going to check real quick. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, great. So how can I help you tonight? Is there a specific topic that you'd like to focus on?
Not really, nothing specific other than, trying to figure out how to do life right.
Okay. I think we're all kind of working on that, right?
I should hope so.
Okay, great. So the first thing that I'm kind of thinking of is there something within career or relationships that you'd like to go over?
Well, yeah, we'll go with the relationships, I suppose. My husband, he died like 4 years ago. So I'm not really in a relationship, and so.
Okay, so are you?
Hello.
Okay, hi.
Hi. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Hello? Hi.
Hello.
Okay, I was just explaining hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Hello? Okay, good.
Hello.
I was just wondering if you are able to, like, what relationships would you like to go over? Because there's also family, friends, coworkers.
Well, I have 3 sons.
Okay, that right there is in and of itself quite a feat.
Thank you.
So, the first thing I'm getting is the 4 of Wands for you with your relationships with your sons. So basically that means that you've had a lot of influence over these boys. And are they all adults now? Like maybe the youngest one in
yes,
teens?
They are.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Is your youngest one still closer to teens or early 20s?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm getting that so far so good. You've been a great influence for them in raising them. And I'm wondering, is there any specific one that you wanted to kind of go over with how things are going with him? Kenneth, okay. So is Kenneth just taking a little longer to become independent?
No.
Okay. Because I'm kind of getting that there's more of the emotional maturity thing there with him. It's not so much that he's not doing well. It's more of a connection that he has with you.
Okay.
And I got something about money, and it's a little bit, I don't know. I'm getting that there is something financial for him.
Okay. Yeah.
So has that been something that's been ongoing?
Yeah, well, he just went through some stuff with his own son, and he's looking to change jobs, get actually good career going. And he just doesn't know which way he wants to go. He doesn't know how to do it, and it keeps talking himself down. Like, who's going to hire you when you need the weekends off for your kid? You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, there's something out there for you. But I'd really like to know if things are going to go positively for him.
Yes, it's definitely a challenge right now. I am seeing that there will be a female now. I'm not sure if this is you maybe helping him financially, or if there's going to be a relationship that comes into his life where there's a female who can offer some financial and emotional support there.
Okay.
But I'm getting that, and that there will be a kind of a chapter starting over for him. He's going to have to start over with this new way of living, but we're getting a lot of this with this Mercury in retrograde, where people are starting over from where they were. And we've kind of uprooted a lot of our old stuff in the Mercury in retrograde. August 2nd, we should go direct, which means that these things will be able to straighten out and become more clear around that time and that first week right after August 2nd.
Okay.
How does that feel to you?
It feels all right. It feels pretty good, actually. I was wondering why things just couldn't seem to go right. You know what I mean? No matter which way you tried to spin it.
Yeah. And, it seems like at any season or given chapter of our lives, we're always worried about that one kiddo that's just having a rough time. And
right.
So, yeah. And this is the Mercury retrograde. Yes. And with the Mercury in retrograde, it just pulls up all this old stuff that needs to be resolved. And it's like, I would say it's like cleaning out your garage. It's something you don't want to do, but once it's done, you feel so much better.
Right.
And with this new chapter that he's coming into, he's going to be able to straighten out. It's going to take around 6 months for him to figure it out. August 2nd, we're going to go direct. So I think things will clear up around that time and begin to go the way that it looks, more promising, more stable. He just needs some time to get used to the transition in this new chapter, like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see some financial support and maybe, help with watching his son and that sort of thing with the female coming into the picture.
Okay.
So that's promising as well. It will be very helpful and it will work out well. Is he one who works with his hands, like maybe construction or engineering or building?
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing that the work will be a little bit harder, but it will be what he needs.
Okay. All right. That makes sense, kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes it sort of makes sense when we're in the reading, and then later on it will make a lot of sense and it will all come together for you. And you're like, oh, that's what she's talking about.
Okay. All right. That sounds pretty cool.
Okay. And, I just really feel like
aha moments.
Yes,
Yeah.
you'll have those aha moments. And I love to hear about them, by the way. So if you ever want to contact me and let me know about them, I love to hear about them.
Okay.
For instance, I just had done a reading, a medium reading with a woman who had lost somebody. And I kept telling her I saw a picture of Mary and there were candles. And does she know what that means? And throughout the whole reading, she could not place it. However, right after she got off the phone with me, she texted somebody that she knows, who knew the deceased. And they texted her a picture right away of a whole little table with a picture of Mary with the candles exactly the way I had described it. So sometimes you have to talk to other people, and communicate with other people. And what that does is it gets people talking, it gets families closer together, and they begin to get closer because they feel like there's more of a teamwork, especially when there's something going on that's a little stressful, or if people are in grief or things like that. So that's a very common thing. It's less common than people getting it right away, but it does happen.
Okay.
And for you, I see you doing a lot of things that you just really love to do. So I'm seeing something almost like gardening. Is there something you like with gardening or outdoors?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, I'm an avid gardener. I've got tomatoes and strawberries and cucumbers and cantaloupe and watermelon and celery all growing in my yard right now.
Wow, you are quite the gardener. I love that. And, I'm just seeing you being able to relax and just becoming more and more leisurely and doing the things that you enjoy more and more and more. And to not let anything cut into that, these things, I think it's great that you do that. And, it's going to be really healthy for you. I feel like you've always been really healthy that way. And, you're just going to keep getting more and more things that are more fun for you, because it's like almost the reward of that investment you made when you were raising your kids when they were young. You're past that phase. You're also beginning or have been working on your new chapter in your life.
Correct.
And although we never stop worrying about our kids, I do see that you are definitely going to become more and more freed up as your youngest gets older. You'll be able to start doing any sort of traveling that you'd like to do or that you've been looking forward to. You can start doing more of your own hobbies, continuing, the gardening. And I see you actually, I'm not sure if there's when people do a specific plant and they win an award for it, like an orchid, or they specialize in bonsais or something like that. I feel like you would be good at that.
In a show, huh?
Yeah, win an award and, like you get the prized plant, like you've got that.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the baking contest, but it's plants or,
yes, they have flower shows.
Okay.
They do.
And I really think that you'd be good at that if that's something that you'd want to try. It'd be something you'd really enjoy. And do you respond well with plants? Because I'm getting that you're almost like an intuitive with plants.
I do talk to them a lot.
Okay, so you talk to your plants, and that's probably why they grow so well. You communicate with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they tell you what they need, which is funny because some people will be like, "What are you talking about?" Plants are alive.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You can feel the emotions from them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's a gift. So that's something you can teach them.
I can even feel the mycelium sometimes. It's weird.
Yep. So it's interesting how many people connect with plants, trees. They hear messages from them. Plants also contain information, meaning if we have a tree that's 100 years old, it has absorbed information from its environment for that 100 years. And it does grow wisdom. It does have information there. And this is all science. It's nothing in anybody's imagination. It's not a delusion or a hallucination. It's been proven. So, that's one of your gifts. So I'd love to see you build on that, because I really think you can share that with others. And the more good intention you put into the plant, the more it yields that in the fruit or the vegetable. And, I could even see you if you wanted to. It would be fun, I think, for you if you wanted to grow a bunch of different fruits and vegetables and sell them, like maybe farmer's market or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be really fun.
That kind of sort of lately. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'd be great at it.
Okay. Interesting.
There's community gardening projects. Yeah, it really does help people, because there are even, in the big cities, all these wonderful projects where people will plant all these beautiful flowers or vegetables within the cities, and the whole community comes and takes care of it and waters it and then yields from it. There's so many different things you can do to really better people's lives. When people see a garden, it is very therapeutic. It gives them those negative ions that they need to aid in just decreasing their anxiety. It decreases depression. When you put your hands in the soil, it also contains the negative ions, which human beings need and we're fully removed from as a whole. Too many people do not do that anymore. And it's even something you could teach if you would like to. And I think you'd have a lot of fun. I know I'm going off on this whole gardening thing, but I just really feel like you would get a lot of joy from it. And a lot of your hobbies could include that for your, that you could teach that to other people, because a lot of people really have no clue what they're doing when it comes to gardening.
Right. I hear you.
I don't know if the look on my face is guilty right now. What's that?
I have my niece and my sister-in-law are bring their plants over on a regular basis for help with them.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, they just can't seem to get one to stay alive.
I know exactly how that is. So my oldest son moved out, and he would always take care of my plants, and I'm just hoping to keep them alive. I really hope I can. We need you.
We can. Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to go over? Like, is there any other questions? Do you have any concerns? Retirement, finances?
No. I mean, I'm nowhere near retirement yet, but my mom and dad, they're like traveling right now, and they have this motorhome and they go. And I'd like to, could you tell me, if they're going to have a safe trip home?
Yeah, I think that they'll have a safe trip home. They have to go pretty far, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's just going to be, I feel like they really love what they're doing, like they're traveling, but there might be a little hiccup with the vehicle.
Okay.
And they'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Like, they can figure this out. They've got it. They've done this for so long. They'll be fine. I just see a little hiccup with the vehicle, maybe just a little something under the hood that they have to deal with on the way home, but they'll come home fine. They'll be safe. They're going to have a safe trip home. I feel like your dad really knows how to take care of himself and your mom.
Right. Yeah, he does. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if anything positive comes up, I will definitely get back to you and let you know.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
How things turn out. You're welcome.
You have a great night.
Thank you. You too, sweetheart.
Okay. Have fun with those plants.
I will.
It's kind of, it's not very common to have somebody who knows how to communicate with plants. It's a rare thing these days. So I'm very excited to be able to talk to somebody who knows how to do it. Yeah, it's like people lose contact with the plants. They ignore them. They block them out when it's for their best interest to really get in touch with that and communicate with it. So it is special and unique. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about it too, because you may get some feedback from some people that, oh, well, it's just plants. Oh, that sounds fun. Have fun with that. But it really is quite an amazing thing. It's rare and it's unique. And oftentimes when somebody, oftentimes when somebody has a green thumb, they're also connected to the earth and the rocks and crystals and things like that. And they can read them well, or they know what benefits they provide people. And in addition, however you take care of your plants and vegetables, you're going to put that intention into the fruit or the yield, and that will benefit the people who consume it. So there's a whole science behind this, and energy work, and with intuition. So to me, it's very exciting. So I just wanted to let you know that it's fun. It's rare to talk to somebody who's so good at it and who has such a connection with that.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You just made my year.
Well, thanks for calling in, and enjoy the beautiful weather there.
Thank you very much. I am. I do every day.
Great. Okay, have a wonderful day. And you can contact me anytime on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And you have a wonderful night.
All right. Thank you. You too, Anna.
Okay, good night. So here we had somebody who connects well with plants, and there's so many different types of extrasensory abilities that it can make your head spin. There's 12, and that's one of the rare ones that I've actually connected with a few times, but it's for somebody who connects as well as she does is really exciting. So I wanted to really play off of that and just accentuate the importance of that and how that can be something that not only we can utilize and how special it is and how valuable it is, we can also learn it and develop that ourselves. So I hope you have a great night. Thank you so much for watching. I will talk to you and see you next week, Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, Insights into Consciousness. I'm Anna Olson. Have a wonderful night.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Mason, and welcome to the Sensing Spirituality radio show, brought to you by A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where, with love, we welcome you. So, we hope you've had a good week this week, and I just would like to share a few words of wisdom, and hopefully you can carry them around with you, which is a bit like having your own mace, which is an abbreviation of my surname, in a case. There you go, mace in a case. So you can have that little reminder in your head that'll give you that trigger to go, aha, when life gets in your way, on you, or in your ear, or whatever it does, you can think of me fondly. There you go. So I would like to talk to you today about mediocrity. That's what I would like to talk about. Now, you know what? As we awaken, as we become more in tune with, there's got to be something more than this. There's something out there that I know. I've got this feeling inside of me that just needs to burst out because I'm not happy with where I am. Quite often, people around us go, you what? They think we're absolutely bonkers. And they don't understand. And they talk about all the experiences and all the things as to, don't do this, don't do that. Well, that's not right. Why would you do that? And that, of course, is based on their own limited conditioning, the conditions that they place on you, and the judgments that they judge you by. And what's really important to remember is that it's only what you feel that's real. So what you feel is real. Now, as you go along, it's important that you just allow yourself to be in that moment, to follow what you feel, because it's only when you're working in the right situation for you that you will truly align with all that's here for you. Think about that. Because otherwise, as I said last week, you're in competition, not only with yourself, but with everything around you. Now, this is what I want to say to you. Most people will want to keep you at the level that they're happy at, or what they say you should be. Don't do that. Greatness is within you. When you get that awakening, when you get that momentum inside of you, you've got to grasp it. Because until and unless you change your trajectory, nothing will change in your life for you. And to do that, you have to take massive action. And to take massive action, it means you've got to shake it up a little bit. Because you know what? When we want our prayers to be answered, we've got to step up. I've said before, when you move closer to God, God moves closer to you. But swap God for your heart, for your dreams, your desires, your goals. Swap it. Because what's really important is to have that fire burning inside of you that you're fueling, and also to understand that what you need to do is to fall in line with it and follow what you feel, because when you are in it, you will see opportunities that you couldn't have second guessed that were there for you. Nobody, all the naysayers, couldn't say to you, don't do this or don't do that, because they wouldn't see them. Now, what's really important is as you keep going with what you feel and be faithful, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't happen easily. And we sit here on the outside going, but what if I need to move and to downsize my house or whatever? When you take the massive action, you'll be quite surprised when it's your time. And don't forget, we've all got free will in all of this as well. But you'll be surprised about the opportunities that you couldn't second guess that will find their way to you. And as you start to go with the flow, you'll see the doors open, doors after doors after doors, enabling you to evolve, to grow. And the more you flow, the less you realize you have to try. And trying is a myth for that reason. But what I will say to you is your hopes and dreams are yours if you want them. They really, really, truly are. But you've got to be prepared to take that action. Because if you don't, you'll feel that regret, you'll feel it in your heart, and you know you won't have done justice to you because you'll still have that nagging feeling. So it's really, really important that you understand with that greatness, you've got to move with it and move towards it. And so the goals come. Now, what I found from something I was watching on YouTube, it was a speech by Denzel Washington, and I always credit the people that I watch because it's important. Because if they hadn't taken that step and that massive action, I wouldn't have learned that and I wouldn't be able to share it with you. And you know what? It was so uplifting and empowering what he said. But he said something to the effect of, when you keep on going, you keep on growing. You've really, 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 truly got to go with it. And you don't know what your best day is yet. In other words, you've had what you think are your bests, but if you think about it, you didn't know those days were coming until you took the changes in your life, whether it was moving, changing jobs, buying that bigger house, changing your car. But when we're talking about your hopes and dreams, everything that you want for yourself, it is so, so important that you do this. And whatever your routine is in the morning, whether it's a meditation, a prayer, mine's a meditation and a prayer, always say thank you for what you haven't yet got. Maya Angelou always made a point of saying, however life works out, there's something better on the road for me. So what Denzel said was, say thank you in advance for what's coming your way, even though you don't know what it is. Because everything, when you move through your situation of taking massive action, you will realize what these are in every moment of success that you have. So keep on growing, keep on going. And if you feel stuck, if you feel lonely or vulnerable or very alone or whatever the combination of these things are, ask for help. Just send a prayer up. Because when you're in your groove, you'll find those things will move. And they'll move towards you. So I really hope that helps you just give a little bit of a positive outlook and enable you to keep your headlights up as you go through this next week. And you're always very welcome to drop any questions through. So I'm going to go to my first caller now, who's Jerry in Lake Grove, which is in New York, in sunny USA, or at least I hope it's sunny. Good evening, Jerry, and welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
Hi, how are you today? Are you well?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic, thank you. I'm still bored, but there you go. What can you do about that?
I hear you.
So how is it I can help you this evening, my darling?
I just wanted a general reading, or, I want to really know about my marriage, to be honest with you, how things are going with that, because we've had some issues, and I just want to know where I'm at.
Okay. All right. Let me just see where I'm going. Now, I just know that what I need to say about your marriage initially. So I don't have a communicator right now. I just want to make that very, very clear. Oh, hello, my darling. Is your other half's mum in spirit, please?
I'm sorry.
Is your other half's mother, your mother-in-law, has she passed?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you say yes?
Yes, she did.
Yes, okay, because I feel her come quite close there, and I just needed that confirmation. It didn't feel like your mum, and it just felt like mum-in-law, and she comes close. Now, I know she's a lady that, if you would remember her, as I'm sure you do, she really liked everything to be as perfect or as well as it could be. Would you understand that with her?
Yes.
Yeah. So she would almost get a little bit, forgive me, but a little bit anxious or het up if things weren't going as she felt they should do. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. This is all with the right intent, but she really doesn't like things when they're out of place, in essence. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Now, she's just talking to me here, and she's bending my ear, and she says that sometimes, and don't take any of this personally because this is just what she's telling me and I'm passing it on. She says sometimes your other half can be a little bit stubborn and a little bit inflexible. And she's laughing at that because she says, oh dear, that's probably a little bit of me there. But he's a little bit more precise than your mother-in-law. That makes sense.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Good. And what she's saying to me is that you have very different ideas about what you want to do next. So it's almost that if you're at the connection in the road where it can either go left or right, it's almost that you've got very different ideas about your next step. Because I've got you, what she's telling me, wanting to make life easier. And the way she's putting it into my ear, she's using the word concise for me. So you want life simpler and less complicated. And she's saying to me, he's still sort of got more of the dreams and still wants to sort of keep going, and not to keep having more, but to keep, he's not done yet. He's not ready to sort of mellow. Would you understand that?
Yes, I understand that completely.
Yeah. And so therefore we've got this situation where we're sort of clashing a little bit, and that's what she's saying to me. Now, I don't want to worry you, and you mustn't take any medical advice from me because I talk to your relatives who've passed away. They're still here, but they've passed away. But would you understand that he's been feeling just a little bit under the pressure at the moment and a little bit anxious, or he's been suffering from a bit of anxiety?
Oh, him or me?
Him.
Yes.
Does that? Yes.
That's true. Yes.
You understand that? Yes. Okay. So I don't feel he's his normal self, and I feel from what your mother-in-law is telling me is that he's under what we call the cosh. It's a bit like work. He's not in its usual flow for him. It's all a bit either irregular or not flowing properly for him at the moment. Things aren't either in control or flowing smoothly. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And so she's saying, give the boy a break because it's a bit like he's not his normal self. Now, she's saying, don't make excuses for him. And that's really good of her to say that. But she's saying, but please understand that he's just not on his usual even keel. Now, and what she's saying to me here is that she's talking about the two of you having very different ideas about moving as well. Would you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, because this is back to this difference of opinion and which way you want to go. And she's just saying to me here that your house that you're in now is the word that she gives me. It's almost like you need to do things with it or change it to make it ideal. And it really is too much, and you don't need what you've got anymore. And it is time to do something different. That's what she tells me. And she's saying that's what you feel, but he doesn't feel that.
Okay. Yes, that's true.
Yes. Okay, that's good because I believe her. And she's quite nice because she's saying to me here, you probably didn't expect me to be as much on your side because she's saying to me here she's very, very loyal. So what she says is her side of the family. So she's quite protective by nature. You understand?
Yes.
Yes. but she says, I can see things a little differently now with a better view than what I did when I was here on the earth plane. And she says, I understand what you mean, because she says to me that if you make these changes, what you've been saying to your other half is that you can, or he can, I beg your pardon, he can make changes to his work so that he can have a better balance of life.
Correct.
Yeah, good. So she's with you, and she just says that give him like a little bit of a break, but just try and catch him when he's having those soft moments, and you know, it will all be easier.
Okay.
Okay. So I really hope that makes some sense for you. So I hope that makes some sense for you, and I'm going to leave your mother-in-law's love with you there. And I believe we have Janet on the show next. Good evening, Janet. Are you there?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Hi. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to be on the call.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic. So how is it I may be able to help you this evening?
Okay, so I am wondering, I have a notice given to me by my landlord, a 60-day notice, and I'm wondering how that's going to unfold. She wants me to vacate. She created a whole storyline about it, and so I have until the mid-September to vacate my home unless I've brought this up to the housing department that takes care of like any claims of this manner, and so I'm wondering how things are going to unfold.
Okay. All right. Now, as I sit with this, would you? I tell you what I'm feeling about it. I'm feeling very much that I'm going to go out on the limb here. I almost feel that there's something going on with your landlord where he would be quite pleased for you to be going. I feel that there's either like an ulterior motive or there's other plans and things that he needs to do. And this almost would be quite helpful for him. Now, at the same time, that's almost a by the by. But what I feel for you is, would you understand that you've got, what I'm sensing here is either a need for a change in your life or to change what's around you with work?
Yeah, there's
Like
plenty of changes, like work changes, love changes, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, but particularly what I feel for you is, what I started talking about at the beginning of the show, if you were able to hear it, was about how opportunities come along when we take massive action. And it feels to me like you've been almost upset, but in other words, you've been unsettled for quite some time. You're thinking about the changes that I need to do. Yeah. And this very much feels to me like when you don't make a move on life, life makes a move on you. And so everything about this feels that it's taking you to your next step. And almost what I can say to you is forcing you to have the courage that you need to have to make those changes. With your relationship, would you understand that you've sort of hit a bit of a crossroads with that?
Yeah, I mean, I just ended it on the 26th with him, so, you know, that on top of everything else going on, I really don't need, like, a distraction, and he's not a really good distraction at the moment. He has nothing to offer, really, but...
So whatever your reasons were, as long as they're honest and from the heart, you know, that's the important thing that we have to do, and we do them with compassion. But what I'm seeing around you is that you were almost running a little bit out of sync together, and there was a lot of questions in your mind about whether you were having the same goals or plans or dreams or ambitions, and it just felt that it just wasn't working like it used to. Would you understand that?
Yeah, that I felt that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I'm more ambitious now than I have been in the, like, year. I just came out of a depression sort of state, and I'm taking medication now for it.
Yeah, okay. Well, because what I'm feeling for you is that the changes that are afoot for you are very, very different to what you felt before. So you know that there's something inside of you that's going to kind of take you somewhere else that you just can't hold back from. Like there's something that you just got to do that you can't explain. Does that resonate?
Yes, that's correct. And
Because
plus, I feel like there's someone else that's coming. So I'm leaving that door open for whoever comes in. That's,
okay.
you know,
Well,
much better suited for me. So.
Sure. Sometimes people come in for a reason or a season, you know, that's no different to everything in our lives, of course, as well. So, yeah, what I want to say to you is that's how that feels for me. Now, it feels to me like good news for you is, would you understand being close to a grandfather, please, your mum's dad?
Yeah, my mom passed away in 2012.
Yes, no, but your mum's father, your grandfather, your maternal grandfather?
Oh yeah, my mother's father passed away when I was younger, and I named my son after him. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's around.
Yeah, okay, because he's really, really close to me right now, and he's just come in as we've been talking, and he's just saying to me that he was really, really close to you when you were small, and it just makes me feel that you were quite the apple of his eye. And he says to me here that he's close to you, so please feel his presence. That's what he does.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, we were close, but not physically. It's more like just maybe emotionally, because he lived in a different country. So.
No, that's fine. But he's there. He's there to sort of guiding you. So he's really just coming in to give you a bit of strength and upliftment. And it feels to me like you need to shed your skin. Okay, very, very much so. But it does feel for me, he's saying to me that what you felt about work was giving you that feeling like you don't want to get up in the morning. I'm not suggesting that you don't. But you know, it doesn't fill you with joy when you wake up in your eyes and think about what you're doing. You know, it's time for change. And he's just coming in to confirm that what you're thinking is right. So just a little bit of upliftment and courage for you, and just to keep on.
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, yeah, that's very nice.
I'm going to leave his love with you and say thank you for calling into the show, and I wish you my very, very best.
Oh, thank you. You too. You take care. Many
You're
blessings
welcome.
to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, darling, God bless you. Goodbye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of the show. So don't forget, you can reach me on all social media. You can approach me for private readings. My website is www.ianmason.com, and you can find me on all the usual social media offenders. So Facebook pages, LinkedIn, Instagram, you name it, I'm there. So I'm going to leave you with my love, wish you a very, very, very happy week, and say, take my love, my well wishes, and look after yourselves, and take the best care always. See you next time. Bye.
Hello, everyone. everyone. I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. Thank you so much for watching and listening today. I am a medium, and as a medium, I connect in with our loved ones on the other side. And I'm also a certified intuitive life coach. And as a life coach, I help people handle their problems. I help them create the life they want to have. Now, today's coaching tip is all about a question you can ask yourself to kind of affirm to yourself how far you've come in life and some of the lessons you may have learned. This comes from a long time ago. I was sitting in a meeting in after school one day when all of a sudden the ceiling started moving. It was like there was a wave over our heads. And I looked out the window and I saw kids playing soccer out there, but it didn't look like it was really windy. We did have the windows open, so I thought maybe some wind had gotten in and messed around with the ceiling. But it was really strange and really confusing. It seemed like things were moving. And then, of course, later on, we realized we'd had an earthquake. Now, I live in an area where we don't really have earthquakes. It's not normal. Every now and then we have a tremor that's very small and it goes unnoticed. But this one was noticeable. After we found out what it was, I remember saying, I wish I had known what it was so I could have enjoyed it more. Rather than being confused at that moment, I would have experienced it with a little bit more curiosity, the feeling of, isn't this interesting attitude? How many times have we thought in our lifetimes, I wish I had known? We wish we had known the last time we saw someone would be the very last time we saw someone. If we had known, we would have appreciated that time with them. We would have valued being in their presence. We would have appreciated the present moment. Or maybe we wish that we had known that whatever happened in high school really wasn't that important, and we might not have gotten sucked into some of those challenging situations. Or maybe we wish we had known we wouldn't be stuck in a certain problem forever. It felt like we were going to be there forever. But if we had known ahead of time, we wouldn't have felt like we were stuck and hopeless. These things that we wish we had known would have made our lives easier if we had learned the lesson sooner, but we didn't, because we learn our lessons in exactly the divine timing we're supposed to learn them. This idea of asking yourself that question, what you wish you had known earlier in life, can help you recognize what's valuable to you right now. You can see your growth. You can see what you've learned. You can see what's important. You can learn a lot about yourself by asking this question. Maybe you wasted a lot of time worrying over things that weren't controllable. And when you look back, you can see that. If you had known earlier that there's no purpose in worrying over something that you can't control, you might have saved yourself some trouble. But you can use this information now in the present, at this present time. When you think of the things you wish you had known earlier in life, look for the lessons. Whatever you wanted to be different then, you are now aware of, or you wouldn't have noticed this. You might be using this information to live a better life right now and not even realize it. When I look back on my life, I wish I had known that things had a tendency to work out on their own without my trying to control everything. When I was younger, I was really stuck in worrying. I would worry about the past, something that had happened in the past, or a potential future, or I could worry about something that I might have said or done that was questionable, or whatever it was. It was a very hopeless way of living, and it was one where it seemed that life happened to me rather than my creating my life. It was like I had no control over anything. And because I felt like I didn't have control, what did I do? I tried to control everything as much as possible. And the theory was, subconsciously, that if I tried to do that, then nothing would go wrong. And we know that doesn't work. No matter how hard you try to control, there are things that are going to go wrong. Eventually, I realized my problems were inevitable. Everybody has them. But I also realized that didn't mean they had to ruin my life. I didn't have to get stuck in the worry or the stress. I had a choice in how I responded. I could choose to worry or not. When I realized that life tends to work out on its own without any control on my part, I could release that feeling of having to control. I didn't feel like I had to control it any longer. I could trust and let go of the stress and the worry and all of that. This awareness is now a big part of my present life. I pay very close attention to when I start to get worried about something and realize no matter how much I try to control it, I'm not going to be able to, so I can let it go and just trust. I did ask my Facebook followers a little while ago, what they wished they had known earlier in life. And their answers were varied, which was perfect. They were all over the place. And that was great because they had their own unique paths. We should all have our own individual answers to this question. But within those answers were some key similarities. And the big ones, many of the comments had things to do with their abilities to be strong in who they really were, to be true to themselves. Many people thought that they wished they had learned earlier the power that they had to actually follow their own path, to not try to please other people, to not try to do what other people expected them to do. Many people talked about the importance of feeling loving towards themselves or trusting themselves. And basically, it really all came down to understanding that they have the responsibility in how they create their lives, how they're experiencing their lives. Everything that happens to us is an opportunity for us to reclaim our self-responsibility. And some of the ideas that people mentioned and other people have talked to me about were things like, if you wish you had known that nothing was standing in your way, would you have gone for whatever it was you wanted to have? If you had known that you didn't have to allow someone to abuse you or criticize you, would you have taken action to get out of that? If you wish you had known that you had unlimited potential, would you have then risked trying to do something you really wanted? Whatever you wish for, no matter what it was that you wish you had known earlier, just understanding that that was something that you're now recognizing, it can lead you to this new understanding of who you are and the power you have to change your life. You can realize that if you don't like something, you're the one that has the power to change it. No one else is. You can follow your own path. You can do whatever you want. You can take care of yourself. You can move into that unlimited perspective where you realize you are worthy of everything you want. But when you think about that question, you'll see that this awareness, this brings an awareness to you where you'll find you're living life with whatever it is you just noticed. So for me, like my example of how I used to worry all the time and then I realized that life would work out, I'm living that now. And if you ask this question of yourself, you may find that you also are living whatever it is you wished you'd learned sooner. There is nothing wrong with learning it a little bit later in life because we do learn everything in the right timing that is perfect for us. Asking yourself this question can help you reclaim your responsibility and help you realize how far you've come in your life. It might also help you look at some current situations with a new eye, with a more curious, isn't this interesting attitude. You might be able to just kind of enjoy something that before you wouldn't have. So explore this idea and see what you can learn about yourself. It really could help you create your best life right now in the present. And the question is, what would you wish you had learned in the past? What did you wish you could have learned in the past that could have helped you at that time? Because it's helping you right now. And that's my coaching tip of the day. You can connect with me at my website, psychicmediumcolleen.com, as well as on Facebook, Colleen van der Zijden, medium and intuitive life coach. Now we will take our first caller, Erica from Georgia. Erica, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. And how can I help you today?
Well, I have a few questions. I'm just wondering when or if my life, my living situation was going to improve. I'm kind of starting brand new. So haven't been doing very well as far as like career-wise or anything.
Okay.
And just, I don't know, like if you pick up on anything in general.
Okay. Now, this is interesting to me. Tell me if this is accurate, because I feel like this change for you was not necessarily something that you wanted. Okay. It feels like it was kind of thrust upon you. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because it doesn't feel like it's something you jumped into wholeheartedly, shall we say? And I understand. I understand. There's some financial concerns, and you're mentioning career, but I can also feel some financial concerns. Right now, I'm not feeling like it's dire situation. I definitely do feel a concern there, and part of it too. Are you in a whole new location as well? Because it seems like you're in a new location and you don't know as many people. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay because it feels like you don't have your support system around you. Is what it feels like. It feels like you're all by yourself, basically. You know, and that's difficult.
Like that.
Yeah, isn't it difficult?
Yeah.
It's hard to do that because
you know what's funny? I have my family here, but I don't feel supported. I've always been the oddball and the black sheep, and I have a lot of creative talents and desires, and I'm not fitting the expectations of where I'm at. So that's very frustrating for me.
Yes, well, I can tell you that you're one of my most favorite people to meet because I love a person who is the oddball or the person who doesn't fit in, because that's the person who's going to be creating their most wonderful life. Okay, so that's perfect. And, I'm always talking about being you and not doing what other people want you to do. So I'm so nice to meet you because that's the way it's supposed to be. It's perfect. And, not fitting in is a wonderful thing because it really does make you reconnect to yourself, who you really are and what you want to have instead. Right. And, so don't feel like you're wrong or abnormal or anything like that or whatever, just because of that situation, because you're the one that's going to be creating the most amazing life. So don't ever feel like you're less than because of that. And I have to tell you, I understand, I can feel that you're a person who actually has some enthusiasm for things. I know that when you do something, you do it to the best of your capabilities. I know you take your responsibility seriously, and I know you're a hard worker as well. Okay. So I wouldn't be too concerned about this whole new situation in terms of success, that kind of thing, because that's going to work itself out. I have no doubt about this. Do you have a job right now that you're in?
Well, I was thinking of starting at this restaurant for waitressing, and I actually, I've only been a month ago, I was in the hospital. I was in the hospital for almost a month. I had a piece of my lung taken out. So I've been through a lot. Like I would go on drinking binges and get sober, and then so the last place I wanted to be was here, because now I'm like having to stay with one sister or family member, and so I feel like, oh my God, now they're really gonna feel like they're right about how they think how I'm supposed to be and how I'm living my life. But I really want to get into the singing and the acting and the dancing, and I just really want to live my potential, because I came so close to dying that I just told myself I'm not gonna hold back. But sometimes I wonder if I'm even in the right location, or if there's something I could do to make things easier on me, because it feels very difficult everything right now.
Now, are you working another job or anything now? Just a job to get by?
Not yet, but I was going to go start a restaurant job on Saturday.
Okay, so it's coming. It's coming up, because I feel like there is a job there, so I'm glad you have it, because it feels like you have a job, and it just feels like it's a job. It's not like your dream job here. But it will work, because you need to get out of the house. You need to meet more people. You need to feel more like yourself again and get back to your responsible self. Who likes to do things. I would caution you, with the acting and the singing and all of that stuff, to just make sure that you're well aware of what's happening before you move into that kind of thing. And every place seems to have some kind of theater groups or music groups and things like that to perform in. So you can find those things, whether they're community groups or whatever. So they are there, but don't quit your job or anything like that, thinking you're going to follow that dream. I don't think you would do that, but I do want to make sure I say that, because the acting and singing, to make a career at that, is very difficult. And I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm trying to be realistic, okay? I don't want you to feel, like if it doesn't work out right away, to give up either. So you've got to find the smaller jobs or gigs. You've got to find the smaller ones first so that you can build on that. Okay. And where you are now, it does feel like there are places that you can perform. So you just have to make those connections. It's easy enough to do, we can go online and you can Google it, and find those connections so you can start doing some of that. In the meantime, keeping the job is going to be paramount here. And again, I want to go back to, don't worry if you feel like people are judging you. Yes, okay, so maybe you made some mistakes in your life. Doesn't everyone, you understand where you went a little astray there. You understand it. Yeah. So understanding is, what do they say? Something like 99% of the battle if you know it, so you're already there. And I feel so very strongly that you're in a good place, with yourself. You're in a good place with yourself. Having had a brush with death there's nothing like that to make us reevaluate our lives. And you know what you want to head towards. So don't give up on the dream, okay? I want to make sure you don't give up on the dream, no matter how hard it might get. Keep going with it, because that's going to lead you to more opportunities. Okay, now I also do feel, and I do want to mention this, I feel like you're going to be moving into a different place at some point as well. But I feel like you're saving your money as much as you can, okay? So I want to be saving money, and I feel like eventually you're going to move into your own place, because it seems like you want to be in your own place, number one. But also, so you have the freedom to do what you want to do without feeling like people are, looking at you and wondering what you're up to, so that actually feels on the side rather than later. So we're in July now. So it feels like by the end of the year, the calendar year, that you will have saved up enough money that you can move into a new place. Whether it's in the same area or not, I'm not sure. But you'll have a much better idea of that. Okay. It does kind of seem like you're going to stay there a little bit. So that feels okay to me. So a little homework for you, if you haven't done it yet, is to do some Googling and see what's out there. So you can get involved in things and just make different connections. Because once you start making connections, more and more connections will come, and you'll have new friends as well. And you probably realize or know that people who are in theater and music are very accepting people. We accept everybody,
that's true.
And they're fun. There's really not judgment as to who you are as a person in that field. So that could really help you meet some new people too. So definitely get on that. We want you to get on that as soon as possible.
I just have a question. I had tried to move back to Costa Rica in February. I was going to move there. That didn't end up happening, but a lot of that was because of my own fears. And then I just, I got off track, and then I just got on. But I just want to make sure, I don't know, I don't know if I should aim towards going there or if I should just stay here, I don't know.
My feeling is you should stay where you are. Okay. My feeling is you stay where you are for a little bit of time, because I want to get you more stable so to speak. I want to make sure you're in a good place and you're able to stay there. Okay, so I want you to do that. And then after a bit of time, then you'll have a better idea. So don't think too far ahead. Don't plan too far ahead with it. It's in the back of your mind. It's not going to go away. So you won't forget. So you'll know as time goes on if it's the right step for you. So just kind of relax into what you're experiencing right now and start heading in that other direction with the theater stuff and start moving in that direction. Because once that starts going, you may have a whole different perspective on so many things. So it's kind of like trusting that it's going to work out the way it's supposed to work out, which is my lesson of all time. So trusting that it's just going to work out the way it's supposed to. That means you always keep moving forward, though. So you keep moving. You don't just sit around and wait for something to happen to you. You take action, and the action will lead you to the next step, and it just goes that way. So just do that. So, Erica, it was so nice talking to you. You have some fun, okay? Just be you. Be you. We don't give a crap what anybody thinks about you. So be you, okay?
All right.
Well, good luck with everything.
Thanks.
Nice talking to you. Bye. And that was Erica from Georgia. And next we're going to move on to Debbie from Montana. Debbie, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. How can I help you?
Questions on, am I walking down the path I'm supposed to be walking down, and my spiritual gifts. Having issues with my third eye. I know I have some healing hands. There's things that I know, like with medicine and stuff like that, that I just tune into, and I help people just by touching them. And is this just a natural thing with me? And I have some angels with me all the time. One is my grandma. One is an Indian medicine woman. And the other one is a short, fat, bald man that smokes cigars or cigarettes, and I don't know who he is. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the second type of person that I love to talk to the most is somebody who does all of these spiritual things. And we are now in a time of great awakening. There's a consciousness shift happening, as I'm sure you will realize, where so many people are waking up to their gifts and the strengths that they have connected to the spiritual, the metaphysical, the healing, mediumship, those things. And for you, as soon as you started talking, my hands started tingling. And when my hand's tingling, that usually means healing. I can feel the healing, the abilities that you have. It is interesting too, because you do that medical intuitive thing too, where it's like you can touch it and you know what's going on in the body here a little bit. And this is a great thing to be able to do. Do you actually work on people now?
I work as a CNA, but I also work at the hemp plant in Eureka, Montana. So even with people at work, I just touched them. For an example, there was a girl that had an eye issue, straight on, and all I did was grab her shoulder, hit a pressure point, massage it out, and then did an elbow rub on her, and it took her eye pain away. This is just a natural intuition that I have. It's a feeling, like I just feel.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, which is perfect. And that's what you need to do. You need to follow yourself. You need to follow the intuition that speaks to you. You may not do well in, like if you were to take a healing class, because it might limit you actually. And I teach healing classes all the time, but I think it might limit you a little bit, because for you, it is a matter of touching in with yourself. And that's what I always tell people to do. Use these techniques, but do what feels right for you. So you're doing that already. And what you're doing by helping other people just in their own needs is perfect, because the more you do that, the more people are going to come to you. Okay. You can also do this at a distance as well. You don't have to be in their presence. So you can do it at a distance too. And you may find what I do for that, and I feel like this would work for you as well, is I use my body as a barometer for the other person. So if I'm doing a distant healing, I actually feel what's going on in their body in my body. And then, so I'm basically working on my body, which fixes their body. So, for example, if I had, say, a head pain or something, I might put my hand near my head, or I might just envision the healing going there, and then they would feel it that way. You can also do it not just with the body, but by moving your hands around as though the person is right in front of you. Okay, and the reason I'm telling you this is because I feel that if people start talking about you in a positive way, of course, more and more people are going to contact you, and you won't be able to meet with them personally. Okay. Right. So you'll have that other option. So you just want to make sure you explain to them exactly what you're thinking, how it works. Just give them a little idea, especially if they've never done anything like that before. Tell them to be open and accepting, that kind of thing. So you want to give them a little preview thought, so they have that. So this is perfect for you. And do you also find, relying on your inner self like that intuition, do you also find that your intuition is getting a lot stronger and you're having premonitions as well?
I'm starting to have premonitions. I'm starting to feel more and more, but it's almost to the point it kind of scares me a little bit. So, I've had some experiences where I've heard my name being called. I've had my leg pulled in bed, and that kind of spooked me because I wasn't ready for it. And the meditation thing, I really want to get to the point where I want to be working for Mother Earth and the humans, not save, but work with people and help people, right? And that's all of it. It's Mother Nature, animals, everybody. And I really just want to be in tune with everything and learn more and just be able to help. That's the biggest thing. Okay. So this is, we only have a few seconds left, 90 seconds left. So I would recommend what you do is you start a notebook or some kind of record of things that happen so you can recognize it. I would also recommend you send up positive energy and say, I only want good things to come in, good premonitions, because the bad ones tend to sneak in faster and because they're a little bit heavier, so they get in sooner. So you want good things to come in and keep asking to be guided as much as possible. Okay, so just keep asking to be guided. Say things like, I trust that you're guiding me. You can ask your guides, you can ask angels, you can ask God, whatever feels right to you. And just keep doing that and say, thank you for guiding me. Thank you for guiding me. The more you say it, the more you're going to be guided to just the right place. Okay, so just keep doing that. That will help a lot. Working with energy is the perfect way to learn how to handle the abilities that you're having. Okay, so Debbie, I have to let you go, but thank you so much. It was so nice talking to you. Have fun with that. I will. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. You're welcome. Bye-bye. And that was Debbie from Montana. And I do want to thank all of you for watching and listening today. I'm Colleen van der Zijden, and this is Creating an Inspired Life. You can reach me at psychicmediumcolleen.com. It's been great talking to you today. You have a good week, and I will see you next week. Goodbye.
You're very welcome. You're listening to Wraith Path Productions here on A1R Psychic Radio on Moonstruck TV. I am your host, Chloe Folan, Clairvoyant. And as always, I would like to wish everybody who's tuning in live a very warm welcome, to extend a very warm welcome to you for taking time out of your evening to tune in and watch the live show. And to everybody who will be catching the show afterwards due to time differences, a very warm hello to you as well. For those that have listened to the show before, As you know, this show is being streamed live from Ireland, and Ireland is in the northern hemisphere of the world. And if people remember from my show last month, for last month's waning moon, I gave some advice over an associated chakra and archangel for last month's waning moon. So I would like to do the same for this month. So this would line up whenever I give group meditations for working with the chakra centers. So I do offer these sessions one-on-one, in person or distance. But when I facilitate them in groups, I always run them from March to October, once a month deliberately. So in group work coming up to August, we would already be up to the third eye energy center. So for the month of August, we would be working with the third eye center and Archangel Raphael, interestingly enough. Because as a lot of people know, the third eye center is commonly known as the main psychic center. However, it's important for all of the energy centers to be functioning properly, because all energy centers do help us make sense of the world around us, help us to register information properly, translate information properly, help us to connect with each other in different ways. So whenever I am facilitating teachings around the third eye, I like to take emphasis off it being commonly known as the main psychic center and put people's awareness more into that center being the center that connects you to your own inner wisdom. Because I always teach when it comes to receiving higher guidance, subjectively higher guidance can come in vertically, so to speak, from higher guidance from higher sources. So as you can imagine, as we're receiving higher inspiration, as that inspiration translates down into our bodies, it would hit off the third eye center. We'd receive a light bulb moment. I always find it very interesting how people, whenever they want to show someone having an inspiration, a light bulb goes off above the head. And that light bulb would actually be around where the soul star energy center would be. So that would connect you to a portion of your higher self that isn't within the body, so to speak. So you have your light bulb moment. Inspiration is received through the soul star chakra, trickles down through the crown and starts to be translated via the brain. That's where we start to think. That's where we start to think about the idea that we've received. So we receive our idea, we think about it, we mull it over, we start applying logic to it. So that would be your third eye center, the center for connecting in. So this month during the waning moon, if you live in the northern hemisphere, or you can even try this if you live in the southern hemisphere, if you would like to work with the third eye energy center more, keeping in mind it's the center that I teach people is very good for accessing your inner wisdom and translating higher impression and guidance. You might like to spend the rest of this month developing or deepening your relationship with Archangel Raphael, the Archangel for healing and developing the third eye energy center. The reason why I teach that it's Archangel Raphael for the third eye energy center is whenever we receive an inspiration or a little bit of wisdom that we'd like to work with, quite often we need to work with life changes to be able to do so, whether it's changing a perception or whether it's changing course in our life path. In other words, life changes. So definitely praying to Archangel Raphael helps with that hugely, because Archangel Raphael is the angel of healing. So definitely take some time to work with Archangel Raphael for any inspirations that you receive for moving forward in life, and do connect with that Archangel for helping you to heal, being able to move forward with any nuggets of wisdom you wish to work with this month for healing and smoothing your life path forward. I believe we have a lady who would like to call in. I believe we have Denise from Brisbane. Denise from Brisbane, how are you? How can I help you?
Yeah, hello from Brisbane. I've reached a stage where I really feel as though I'm stuck. I'm running a business, and it's got to a stage where I'm doing what I need to do to get. I'm running transformational retreats, and I'm just not getting people registering. I've got a few registered, but nothing like it should be.
Okay, so your query is, there's probably nearly 2 queries there. I'll break it down into 2 queries just to get a better bird's eye view over what's happening. Is your first query, how is your business going to progress? And is your second query then anything you can do to assist with your retreats?
Yes, yes.
Perfect, Denise. I will start with your first query. I use the assistance of the tarot as well as tuning in clairvoyantly. So give me a few moments just to draw some cards for your first query over how your business will progress. 2 moments, please.
Yep. Okay.
Definitely, Denise, you're not as stuck as you think. Like that, what also does seem to be happening, as you might be aware, everyone has what I call ebb and flow cycles in their life. So there are times in your life where you're in an ebb cycle and not much is going to be happening no matter how hard you try. So in one way, Denise, it's not actually anything that you're doing. You're just currently in an ebb flow. And when you are in an ebb flow, it can feel like you're pushing a boulder uphill if you're trying to make a lot happen. So definitely my advice would be is that if you do have retreats planned or workshops planned, because we're currently in August, so we have August, September, definitely towards the end of the year. So if you're planning workshops between September and December, then those will be okay. Probably more so October. If you've got any plan for October, you probably will find them to be more fruitful. So definitely for this year, if you've got any events planned, any workshops planned, please try to make them for October where possible, because that's going to be a very fruitful month for you and a month where you're really going to notice being in more of a full flow cycle rather than an ebb cycle. So the best way to manage the rest of August, and it will trickle in a little bit into September, is having a look to see where you can do a little more advertising or a little more connecting with people one-on-one. So this is where I'm going to mix giving advice through the tarot with also business one-on-one. Because as you do know, Denise, this comes down to any form of business, whether you're running transformational retreats or whether you run media and marketing business. This is business 101 for small businesses. People usually don't call until they see your name 3 times. So they've got to see a flyer, they've got to see it in the paper, and they might need to see it somewhere else as well, a poster, or if you've done some other form of advertising. So right now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is you've got the Hermit card. So that's also why I'm saying you're in an ebb cycle. So the way to use ebb cycles is to take a gigantic step back and have a look to see what you can do. So when you come out of your ebb cycle, you can take full advantage of your full flow cycle. So for any events that you're doing for end of September or especially October, take into account that golden rule. So get together some more advertising, and where you're advertising 3 different ways, so you can make your late September, early October, or anywhere in October events more fruitful by doing some advertising beforehand. And as you know yourself, even without taking an ebb or flow cycle into account, you've got to plan an event a minimum of 8 weeks in advance. Minimum. 3 months, really. So really, Denise, I think one of the reasons why you're frustrated is because the main reason isn't you. You're in an ebb cycle, and it's very difficult to make things happen during an ebb cycle. But if you don't get too frustrated and you come back to just looking at the basics of, you know, business advertising and making sure it's very clear what you do, that it's very easy to see how to contact you, that it's very easy to, you know, understand what it is that you do, that it's very clear what the retreat is about. And definitely come back to this with a fresh mind and put more of your energies and efforts into your October events, especially.
Yep.
So definitely there's nothing. Yes?
Yeah, no, that will make my first event the 27th of September to the 29th of September. I'm actually going to the US. I'm running events in the US. And then I've got another one in November.
Definitely.
And then January, and yeah.
Those will be fruitful. The ones later in the year will be more fruitful. So definitely, you still will be traveling. I do have the Chariot card here, hidden influences. So you will be traveling. You will be traveling. And the one towards the end of September definitely will still be all right. It still will be going forward. But then definitely, I do believe you will be running something in October. Definitely. That's why I'm saying October is a month for really capitalizing on events. But definitely as well, the November one, be careful with money. So be careful with money for your November workshop, where that one, don't put in too much money before you know how many people are coming. So the November one will still go on as well, but please be more careful with money. I've got the Two of Pentacles for November. So please be mindful of your money in November and be a little more frugal around the November event. But definitely, please take into account you're in an ebb cycle. From what I can see, that is the biggest issue. You will come out of this ebb cycle in September. You'll feel it more in October, and it will be all fine from there. From what I can see, it's just panic over an ebb cycle, Denise. I can't see anything wrong.
Okay, awesome. Okay, and that's why I'm feeling so stuck, because I'm doing, you know, I'm advertising on Facebook. I've got my Facebook group. I'm doing Facebook Live. I'm doing everything I possibly can, and I'm getting one or two people registered, but not what they should be.
Look at different avenues for advertising. Do you remember I said about the golden rule? So like that's still, you know, flyers, advertise in different places. For the places you're going to be running your workshops, see if there's a local spirit magazine and see what it costs to put a small advertisement in one of those magazines. Do you know what I mean? You need to try other avenues with the golden rule of 3. You need to look at other avenues for the golden rule of 3. And this is just about pulling back, having a look at what is working and what isn't working, and advertise in different places that relate to where you will be for those workshops. This is coming back to basic business 101, not getting comfortable with just what's known with advertising, and taking into account you're in an ebb cycle. You'll come out of it around September, but you'll be feeling being in your full flow cycle more so towards October. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So like that, it won't. So like that, your business is fine, but take into account your ebb and flow cycles and take more advantage of things in September, October.
Yeah. Okay. That gives me a little bit of insight as to why I feel, like you said, I feel as I'm pushing a wheelbarrow uphill with rocks in it, and I'm getting nowhere.
I guarantee you in September you will start to lift out of it and you'll wonder what it was. You'll just lift out of this in September, and from there on you'll get a good couple of months of being in a full flow cycle, but mind money in November.
Yeah. Okay. That's fantastic. Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Denise. Best of luck with your workshops, and all will be well. And you've only got 2-3 more weeks of being in an ebb cycle, and it will lift.
Yay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Take care and enjoy looking at other avenues for advertising.
I will do that today.
Mind yourself, Denise. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye-bye.
That's okay. Bye-bye. I believe we have another lady, Jacqueline, in Newcastle in the UK. Hello, Jacqueline. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello there.
Hi, Jacqueline. How can I help you? Do you have a query that you would like to run by me for guidance?
No, just really a general reading and see what comes out.
Absolutely no problem. So you just want me to just draw the cards for you and see what crops up?
Yes, please.
Absolutely no problem. Give me a few moments here just to tune into you. And I'm using tarot as well, Jacqueline.
Right.
Okay, Jacqueline, there are some areas I would like to bring up with you. You've definitely just come out of some difficulties, but where the difficulties lie, in this spread, I've got a prominence of rods, which relates to the mind and being able to make choices over what direction to go in, how to get there, what to do. And it does seem to be where you do make logical choices, but then things seem to get stuck and then things just don't seem to work. But this is all from the frame of the mind. And what I also want you to be mindful of is I've got the Knight of Wands card here for September, and that card always alludes to being mindful over signing contracts. So like that, I can see why you've rung. It's not that I'm seeing that there's anything wrong with any contracts you might be signing in about a month, but it's just to be careful over the fine print. What I don't want you to do is go in and not ask questions. So before you sign any contracts, I want you to ask the questions that you need to ask to make sure you've understood what you're signing. And if the person says if the person says anything to you that doesn't make sense, don't sign the contract. Tell them you want to check that fact before you sign anything. So please be careful over signing contracts in about a month. And don't sign anything. Don't sign anything if something isn't making sense or if you haven't understood something. Don't feel silly saying, I don't understand what you've just said. And if they can't explain it to you properly, go, look, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to get a second opinion and I will come back to you. Don't sign anything you're unsure about. But like that, things will get better for you. But there is a mind condition here where sometimes you do feel trapped, sometimes no matter what you do. So like that, Jacqueline, I would like you to really sit down and write down what you do want in life and how you want your life to be. And like that, I would like you to make sure, I'd like you to make sure that any choices you make line up with that vision, because that's kind of what's going on. It's not self-sabotage, but it seems to be that even when you make a good decision, you still feel a little bit trapped or you second guess it. So I want you to work on getting a really clear head and doing anything you can to get a clear head and write down exactly what you want in life and only make choices that line up with that vision. And especially in September.
Yeah, there has been a lot going on personally in my life, so I can understand why you're saying that.
And is there any other more direct advice you'd like me to give you? Because we only have about 5 more minutes. So I just wanted to check, has a pinpoint question cropped up? Is there anything in particular you wanted to ask me about more directly?
Maybe about love.
Love life. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll draw a quick 3-card spread on this.
Okay.
I think it's a little bit up and down, because even in the tarot spread that I've done, as well as tuning into you clairvoyantly, is there someone that you're very distant with? Or is there someone kind of in the background love life-wise at the moment? Because even in the tarot card spread here, I'm being shown kind of ups and downs and there's distance. So am I reading this correctly, that there's just not a lot of closeness with this person, or is this a long distance relationship that you're trying to make work?
No, I'm not in a relationship, but there's I've been single for 7 years, and an ex has kind of just came back. Nothing started up, so I can understand why you're seeing the distance. We've just started speaking again.
Okay. Like that, I would be a little bit cautious over this, because if you were going to tell me that, yes, there is a long distance relationship, I would be saying to just take it each day as it comes. I'm not too sure if this is in both of your best interests for this to work out. So like that, I would I'd still enjoy this person's company. It's lovely to have a nice mature connection with an ex, but I just don't believe that this will actually progress love life wise. And I'd be cautious over forcing it in that direction. I do believe that more around, we've got August, September, October, I believe December, January. I know it sounds cliche, but I actually believe it's in February that you will meet someone that you will end up in a long-term relationship with, but that they show up in your life about 2 months prior. So that would be December, really. So I believe you will meet somebody else in December, and you will develop a good connection with them over December and January, to where you are actually properly going out in February of next year. So like that, I'm not holding out much hope for romance with the ex. I do not think that will work, but definitely you'll meet someone in December. It will progress over those 2 months to where in February 2020, it is actually a relationship. Jacqueline, I don't mean to rush, but we've only got 90 seconds and I don't want the call to cut out. So I just want to wish you all the best. So love life is looking better with someone new that you would definitely be in a proper relationship with by February 2020.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Mind yourself and take care.
I will. Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
That's okay. Bye-bye. For anyone that would like to contact me, or anyone who's interested in making a deeper connection with me, please contact me through my website, www.chloefolan.com. And once you've clicked on my website, www.chloefolan.com, at the top of my website, you'll see all of my social media buttons. Feel free to connect with me through and follow me on social media as well. If you're interested in the work that I do and the readings that I give, you can always book private sessions and also book workshops one-on-one with me if you don't live near me in Ireland. I'd like to thank everybody who's tuned in this evening and everyone who's catching the show after the live broadcast. I wish you all a happy waning moon, and definitely enjoy deepening your connection with Archangel Raphael. He's a fabulous archangel to connect with if you need to develop better trust in your life path, or moving forward in life, or healing your trust in your faith and abilities to move forward.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a great week. Quick thank you and shout out to everyone that came to the Energy Meditation and Mimosa meetup at my place this past Saturday. I love doing these events. I love when you guys come over and hang out. I like to just hang out with you guys socially, and I love the fact that many of you are making your own connections with each other, and that is exactly what I was hoping would happen, to unite like-minded people and, you know, build a network of friendships. So I really, really love it, and we're going to keep doing them in the future. I've already got the aura photography and energy healing session scheduled for September 7th. I sent out an email yesterday with the details and registration info if you are interested. Okay, moving on. So this past week, you may have been dealing with more physical symptoms, and that's because of everything that's been going on energetically. So you could have been experiencing, just kind of feeling out of it, maybe feeling a little spacey, feeling tired, feeling fatigued. I feel like there were more achy muscles and bones, and especially if you've had previous injuries and maybe those kind of flared up. I feel like a lot of people were dealing with dehydration and maybe even another round of like balance issues or feeling dizzy, and in extreme cases, vertigo. Some of you may have even gotten the flu or some sort of a head cold. Again, just weird kind of body things. You may have been bouncing between different emotions. Maybe you've experienced some disappointments and some successes. Most of the physical symptoms came from some activations, some cellular downloads and portal openings, along with some astrological events. So your body is playing catch up, and things happen on an etheric level first and then on a physical level. And that's why maybe you've been feeling really fatigued over the last week or so, probably even longer, because of everything that's going on. So I just lost my train of thought there. All right, so we're still in the energies of the magnetic moon of purpose through August 22nd. And I feel many of you have started making connections and putting the puzzle pieces together of what your soul purpose may be. Or maybe it's something as simple as realizing that you're unhappy or bored in the line of work that you've been doing and you're ready for a change. And you could be struggling with who, what, where, why, all those questions. It's not all going to be revealed at once, right? There's a process to it. Trust it. All will be revealed to you in perfect divine timing. Everything is a lesson in skill building and working through the things that are blocking you. So baby steps, set intentions, and then let the universe respond. Ask to be guided to your soul purpose, and then pay attention to what starts showing up in your life to put the puzzle pieces together, because that is life, y'all. A big puzzle piece that you're constantly fitting together in different ways. Okay, let's get into what you can expect from tonight, August 15th through August 22nd, as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. Lots of intense energies thanks to the full moon tonight. Most of you have probably been feeling the pull of the moon for the last couple of days. Maybe you haven't been sleeping. Maybe you've been restless. Maybe you've been waking up at weird hours of the day, or, whenever you sleep. The moon has been super, super strong and powerful. And one of the major themes this week is also about harmony. And I recommend that you practice harmony in every situation. The more in harmony that you are with yourself and the world around you, the more of it you will attract to you. Whereas inharmony will keep you attracting drama, issues, problems, and all that stuff. So harmony is the willingness to be flexible, to meet others, to let go of personal attachments. Expect anything not in harmony in your life to be revealed for you to bring into harmony. This week, there will be a feeling of timelessness for some of you. For others, it will feel like there's not enough time. And the purpose of this is to reveal the true nature of how you receive your inner sense of timing, and how being on time with yourself guarantees you'll naturally be on time with your outer reality. And this is all about, the power is in the now. It's in the moment. And we exist in timelessness, which is an energetic dimension, which has been masked by this linear notion of time, right? Like the time that we experience here is not that of reality. It's in this reality only. Anyway, that's a whole long story. But now, long story short, you're learning how to be in the present moment so that you aren't recreating the past or worrying about the future, which is only going to cause you problems in the present, right? So again, work on staying in the now, staying in the moment, being present there. That doesn't mean not to set goals or, set intentions for yourself. Absolutely, you want to make progress and you want to grow in your life, but you cannot be fixated on the future and you cannot be fixated on the past, because then you're just not living at all. You're just worrying and stressing yourself out and not feeling happy, okay? Along with this change in perception of time, you'll also be experiencing different things to unhook you. Jesus, I can't speak. To unhook you, not unhick you, but unhook you from the world of duality, which basically is in harmony between things like right and wrong, up and down, happy and sad, right? It's that yin and yang. And I recommend that you actively participate and open yourself up to change. Otherwise, the universe will use a catalyst of pain to get you to change your ways. So it's time to stop thinking so much and change the way that you perceive things, the way that you do things. And if you can, you'll be able to explore a totally new reality. And I cannot tell you how amazing that space is, how beautiful that place is. No matter what is going on the outside. Obviously, those of you that know me know that I've had a lot of tragedy in my own life, even this year. So somehow, because of all the work that I've done, I've been able to allow myself to feel what I need to feel and still allow myself to be happy at the same time. So I want that for all of you. Now, some of you may also have a feeling of expectancy, which you could be misinterpreting as anxiousness or anxiety. So expectancy is the intuitive feeling or deep inner knowing that something awesome, something amazing, exciting, wonderful is about to happen. Like something is about to shift big time in your life. Your soul knows it, but you don't know it, right? You don't know it on a logical, in a logical way. So to me, that's a sign that something new and extraordinary is coming into your life. Ride that feeling and find the joy and excitement in it instead of the anxiety and the fear side of it. Now, on the other hand, some of you will be experiencing anxiety and fear. You'll really need to dig deep to answer the question, what are you afraid of? And once you have the answer, accept that you feel afraid and that you feel anxious. Embrace the feeling and feel what you need. Otherwise, the resistance of feeling it will only make the feeling worse. Remember, emotions are energy in motion. They are meant to be felt and expressed, not felt for a second and then repressed or dwelled on or denied, right? So just feel it. I promise you, just feel it and let yourself feel it and it'll go away very quickly. And if you've been somebody that's repressed your emotions for a very long time, when you start letting yourself feel, it might be a little longer than a few minutes of getting over something because you're pulling up everything, every energy of emotion that you've repressed has to come up and out. It has to come out, up and out. It doesn't just go away. It doesn't. You have to feel it in order to get through it and remove it and get past it. A message coming through for everyone for this week is to take time to sit in stillness and connect with oneness. Another message says, know that doors are opening for you. Follow up with people, projects, ideas, and plans. And Here I am trying to multitask. Dave, you know I suck at multitasking. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm still with you. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So connect with that inner fire that's driving you forward. Enjoy success and happiness. Lots of energy swirling around for opportunities to feel and be successful. Relationships and friendships will feel happy too. Your animal spirit energy is the moth, and the moth energy can be impulsive, hasty, and wishful. And the moth is sure that the grass is greener on the other side. And moth energy is at play when we're attracted to easy solutions or anything shiny and new, which can lead to unfinished projects, disappointment, or burnout. It's helpful to remind moth personalities that life is complex. No matter the illusion, no one is exempt from the trials and tribulations of this great journey. Practicing life as an infinite mystery rather than wishing it was easier or different. And when you're in balance and harmonized, you're feeling enthusiastic and whimsical. When you're out of balance, you idolize others and you feel jittery. And to bring into balance, finish a project. Finish something you were meant to do. Work, for those of you employed, some of you will be having a great week, especially if you own your own business or have been working on a career change or promotion. Projects that stalled all of a sudden take off again. Seeds you planted are starting to grow, and you could be feeling like the luckiest person in the world. Unfortunately, there will be a few of you that are stuck in fear and worry mode about your job or about your business, and you can't seem to get out of your head. But that is exactly what you need to do, is to stop driving yourself crazy and creating undue stress for yourself. Accept things as they are and work on changing them for the better, but you'll have to get beyond your fear of change or fear of not being good enough. Those of you looking for a job, if you've been interviewing for a job, chances are you get hired at one you really want this week. If you've been looking but haven't had any interviews, expect that to happen. And those of you that are hyper-focused and in fear mode about not having a job, check in with yourself to see what kind of energy you're putting out there. Is the voice in your head saying things like, you never have any luck, no one's going to hire me, there's no jobs out there that I qualify for, and so on and on? Change that dialogue and watch your reality change. I say it a million times, where you choose to let your thoughts, feelings, focus, and energy go is what you receive in return. Love, those of you in a relationship, things feel pretty stable, happy, content, mushy, sweet, lovey-dovey for some of you. And then there will be some who feel like something's going on behind your back, or something will be troubling you about your relationship. Some of you may realize you're in a codependent, toxic relationship. And whatever the situation, communicate and work on a resolution, even if that means going your separate ways. Don't be afraid to move on. No one on this planet is destined to be alone unless they choose. Those of you that are looking for love, this is the year to meet someone. Lots of soul connections will be happening all year long and into next year. This is a great week to get out and mingle. The energies are primed for meeting people, and I feel like some of you will. And again, just have fun with it. And now there are, it's either someone or maybe even a couple of you that recently met someone and you may be rushing things along, but I feel like you need to take your time to build trust, because all may not be what it seems. Not saying that there's deception there, but I feel like maybe rose-colored glasses. Finances, things feel very stable and like more will be coming in for some of you. Those of you who have been visualizing abundance coming in and have been planting those seeds, you'll receive everything that you were wishing and hoping for, but maybe not in the exact way that you expected. And then some of you may be struggling financially and you're, juggling your asses off with making ends meet. And I feel like things will improve, but I also feel like you're having false expectations of how you can make more money. Miracles do happen, but you've got to try a different approach because something feels off, and get advice and get real about what's coming in and going out. Health, overall, most should be feeling pretty good mentally, physically, and emotionally. There is a caution for some of you with consuming too many drugs and or alcohol. You're self-medicating and you're running from yourself. Get to the bottom of what's going on and what is happening with you and what you're feeling. Get help if you need it. And I also feel lots of stress for some of you. and some severely, and I feel like you need to go to the doctor and get your heart checked out. I do feel it may be time to consider a lifestyle change for some of you, and hopefully you can think that too. Lastly, spirituality. It's an important time to trust yourself, work on visualization, notice what's going on with you, improve on things that you've been talking about doing for a while now, work on reducing stress by shutting down that endless mind chatter, learn to silence the chatter. It takes a little work, but it's not impossible, and it's a lifesaver. I can't even tell you when you just finally master not having to listen to that little voice. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages. Let me get to tonight's caller. I have Victoria in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Hi, how are you?
I am wonderful. It's great to talk to you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. How can I help you this evening?
Okay, I have two specific questions.
Okay.
One, I am starting my master's program, and I'm wondering if this is the right path for me.
So I'm feeling. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So with the master's, I feel, yes, I do feel like that is a really, really. You can't see me, but when you were talking about your master's degree, I was doing a little dance for you because that's how excited I felt about it. May I ask you what your master's is in?
I'm going for nurse informatics.
Ooh, interesting. I've never heard of that before.
So if IT and nursing had a love child, it would be nurse informatics.
Oh
so
my gosh, that is
it's away
so
from patient
creative.
care. Right, it's information.
Okay,
And I'm just wondering if that is the right fit.
It is absolutely the right fit because I feel like you're going to have a lot of opportunities, not just you being able to actually work within a hospital group, a doctor, but I kind of feel like you're even going to be able to have your own business with this, and whether you're a consultant and you go and you help out in different ways, but I kind of even see you taking it to another level where you're incorporating technology and health in a new and innovative way where maybe you're helping. I don't know. Like I just feel like it's going to be bigger than what you think it can be.
I can live with that. I can live with that.
Okay, good.
Okay. Now, my second question is I have reconnected with someone from my past, and there is a little love interest going on.
Ooh,
and I'm wondering if this is the right fit.
So I actually feel like it is, but I feel your hesitation. I almost feel like you're ready to kind of express or make your feelings clear to this person because you kind of realize what it is that you want and what you need, but you're just afraid that it's not going to be reciprocated.
Correct.
Yeah, I feel like that is just a fear block. Okay, I just feel like it's a trigger. It's a trigger from your past of when you've expressed yourself, you've been shut down and you've been rejected. So it's just coming up again in this moment. I do feel like you should continue down this path. It feels like you guys are pretty compatible as far as I'm concerned. I do feel like both of you have grown a tremendous amount since you knew this person before. I feel like you guys have a lot in common. I kind of feel like you mirror each other. There's a little bit of, I kind of feel like you guys also have similar trauma. Whether it's relationship baggage or, I just kind of feel like you guys have the same insecurities. And I do feel like this person is very receptive to you and is a pretty understanding individual. So I feel like it is okay for you to express yourself. I wouldn't get overly emotional because I don't know that, I almost feel like that might be too much, right? So,
okay,
like I like you. This is fun. I just don't want you to be like, I'm so in love with you, and I want to, get married. And you've got to kind of, how do I say this?
Reel it back in.
Reel it back in a little bit, right? So like my fiance always says to me, Rebecca, give me the guy version, right? So kind of do it in that way where you're giving it, you're expressing yourself, but a little bit more in the guy version where you're not overloading him with emotion, because I feel like he's got some past issues around. I just don't want him to misperceive your perception or, your what you're trying to express to him, because it's not like you're ready to go get married and run off to the chapel and like, if he's not around, it's the end of the world type thing. I just feel like he's got to feel comfortable because he's a little less emotionally available than you, if that makes sense.
Correct.
Yeah, he likes you, but he freaks out easy.
Okay. I am making note of all of this.
Okay.
Well, you've answered my two questions, and I humbly thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh my gosh,
sometimes it's reassuring to have someone else say where you project yourself, what you're feeling with things, and to just have you kind of reassure me is wonderful. So thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome. We still have a few minutes, and if you're open to it, I have a couple of other things that I kind of feel might be important to bring into your awareness, especially when it comes to your dating situation. I feel like there are some things maybe from the past, some emotional residue that's there. And I just kept kind of feeling like there might be a little bit of, some forgiveness work that might need to be done in order to, how we kind of put something in our head, like we compare people to past relationships, or somebody hurt us in the past, and then we automatically assume that this next person is going to do the same thing to us. And I feel like there's someone from your past, whether I want to say it's a romantic relationship, that I feel like you have forgiven, but there's like a core seed that's there that I kind of feel like you've got to really be completely done with it and just forgive the whole situation, forgive the past, forgive yourself. And then I kind of feel like you're going to feel a shift even in this relationship with this person that you're in with now. Does that kind of make sense to you?
It does make sense.
It's just like one. Yeah, it's just one little hang up, like just a little one. Because I feel like you've done a lot of emotional work. I feel like you've really changed a lot over the last couple of years. And I also feel like you've very much been career driven and focused on that. So this is just that last little piece of the puzzle. And the other thing was, I know that you have a level of confidence, but I feel like you've got to kick it up a notch and really, really believe in yourself. Because there's a little piece of you that, like, you can do things, you're really smart, and you're a go-getter, and you're independent, and you have these amazing qualities about yourself. But I think you allow self-doubt to creep in more than you should. And I feel like it's really important for you to make sure that you're connecting and believing in yourself and trusting your intuition, because I know that you hear it. I know that you hear it. And like you said, you're kind of just getting another perspective from me. But I feel like that was the other thing that was really important to tell you, is to trust your intuition and listen to it, because it is guiding you in the right direction.
Awesome. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Oh my gosh.
It has been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate you calling in, and I'm wishing you the absolute best of luck. I feel like things are really going to work out wonderful for you with your career and in love. And, you know, I can't tell you for certain that this guy is going to be the love of your life for the rest of this life. But I can tell you, I don't feel him out of the picture, and you're definitely going to have love. So I don't think you have anything to worry about, okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much. You have a great night.
Thank you. You too. All right, everybody, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. I hope everyone has a great week, and I will connect with you next week. And if you need to get a hold of me, 407-374-3133. Bye.
Okay, hello everyone. This is me, Iona, Virgin Media Mayan Power, and you're listening to Amplified Show. As you guys see, I'm in the hospital. I'm not sick. I'm feeling absolutely good, but one of my family members is, and that's why I'm here for her. So, and we should do this show. So I said, like, I would not let my audience and followers and fans on Avid Advice will wait another week to not having me and not having the questions. As you guys know, I'm charging $35 per minute. So I know for many of you guys, $35 per minute is a lot of money. So that's why I would love to say I will be there for you guys no matter what, especially right now at the moment, even in the hospital, because I'm receiving a lot of emails. You guys DM me on my Instagram, beg me for my regular show on A1R Radio Network, Avid Show, and Persian Medium Show. So that's why I feel like it doesn't matter what's going on. It doesn't matter where I am today. I will just listen to my audience, listen to my followers, fans, and I'm here. So let's talk about health, and let's talk about how we can be grateful and thankful just as we can move our body and just we can feel and sense that mentally and physically we are good and well. There is people that wake up every single morning and they just say, well, I'm not lucky. I don't like this and that. You know, I'm not count myself as a person who actually been successful. And you're always trying to find a way to say something, to act somewhere, to just like make yourself to not valued as a person. So if it's you, and if you are the person that always trying to say something negative and nasty about yourself, to yourself, and do the self-sabotage, I would say stop it right away. Number one, you're not going to feel good until you really understand about our value and what we have as a talent and what God gave us as a gift. basically when you are healthy, when you do not need to even go anywhere, to having a shot, to having a surgery, to doing all those things that actually need around it right now, then basically you are a lucky person. So you don't need to do anything and done anything, because I really feel and sense that everything happened for some reason. So basically, what I'm trying to say, I'm sorry, now the doctors and other people coming in the room as well, but I'm in the radio show, so basically I'm going to be there for you guys. Sorry about that if I'm going to be interrupted by anyone, but you guys understand about my situation. So let's just go and back to you guys. I have Mikael from Sweden, Stockholm. Well, hello. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing very good. Thank you for having me here.
Of course, what more do? How is everything?
So what's up here?
Yes, exactly. So sorry. Actually, as you see, you see my face right now. I'm actually in the hospital for some of my family members that have surgery. So basically, that's why I'm doing my show live. So that's why I'm actually in the middle of something. And sometimes the doctor come in and drop me. So I'm sorry about that. I will do my best to give you all the advice I can with my heart. Okay. Number one, give me your date of birth. And number two, where are you living in Sweden? Are you in Stockholm, Gothenburg? Where are you?
I am in close to Gothenburg, actually. So very close to Gothenburg, or 1 hour from there.
Oh, wow,
I'm on the
fantastic.
west coast
Is it
as well.
cold? Is it cold there?
Well, it's still a little bit cold there, like 2+ or something. Outside, so
I know.
not very warm.
I live in Sweden, honey, almost in 20 years, like all my life. I raised in Sweden, so I know exactly what's going on. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, but springtime's coming soon. So we'll hopefully get some warmer weather. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be living here, but it's very beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. And did you been in California, or are you coming to California, to LA?
California, I have never been there actually in America, but it would be very nice to be there. I just talked to somebody who has a friend in California actually, but we'll see. Maybe one day.
I would definitely recommend you to come to LA, to California. And if you ever come to California and LA, my practice is actually in Corona del Mar. And I always actually having time for people who come from the country of mine, which is my country. Actually, I counted as a Sweden, Stockholm, because I raised there. So, and people who come from actually Stockholm, Sweden, Gothenburg, people who come from Australia, Canada, London, they kind of prioritize all the time to see me face to face. So basically, if I come here, so please DM me and send me email to virginmedium@gmail.com, and I would love to see and talk to you about things. So now, back to you. You definitely have something in your mind that you would love to see, some burning questions that you are looking for, hot burning answers.
So perfect timing, actually. Like, seriously, like, I had this thing coming, like, I kind of actually just manifested a job, which is very... Because I talked about this job, this was the only job I wanted here in Sweden. So it's just a normal job as a delivery guy. I wanted to drive a car. And I got it today. And at the same time, in the Netherlands, I got the opportunity to work as a volunteering, like a raw food place, a restaurant, and just stay in Amsterdam for a while. And both of these options just came to me at the same time today. And I would like to know if I should stay or should I go?
It will be super fantastic, because the way that I feel and the way that I sense right now at the moment, you are in a change and challenge position. So basically, universe trying to bring opportunities to your door. So every single opportunity is coming from other side. Let's say from other countries, let's say that from other places, or kind of like other companies, other friends, maybe a new resources, new circumstances, or anything in regard to that. So please just try to say yes to it, because whatsoever it would be as a change and challenge for you, that would be fantastic. So from now on, you are not in a place that you should be concerned and worried about your future if you may actually make some not good decision. So your decision whatsoever is going to be today has to do with the change, has to do with challenge, change the countries, doing something that would be fantastic. So no fears allowed, no fears, no doubt, and no kind of the things, maybe I should wait, maybe I should not. You have to just listen to your own God's feelings right now, because you have psychic abilities, you have energies that I can see. I'm not telling to everybody this. It's not because I want to tell you, because I'm going to make you to feel happy and say, oh, you have some talent. No, you do. You know what I'm talking about. You have that ability. Because, and you are strongly in the vortex center of time. So basically, whatever you are asking right now is just coming. That's why I wanted you to ask non-stop, 24 hours and 7 days, non-stop, ask and receive. And it doesn't matter exactly what you're asking, with whom you are asking, how you are asking, what type of money you want, what type of amount of money you are asking. All you need to do, be unrealistic about what you are asking.
Yeah, like to actually talk about something that is little, let's say, higher standard, because when I do, it usually happens. When I believe, of course, but
You're really, really fantastic. I'm super proud of you, because when I'm actually right now tapping to your energy psychically, I see you accomplish a lot. So if any change comes to you, anything that comes to you right now, tomorrow, week from now, month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, and then actually hour from now, just say yes to it.
Yeah, but I have done that for a couple of years now. I was thinking, okay, take a little break from unknown.
Absolutely. And you deserve it. And you deserve the best. Why you deserve this? Because, you work so hard. You've been such a strong person. You help a lot of people. You have a heart named as a golden heart. You're not doing things just for yourself. You're doing all the time things for others, because you want to bring love and prosperity and abundance to others. And you're always trying to be thankful and grateful to God.
Oh, I'm really good at that. So what's the can I have another question as well?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, a thing with why, with staying or going, I'm really good with manifesting good things for other people, but I'm kind of focusing too much on other people, maybe, because it's I never go with them on that journey usually. But I'm just leading them there in a good direction, and then eventually I'm just here staying with myself anyway. But yeah.
Well, did you ever doubt about, let me ask you this way, did you ever doubt about your dreams, or kind of did you may actually manifest and connect it to your dreams, but then because the dreams didn't happen almost immediately, or maybe it's still not happening yet, so are you kind of feeling that, I'm kind of doubting about that, maybe I should change my directions, maybe I'm not doing the right things? Is it something like that happen to you?
Well, at this very moment, yeah, I'm kind of well, let's say that I've been on a spiritual journey for a while, and I'm kind of getting back to my own place, and just getting back to just having a normal life, doing nothing really, and see where that goes, and relaxing a little bit from this adventure side, I guess.
So do this right now for me, and I wanted you to really take it seriously. I wanted you to write it down every single night. I wanted you to have 1 glass of water. You're not drinking it. You're just having it next to you, and you have one paper, like a A4 paper, one side of a paper that you can write down whatsoever you have in your dreams and desires. You write it down almost in between 5 to 10 of almost impossible dreams that you ever had. Okay. And I wanted you to be unrealistic. And this is things that you have to do it in 21 days. 21 days. So if you just 21 days, if you just forget about one night, let's say that you've been tired, you forgot to do the same things as I told you, then you have to do it again. You have to do it again. So basically 21 days before the bedtime, you are just write it down exactly what you want. Means all unrealistic dreams and desires that's still not happening, I wanted you to focus on it. And it's not anything like doubting. You should not doubt. You should not even feel it. And I wanted you to even feel that you have already $10 million in your account, and you are going to plan in 21 days. I wanted you to plan on this $10 million, or better say, whatever it is, $20 million, whatever is unrealistic in your mind. I wanted you to now plan for it. Okay, let's say that you have $10 million. You want to buy the house for $2 million, example. You want to invest your money on a stock. You want to actually buy Ferrari. You want to actually have this and that. You want to travel to Hawaii. Whatever you have and you want to do with this $10 million, I wanted you to write it down. Means that you have it and you're starting to plan. So it's only in 21 days. You are planning for these $10 million, not 10 million crowns, or the Swedish actually, money is $10 million. So if you have $10 million, what are you going to do? You have it right now in your account. What are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do next week? What will happen in between now until actually 21 days when it comes to that 20, or better say $10 million? So then when you are writing down every night, you just closing your eyes and just say, I'm thankful, I'm grateful, and thank you so much for everything that you gave it to me, and I need more. I want more. You have to be greedy. When it comes to money and finance, you have to always be greedy. There is no down to earth. There's no humble feelings about money. When it comes to money, you have to say, I love money. I'm actually going after money. Come after me all the time, and I'm greedy. I want more and more and more and more. So number two, when you wake up every morning, you drink that water that you already have. So the paper that you already wrote all your dreams, it has to be on top of that glass of water, on top. Put something on top of it because it's not going to fall somewhere then. Then you wake up every single moment when you wake up. The only things that you do, you drink this glass of water in 21 days. Then I wanted you to actually call me or communicate with me. Maybe you can come and communicate with me through A1R, but I wanted you to go to avidadvice.com, sign up, and then send me an email through Avid Advice, chat with me through Avid Advice, and tell me what type of miracle you received after all those things that I told you. Every single of my clients, fans, followers, and students, they come back one after each other and told me that something very good, very significant as a big miracle happened to their life.
Hmm.
So you're going to be one of them.
When you're saying the last things, at least.
Yeah, you're going to be one of them. I promise you. You're going to be one of them that can actually, notify me and says, "Well, Fiona, yes, my life completely changed, and exactly almost close that 21 days before the 21 days passed, I got exactly what I wanted. I'm now in the most amazing road in my life that I ever been." I promise you're going to do that. I can even feel and sense it psychically. You're so ready. You're really, really ready. You're so ready. I mean, I don't know what else I have to say, but you are so ready.
Well, it would help to be in California probably to get my $10 million.
Definitely. And remember that. Even if it's not the money the place coming that's going to take you to get that money. So that means that all the resources around you will change. Circumstances will change. Positive people with money come around you. You're going to really watch and see, really, and have your popcorn and trying to really lay back and relax and see. You will see after 21 days how everything in between you, universe, in between you, new circumstances, in between you and your new friends who are actually going to take you to the next level, in between you and new companies, people around will change.
Okay.
I promise.
I will definitely
this is going to happen non-stop. I
something.
promise you. Yeah, this is something that I promise. If you started, you just going to say, I just want to continue to just like have this. Let me ask you questions. Do you have children? Do you have family already?
Not really anything that keeps me down like that. Or settled there. So, yeah. So that's a good thing, I guess, still. My problem is, though, that I have had, this happening, my problem is that I'm kind of missing out, in the last end kind of thing. One time Yeah, definitely 2 times I manifested some very easy money that was just in my hands, but I kind of lost the opportunity. Really, by not reading an email.
Go for unrealistic manifestation. If you really want to get something, that is exactly what I always say to my students. You want to be millionaire, go around billionaire. So you want to be really wealthy and actually get something that don't manifest for $100,000 or $200,000. Manifest for at least $4, $5, $6 million. That's what you have to do.
Okay.
You have to just change the way that you are manifesting. You have to you have to really change the way that you are thinking, the way that you are feeling, and you never should ask when, how. It's not possible. I don't think so. Well, what are you talking about? Like how on Mondays? Yeah. No doubt allows in manifestation. No doubt allows when you ask the universe that you want something. And your focus has to be on something that you have already and you feel good about it, not something that you do not feel good about it. If you ever focus on something that you do not feel good about it, then you're not going to get what you want. Please stay away. Hijack your subconscious mind. Tell your subconscious mind, you're not allowed to be negative. You're not allowed to then think of any negativities, any negative people, and any crazy people around. That's all I wanted you to do from now on. And I'm so sure psychically I can tell you have a big jump almost around the month of April. So basically around the April 23rd to the April 29th, I see actually a very good news and very good jump for you, which actually going to change and challenge your life in a very strong way, very positive way. So just, stay calm and really feel and sense the energies, the breathing of money or the finance or whatever you're asking. You're asking for to be famous, to actually have an hand, to anything that you want, any type. That doesn't matter. And get more happiness because you know that money can buy happiness. Happiness is happiness. It's come to you. Money can just buy comfort. But happiness is something that you have inside. And no one can take it away from you, with or without money. That's why if you bring more happiness to your life, I promise you, everything will manifest in the right directions. But the most important part, my love, you should not doubting about if it's coming or if it's not coming. Answer is yes, more than 100%, it will come.
Yeah. It's in the choices. Like sometimes when the universe provides everything at once, every time the universe provides everything all at once, so that I have to choose, and it's so hard to choose when there is options. I'm afraid of making the wrong choice.
Get used to it.
Well, I make the wrong.
So we have just 90 seconds. I wish if I could just talk longer, but for more information about the Persian Medium, go to PersianMedium.com, avidadvice.com, sign up, get your 5 free minutes, talk to me or any advisor that you want, and please call me back on Avid Advice and tell me exactly what's going on. Thank you so much for all love, help, DM, and emails and anything. I don't know. I'm actually really speechless. I'm thankful and grateful for every each of them. And thank you so much, A1R. To be you, and without you guys, I wouldn't even help tons of people around the world. Thank you. God bless you guys. I love you so much, and have a great one, and bye.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic. How are you? I'm so glad you guys are here, cats and kittens. It's always good to see you, even if you're just in my mind. But, screen just froze. So we're going to start out today with the psychic weather forecast, which, as you know, is not actually weather. It's psychic weather, which is more interesting and less damaging to crops. So we're going to pull, and by we, I mean me, we're going to pull 3 cards, which really will sum up a lot of the possibilities in the week ahead for you. Don't ask me why this works. It just does. Okay, we ready? Are you ready? You feel ready. You look ready. Okay. Okay. And we're pulling these randomly from my imitation Louis Vuitton purse. Okay. So the psychic weather for this week, according to the tarot. Oh, the Emperor card. Interesting. Excuse me. The Emperor card has a lot to do with father energy. So this week you might be dealing with either a masculine authority of some kind, which I would say would be your boss, but these days your boss is just as likely to be a woman or a trans person, so that's all good. But it could be an authority figure, which could be your boss. However, it could also be you dealing with an issue of fatherhood in your life. Do you have a son who is about to become a father? Do you have a daughter who is having troubles with her husband and the father of her children? You're going to be really addressing that this week. The good news is you'll be addressing it successfully. And if you have father issues, those are going to be coming up to be healed. So remember, when something comes up to be healed, it's actually good. May not feel great at the time, but just ask your higher power for help and it's all good. Okay, second card. Woo-woo. Second card. Oh, nice. We like this card. Yeah. This card has to do, maybe some of you are going to weddings, August weddings. It's a little strange, but knock yourself out. Actually, I just realized I got married in August. Never mind. Psychic hypocrites today on Moonstruck. This also has to do in the Jewish tradition, which I'm half of. This is called a chuppah, and it is something that the Jewish bride and groom stand beneath when they get married. It's also a symbol of happiness in relationships. So if you're not going to a wedding, you might this week find out that you're going to be a participant in one next year, whether that's as being a bridesmaid or groomsperson or trans bridal person, or whether that's as being a bride or groom. Interesting. But the theme of weddings is going to be up for you this week. So enjoy that because there's usually a lot of free champagne involved. Okay. The last thing is somebody from your past is probably going to come back in a nice way. This could be just, a phone call from an old friend. It could be a phone call from, who knows, a past, you know what I'm saying here? And it's going to be really nice. This can also mean that you meet somebody with whom you feel like this amazing trust. You could be meeting a new best friend this week, or you could be meeting a romantic interest with whom you just have that feeling of ooh, this is working. I don't know why. I just like this person. Do not sign over anything to them on the first date. Learn from my experience. Okay, just kidding, sort of. We have Carolyn from Queensland, Australia, which is where I have my best friends just about, and it's a great place, and I love the name Carolyn. Hello, my dear. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Okay, before we start, the way I tune into people is to have them tell me their birthdays. So are you down with that? What's your birthday?
Yes.
Cool.
February.
February, any specific day? Or, okay, was it just a really long labor all month? February, any specific day?
Yeah, no, February the 3rd. February the 3rd.
Oh, that's a very powerful day. That's a great day.
Doesn't feel like it.
I know you're going through a hard time right now, my love. So let me see what cosmic assistance I know. I'm sorry. And what my guides are telling me is that you can't see that right now, because when we're in the middle of something, it always feels like, this is going to go on forever. This is my new reality. It's not so. So just know that before we start. Things are going to be better, and they're going to be better, it looks like, sooner than you think. So it sounds like you have a particular question. What is it, Angel? Talk to me.
Not really. I guess I need to know my life purpose. I just don't know which way to go.
Let me ask you a funny question. And I wouldn't normally ask this, except my guides just said it. and just humor me for a second, okay? What do you do when you're putting off doing something else? Do you do Pinterest? Do you, I don't know, play Angry Birds? What do you do when you're putting off doing something else?
No, I don't do anything. To be honest, I just work. I work to do to keep me
God. If it's no, I love work, but I just know the feeling. So, and when was the last time you had fun? And what was it? Fun, just like small, big fun. Yeah, I think that's a big part of this. I'm going to pull some cards for you, my angel. And you do work so hard. And you're such a lovely person. I can tell a lot about somebody's energy from their voice. And you have really nice energy. One thing that you do have is you have what I call overgiver burnout. Does that sound like it would land for you? So, overgiver is somebody who very much. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this card means to me that you're feeling stuck. You're feeling like maybe you started. How many jobs do you have, woman? Miss Woman. Sorry.
I have there are lots of things actually. Unfortunately, none of them are paying me at the moment.
You what? Wait, I didn't hear that.
Unfortunately, none of them are paying me at the moment.
Yeah, tell me about it. Well, they're paying, but they're not paying what you're worth. Yeah. And that's because I find this a lot with really good people. And you are in that number, whether you choose to believe that or not. But I'm telling you, you are. And so right now, I find that really good people often feel that they have to work incredibly hard for no money. And this is a trap I've fallen into more often than you've had hot dinners, because I'm older than you. So it does, you feel stuck. And it feels like there's one job you've been in for, 2 years? Because there's a 2 here.
No, I just lost my job, actually.
Oh, that sucks. Well, screw them.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. How long were you there?
Yeah.
How long were you there,
Rachel? Went back. I was there for 8 months, and then I got another job. So that's very pleasant. So I got another job, but then that didn't work out. So now I have no job.
Okay, so maybe the 2 in this card is 2 jobs that aren't, because what you're doing, and you're doing great stuff, but you have a big need for self-expression. And I find in my own life, sometimes when stuff isn't working out, it's because I'm not playing big enough. And you're a little depressed, which which I have a PhD in, so I totally feel that. But depression tells us that there's no hope, there's no future. Depression is a bitch, man. Sorry, excuse my language, but depression tells us a lot of stuff that's not true. Depression is like that angel on your the devil on your shoulder that just whispers nasty lies to you. It's like this. It's like a lawyer for the prosecution who's giving you all this evidence for why you're bad. So one thing I'd like to tell you is that lawyer, he's a lying son of a. Excuse me. You have done so much for so many people, and right now it feels like, sucker that I am, right? But the first thing is the person that you are not doing enough for right now, and I don't mean this as a criticism, and again, this is something that really good people, they fall into this trap. You're not doing enough for you. And I know you're worried about money, right? No, you're not. But here's the thing. I'm going to ask you to do something and then contact me, okay? Later on. I know it's a lot, but I'll give you a free rating, okay? I'm on Facebook. My name is Perry, P-E-R-I, like periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons.
P-E-R-I.
Yeah, P as in pneumonia. So it's P as in pneumonia, E-R-I, Perry. And then the last name is Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S, like lions and tigers and bears, but with a Y. So here's what I'd like you to do. L-Y-O-N-S, so Perry Lyons. You can Google me. There's a lot of good shit out there. Excuse my language. But so I'd like you to spend the next 2 days, and I know you don't have a lot of dosh right now, but you're a nature person. So can you drive to some place in nature that you like and look around? And I know it's winter there, but it's still gorgeous, you know. It is. I love Queensland. So go. Okay, I will. I'll see you. Let's see. December. Let's pack up and go to Bondi and drink cheap. No, we're going to go to Bondi, drink cheap champagne, and eat shrimp. That's what we're going to do. Topless. Okay. Okay, we got you laughing. Now, the good news is that there's some good news. If you have a little patience and take 2 days that is just for you and start again next week, but give yourself till next Monday. So for the next couple of days, what I want you to do is just ask yourself, like, what would make me happy right now? And then listen to the answer. I know it sounds crazy, but I've done this. And like, I've almost been hospitalized for depression in my life, and I had to come up with things that worked. Not things that might work, or things that work. So this is what's worked for me. I asked myself 2 questions. One is, what would the happiest woman in the world do right now? And I know it sounds crazy, but that took me in a week. That question took me from being broke and unemployed and feeling fat, lonely, and ugly to suddenly dating a celebrity that I was engaged to for a couple of years. I don't know why, but that question works. So just ask yourself, what would the happiest woman in the world do right now? And then do something like that. The next thing is that I also want you to call some people in the next couple of days, because you have a lot more people who absolutely adore you. And I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. It's true. All those people you've done stuff for, all those people you babysat for free, or you've taken like oranges and cake to when they were sick, or you've helped them with, those people love you and they want you to give them the gift, right, of trusting them and asking them for something. And as somebody who's incredibly, pride is my sin. Well, I have a couple of others. We'll talk privately. And I know that you have very high standards for yourself, and you're hard on yourself, right? But the truth is, you're a human being. But the other truth is, you're friggin' wonderful. So I want you to call on Friday. I want you to call 3 people who will all be really happy to hear from you. I guarantee this. There's an big article coming out about me that says like I'm 95% certifiably accurate, which I'm not bragging. I'm reassuring you that I'm not just making this up. So tomorrow I want you to get out in nature or go spend like, I don't know, $10 for a pedicure or something where you're taking as good care of you as you take care of everybody in your vicinity. Okay?
Yeah, it would make a nice change.
Yeah. And really think about what makes you happy and what gives you pleasure. This card says that it's not a good time for you to be a hermit. So beware of that thing.
I was very talking about that to somebody the other day. I always wanted to be a hermit. Busted. And I know that feeling, but isolating just take a chance, because here's what's coming up for you. You have 3 of the best cards I can possibly get for human beings. And I'm telling you that by October 19th, your life is going to turn around, like a lot. Okay? A lot. Also, next Thursday is going to be a good day for you. I know that seems random, but just trust me in this. You've got the Sun card coming up. And again, when I was at my worst depression, I drew this card for myself and I was like, you guys have the wrong person. But this card is a kind of happiness that you can't even imagine right now. And it's unexpected and it's coming your way. The other thing is the Star card, which is where, you have a lot of creative talent too.
What's your creative talent that you're currently ignoring? Talk to me.
Probably doing my readings.
Oh, okay. I knew you're one of us.
Do more of that. Yes, I am.
Yeah. Oh boy, are you ever? It's interesting. We're a little different because you're also like a dream psychic. You have prophetic dreams. Is that right? Or you have dreams that are very on the money?
Yeah, I do actually. I had one the other day that was really quite odd. A little girl come and tell me that not to worry, everything was going to be okay. And my dreams generally do tend to come true. So I'm hoping that she has the right person.
Yeah. I know, right? Yeah. I was like, I don't even deserve spirit guides. And then they showed up and they're like, oh, screw them. Screw you. We're here anyway.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah.
Now, I think you could do very well at that. I think all you would have to do is set up. 12 years ago, I just decided I'm really sick of working 9 to 5 and I'm really good at this. So I called a bunch of people and put out some ads, and suddenly I think that's where your success is going to be. I also think you might want to study shamanism because you have a real shamanistic ability, which is why I'm suggesting you go out in nature. And the last thing is, I love this card for you. I'm so excited. Okay, this is where you're going, sugar. And this is in line with everything we've been talking about. Well, I've been blathering about. You've been nice enough to listen. So this card is the card of the woman who is self-supporting. She's doing something she loves. She's financially secure, which would be nice, and which you deserve.
Which would be lovely.
February, but February 3rd, you have a talent for making money. It's just that you think that when you make money, poor people suffer, and they don't. The thing about making money is you can give it to those less fortunate. You're very good at that.
And I do.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't seem to have that ability lately. I've always did have, but it seems to have disappeared.
Well, you've got that little guy on your shoulder saying, you're no good, give up. And he's just, he's just like a little lying bad word. I'm not going to say it. But. So when you hear that little shoulder devil talking, just turn to your shoulder angel and say, will you deck this guy? Because he's bugging me. He's lying. So your cards are really good. And you're very creative, and you're also super empathetic, which can be exhausting. It can be exhausting.
Yeah.
So the other
very
yeah. So here's the other thing I want you to do. I want you to get a big box of kosher salt, the big kind, big with big grains and stuff. Put a half cup in your bath twice a week for the next 3 weeks. Because what that does is it draws out other people's energy. It strengthens your own aura, which is a very nice color right now. And it's changed since we started talking. So you're going to be fine. Have some faith. I mean, you don't have to have faith. You're going to be fine anyway. But faith is fun, so why not? But I want you...
I need to be fine very soon because I have no money left.
It's okay. You can last till Monday. Buy some mac and cheese. Go out to the country. What I want you to concentrate on, and then I'm going to have to get to my next caller, but you are a treat. So I want you to get in touch with me on Facebook and just claim your free reading, okay? Because I want to support you during this time. Things will be fine by next Thursday. But the more pleasure you manage to have for yourself, in the next couple of days, and then we'll get to Allison, who's lovely and spells her name very nicely. But Carolyn, hear me. You're going to be fine. You really are. And so really, for the next couple of days, don't worry about money, but just concentrate on what gives you pleasure and makes you happy. Are you with me? Pinky swear? Pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
Okay?
Pinky swear.
Okay, good. We're going to hold you to that.
Thank you.
So,
thank you very much. How do you spell your surname?
My last name is Lyons. So it's Perry, P as in pneumonia, E-R-I, like periwinkle, and then P-E-R-I, Perry, one R, and then Lyons is L-Y-O-N-S. Lions,
Oh,
like the T. Yeah.
Leanne. Thank you. I'll be in touch.
All right, my love. Yeah, please do, because I care. All right? All right, be good, baby. Go have fun. All right? Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Oh, that was so fun. I get the coolest people here. And if you're listening, you're one of them. And call in next week. We're every Wednesday at 9 p.m. on Moonstruck TV. And it's the best station ever. So we got 5 minutes. Allison, talk to me, baby. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you, Perry?
I'm good. They didn't tell me where you were calling from. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll be over in about an hour. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So tell me your birthday. We'll hang out, get a massage.
Right.
So tell me what your birthday is.
4/12/70.
Oh, nice. Oh, Aries dog. We love those. Aries dog. So you're truthful to a fault, my love. You can't lie to save your life. and you get in truth because you're just, I think this is so charming. Are you a blurter? Are you somebody who just blurts stuff out and says the truth that everybody else is thinking but nobody else will say? I think you are. Yeah. That's so charming. Yeah. I love that. Okay, so tell me, do you have a specific question or would you like me to just jump in?
I would like you to just jump in.
Well, I think the reason I said massage, there's something behind that. Well, you are somebody who has some healing powers, sugar. So I'm not saying quit your job and become a massage therapist, but I am saying that you really have, and I can hear it in your voice too, you have a real healing presence. That's nice. I'm not the first person to tell you that either. Okay, let's look. That's interesting. It's funny. You move in a couple of different worlds. You're as comfortable with somebody who's like a princess as you are with somebody who's a janitor. And you've moved in both worlds, right?
Tell you honestly, I would prefer the janitor.
Yeah, you and me both. I met princesses, nothing against them, but janitor's a better company. What I'm saying is the card The World says to me that you have in your life been surrounded by famous people and trappings and wealth and stuff, but you're not that into it.
Right.
It looks like you're planning to start your own business. Is that the case?
We
start
have
a project. Oh, well, screw it. I'm too late. Can you call me 2 years ago? Okay. King of Swords says to me that there's either an Aries, Libra, or Aquarius man somewhere around you, or there's a man in your life who's being a little critical or difficult. Is that the case?
Oh, well, that probably is my husband.
I like you. I wish we had another half hour. Yeah, well, actually, we got 2 minutes, and call back next week or contact me privately because I think you're the beans, man. Okay, this card upside down. This is an Aries woman who is feeling a little squished in her life right now. So I'm going to talk really fast because I'm from New York and I want you to listen. You have to do something. The partnership you're in is fine, and I like him, but you're investing too much power in him, and you're not owning your own power enough right now because, girl, you got some power, and you're good looking, too. I'm not kidding, and you know that. Ha, 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 ha. And stop telling yourself you have to lose. Stop telling yourself you have to lose weight because you don't. That's your mother speaking. Oh, my God. Yeah, bingo, right? The other thing is, that you're a little worried about doing stuff on your own or starting your own project or honoring your creative and healing talents because I think you feel like you'll be criticized by your family or your husband but I want you to grab that brass ring, own your power. And I mean, the last person I talked to had some psychic ability. You do too. So I would like you to think about taking up meditation 10 minutes a day, because that would help. Find an app for that. The more you meditate for the next 2 weeks, especially for you, the more you're going to get in touch with what you want to do. And the faster the opportunity that's coming towards you, that's for you and not for both of you. For you, it's time for you to stop playing second fiddle and start being the lead singer you were born to be. And contact me privately. My name is Perry Lyons. I'll give you a free 15 minutes. Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, O-I-O-N-S, because I've got a lot more stuff to tell you. So it's free, it's on me. So I'm on Facebook and Perry Lyons on Wix site. The information is on Moonstruck here. But get in touch. You've got a lot of cool stuff coming up. But the one thing I want to tell you is own your power and your beauty, girl. It's time. Okay? Stop waiting for permission, because you're the, I'm not going to say the word, I'll just substitute beans. You're the beans. You got it. So go flaunt it, okay? And you know I'm right. So stop listening to your mom's voice. She's wrong. You're right, okay?
All right, sounds good. I will contact you, Perry. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello everyone, I am Gemma, your host tonight for Gemma Spirit World. How are we all doing? Oh my goodness, it is, okay, so on here on the Gold Coast, it is a Friday. I cannot believe that the week is nearly over. It has been the biggest week for me. Lots of positive highs that I've been hitting. I've actually been so busy with lots of readings, good for me, good for others that are needing guidance, seeking, insight into their future as well. And I've had, I've really felt my batteries, my energy levels dropping as of today. I really did something for myself. I went to work, but not actually, I didn't do any work for me, but I did a meditation, and I definitely meditate most mornings, but to actually go to a meditation group with, other beautiful, amazing people, it's to sit in a circle and just to be all together, come as one, and to really just let go, release, and just connect, and just to really it was amazing. And generally when I meditate, I'm very visual and I can see a lot of things, and it was just really nice to be guided through a meditation and not to see anything for the first time. For me, it was all about recharging my batteries, and my goodness, when I came out of my session, I felt amazing. I actually feel like I'm glowing. I feel like I'm ready for another big week for next week. So really, it's been huge. I mean, we had the new moon on Wednesday night, and it was huge. It was lots of releasing of old habits and lots of things that have come up in my past that resurfaced, and a lot of anxiety. That's something that I've suffered in the past, and to the point that my anxiety would have, really had me bound to my house and not being able to leave my house. So I had lots of, built up, pent up energy inside of here in my chest, and it just seemed to build up. And I was able to release that, and it really felt amazing to be able to release something that in my past really had held me back from, moving forward. So it's really about noticing the things that we've been going through, and really just taking it easy on yourself and not putting any pressure on yourself to be in a place where, you not to feel like you're ready for, and I also, another thing that I just wanted to mention, what was really big for me was that I woke up on Thursday morning. I actually have a recording of it. I know I have a message on my Spirit Facebook world. My goodness, Gemma's Spirit World, my Facebook page. I've actually mentioned how, I woke up 5:30 Thursday morning and Spirit had let me know that I was doing a live reading. I didn't know, I just knew that I was going to go live on Facebook and do some readings, share my love and healing. And it just worked out that day that I had someone come into work and I was on their mind, and she said to me, let's do readings and let's do live, let's do it now. And that's how it happened. And it was amazing that waking up and just having that knowing, and the universe really having my back, and just really trusting in the universe and what you really put out there, and that we can manifest, the most amazing things into our life. So really believe and trust in the universe, that knowing that the universe has your back, and believe and trust in anything, that any signs are coming your way. Alrighty, so we are going to get into some live readings. I'm super excited to share the love. And today we have Jennifer in Louisiana, USA.
Hi.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What kind of guidance can I give for you tonight? What areas are you looking for?
Well, all areas really. I feel like my life is a tornado. I'm really not sure. I've got all kinds of questions. I want to know where my career is going. If I'm going to see some improvement in that area of my life soon.
Yeah. Just a question with your career. I keep seeing a Y shape. Have you only just recently changed work, started a new job?
Yeah.
Because it feels like, okay, because that's what I'm seeing for you. And I see that because and being the Y, because I keep seeing the letter Y, being at an early stage in your life with work, like it's something new. It's just really just give it time is what I'm seeing for you, not to put too much pressure on yourself to, it's not to have too much expectations on yourself is what I'm seeing for you. I see that it's something that, it's because it's new and it's challenging for you, but it's also, it feels really good. It feels really like, what I keep seeing for you is that you're going to come in leaps and bounds. You're really going to be, it's huge for you. It's going to be very successful. It's going to bring in money for you. I feel like in the past, you've had jobs where, it feels like, because I feel your competencies. I mean, what I'm saying is that you're very capable of what you're doing, and this job's really going to challenge you. And I see that this is where you're going to grow in different areas, and you're really going to do well at what you're going to be doing. Is that resonating with you?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes, it feels good. That. I keep seeing the gold around you, and when I think of gold, I think of wealth, and I see money. So generally for money I get green, but I get gold for you, and I really feel it's a very positive thing in your life at the moment. This new job.
Wonderful.
Yes.
What about love, then? What about?
Yep. I was going to say your love. It's interesting because with love, I keep seeing like a heart in front of me, and it's like your heart's pounding. And what I get from that is that I feel like with love, it's like you have somebody close to you, but I also feel like this somebody keeps, like, whether they keep coming into your life and back out of your life, or it's something that they're not too far away from coming back into your life. Like, it feels like it's something new, or it's going to be something new, but it's going to grow, because I keep seeing them going back and forth. What Can you make sense with this at all?
Well, okay. Well, my closest friend is actually an old boyfriend, and my ex-husband I just talked with today. So yes, yes. I don't know.
So that's what I keep. Okay, so your ex-boyfriend is coming in, and it's obviously what I'm seeing for you is that your best friend, which is obviously male, he's the one that's come into your life, and then your ex is also stepping in, causing the distraction. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say the ex is stepping in and causing a distraction, but I would definitely say that my closest friend is an ex-boyfriend.
Yes, because that's what I keep seeing for you. I really feel that there's lots of bouncing around, and it's very confusing for your feelings and your heart at the moment. And it's what I keep hearing is focus on one, like who really pulls at your heart. But at the same time, it feels like a lot of past things. Like I feel like there's lots of there's lots of past stuff attached to both. But I really feel like your heart's really pulling for the not your ex, but the other gentleman.
Okay.
I just see that it's really confusing for you, and I feel like you're going around in circles. And what I do see in you, I keep seeing a circle, and basically I keep seeing your foot stepping out of the circle. It's really just really stepping out of both situations and just really sitting with your emotions, with your thoughts going through with you, because I feel like there's just too much distractions around you, and it's really confusing you and what you want to do with your love life. It just feels like it's going around in circles, if that makes sense. It's just confusing. Yeah, and I see that you have been hurt in the past, and I just feel like that things are just going to keep on being the way they are. I just see that I just feel like there's lots of old, just not negative, but there's just past baggage attached to both ends. And I just see you really taking yourself out of the picture of it, and really looking at it, from a different perspective. Because it just seems that, because I can't see past the confusion of what I'm seeing in front of me, because I feel like the judgment of your emotions and what you're going through is really clouding the clarity. So at the moment, I just see it as a dead end, but at the same time, it's like because you have two relationships that have entered into your life, it's like really just stepping back and focusing on one, focusing on both, basically really sitting down with what you actually want in the relationship, if you want it to work with any one of them. But at the same time, I really feel like it's just a friendship. It's really going to be a friendship-based thing, nothing too serious. I'm really like drawn to your heart. My heart really feels heavy. Your heart feels heavy about both situations, and I just feel like you've been really hurt in the past, and to really to look at what is good for you and your future and your happiness. Your happiness is really important, and I just seeing that it really dragged you down. And it's generally it's holding you back from moving forward. Is that making sense with you? It just feels it's really tough decisions on your heart for you to make these decisions. Yeah, and I just feel your heartbreak. I really do. I just see that, the open, honest communication is really important. I'm really drawn to the colour blue around you. Because I just drew a card for you, and it's interesting because the card I drew for you is Speak Your Truth. It has lots of blue around it, and it's really about speaking your truth, but really being honest with yourself with what kind of relationship you want. Because once you put that out to the universe, you're going to attract the kind of relationship that you want, the kind of person that you want into your life. And if this doesn't sit with those two, either I have those two X's, it's really, really, because I know when you let go of people that are holding you back, you'll find that it makes room to meet somebody new in your life that's really going to respect you and bring a lot of happiness to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be really gentle on yourself, Jennifer, regarding that, because I just can feel your heartache, and I can feel your yearning, for that love in your life, for that happiness, to not feel alone, just to know that you're not alone, and that, I know that when you're just able to let go of things, it can really bring in beautiful people into your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also, and I keep seeing flowers around you at the moment as well, and it's different kind of coloured flowers, whether you're, whether you're having a birthday coming, whether you're expecting or not expecting having a birthday coming up. But when I see flowers, it's really about uplifting your moods and really bringing more colour into your life. So doing things to distract your headspace, the more things that you can do for yourself that make you feel happy and uplift your mood, it's really, about looking after yourself and bringing in that positivity. But I don't see you being alone. I really seeing, just really, work out what you want is what I'm seeing with your love life.
Okay.
Yeah, is that, and anything else I can help you with?
You said it's the flowers. I'm struggling with letting myself socialize. Well, like once before I was very social, and then through a relationship change in my life, I stopped doing that completely, and I've let myself. I've stepped into getting back to that just now, very recently. So that probably is what that is about, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, really be gentle on yourself and look after, really put yourself first before you put others before yourself. Just be gentle in your heart and on your mind with all the thoughts that's going on.
It's a hard one, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's okay, Jennifer. I'm going to have to let you go only because that I have our next caller waiting for me, but it was lovely to connect to you, and just remember that your happiness is important and to really put yourself first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth. We have Elizabeth from Bakersfield, California. How are you tonight, Elizabeth? Hello, Elizabeth. We're just waiting for Elizabeth to connect. Okay, I'm going to draw a card for Elizabeth before we connect with her. I keep seeing lots of colours around her, and the card that I've drawn for Elizabeth until she connects is the music card. So I'm seeing lots of music, but lots of movement around her. So it'd be interesting to see if she's doing any kind of travelling or moving in her life. I keep seeing for you, I'm just going to talk because I get lots of images even though I don't. Okay, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yes,
Yeah, really good. Are
Hello?
you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Just busy.
Busy? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just a question. I drew a card for you before, and I drew the music card. And I was obviously just giving you a reading before we were trying to get you back on the line. And I'm just wondering, are you doing any kind of travel or moving in your life at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
You are. That's what I thought, because I can see lots of colour and lots of greenery around you.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, and you're doing lots of travel as a moving of house. I can see you doing both. So you're moving house and you're traveling.
Oh, I want to cry.
Are you okay? Are they happy tears?
Because I'm trying to leave the past behind. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, you're definitely going in the right direction.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It feels really positive. There's lots of colour coming into your life. It really feels like everything's really on track for you. It just, there's lots of love and support around you, I'm feeling as well, but I really see that this change in your life is going to bring a lot of happiness, and also it really feels like it's a big weight lifted off your shoulders as well.
Mm-hmm. Will I say no?
And just kind of, did you just say?
I said, will I say no?
Can you just say that a bit louder, please, Elizabeth?
Yes, I wanted to know if I would find love.
Yes, definitely. It was interesting because I keep seeing a child. You don't have children, do you, at the moment?
I have two, but I want another one.
You have yes, okay, because that's what I keep seeing, another child not too far away. That's the thing. And it's like it's either because you are wanting that your third child, then I can see it's not too far in the near future, because it's generally when I see people so close up, it really means it's something that you really want now. But I really feel, because are you not in a relationship?
On and off.
Yeah, because that makes sense, where I keep seeing this child, this third child. I feel like there's a child not too far away. So I feel like with the relationship that's going on at the moment, that it's really going to bring you more together with this third child that's coming your way.
Oh, I'm going to cry.
There's lots of love around you. I was really drawn to the colour red then, and lots of passion, but also at the same time, I just see that it's something that you've been wanting for a long time, and it's basically happiness. You're wanting that happiness and that love and that secured relationship. But, I feel like trust is also really important, as well as communication. But it just feels really good. Like your energy feels amazing. I feel like you really have everything sorted out, and you've worked on a lot of other areas in your life. And because you've done that, it's really made, you can focus on what you really want now, and that's, this child that's going to come through for you.
Thank you.
And it'd be interesting to see that, you have to let me know, because I keep seeing a girl, and I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing, but I keep seeing, it's more the pinky colours around you. So I don't see it being too far away within the next 6 months is what keeps coming to me. And that's, from now until, 6 months, but I feel like you're going to fall pregnant within the next 6 months, like now until the 6 months. So, basically this third child isn't too far away from you. And I feel like it's really going to complete your family, but it feels really good, and it's going to really draw your relationship. It's really going to make your relationship stronger.
Oh my God, you're amazing.
So yes, it's lots of, and I keep seeing number 11 around you too. So whether 11 resonates with you anyway, but, you know, the number ones is all about new beginnings, a new chapter. It's about to start in your life and, you know, new life, you know. So that's definitely, you know, more confirmation that this baby isn't too far away.
Thank you.
And just to I just drew a card before and I've just lost it, but the card that came up was boundaries, and it was blue. So to really just communicate, be honest with, and I know that you're an honest person, but to be really open and be able to communicate from the heart. So just everything that's up in your mind, and I feel like you have lots of things that do enter your mind, just really express yourself and don't be afraid to express yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and with the travel, so I keep saying, have you just recently moved house? Is that what you just said before?
No, I haven't moved. I'm going to move.
Okay, because I can see that and it's going to be beautiful. So it feels like that everything is really everything's falling into the right place at the right time, if that makes sense. Because when I seen, and you'll have to listen back to the to this session that you're having with me, this reading, because, you know, I spoke about the music and just seeing lots of beautiful color around you. So it really feels like lots of positive things and beautiful things are coming your way.
Thank you.
You know, you're very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that would be it. Oh, yes. My friend Wax, he passed away in 2015.
Did you, and it's a male, did you just say? Because I keep seeing a male in front of me.
I miss him.
Yes, and you're very close with him, like a really close friendship more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I'm really drawn, did he actually have a tattoo on his arm at all?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what he's showing me right now, because I've had this gentleman with me standing in front of me, and he keeps showing me a tattoo on his arm. So it's to let you know that, you know, he's very proud of how strong you are and how you've been able to hold everything together, but not only that, how you've been able to change your life around. Does this resonate with you, this message?
Thank you.
Yeah. And to know that he's always looking over you, and to know that, you know, he's just really proud. He's really proud of you, and he has this really big grin on his face. And also he mentioned he wanted to give you a big hug as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, please keep in contact with me. Follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, because I love to know if you have a boy or a girl.
I will let you know everything. Now I have to get back to work.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
No, thank you. I'm blessings. Blessings.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. Wow, what a beautiful, wow. I just love happy endings. I love, you know, when I see lots of so much beautiful, you know, positive, uplifting, beautiful things for everyone. We have 60 seconds, probably 30 seconds. Yes, thank you, Dave, 30 seconds. So, yes, what a great week. I'd just like to thank everyone that's connected with the two ladies, Elizabeth and, oh my goodness, Elizabeth, and I can even remember Jennifer, for connecting with me. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for having me tonight. I would love for everyone to connect with me on my Gemma Facebook. Oh my goodness, I can't even get it right. Facebook, Gemma Spirit World. My meditation has really relaxed my brain, my body, my soul. So have a lovely week, and I look forward to connecting with you all next week.
Good evening, everyone. It's Ian Mason here, welcoming you to the Sensing Spirituality radio show. Brought to you, I don't know, I'm going up and down here, look. I feel like I'm going on a shipping trip. Brought to you in association with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where with love we welcome you. So, I hope you've all had a great week. Many things change in a week, that's for sure. And I have a few words of wisdom, your little Mason the case bit, to take with you during the course of this week. And my attention was taken back to about 2002. My daughter was about 2 years old, and I'd gone into the front room in the morning to pull the curtains. I sneaked past her bedroom there. I peeked in, fast asleep. Walked into the front room, half asleep, hadn't had a coffee, stubbed my toe as I pulled the curtains and said some language. Well, it probably wasn't the best language that I could have used. But luckily, she was asleep, wasn't she? No, because by that point she'd woken up, was standing right behind me, and I said, you mustn't say those naughty words when you're with Mummy. And then she just repeated them over and over and over again. And I thought, that's not as good as it could be. So why have I shared this story with you? Because what I'd actually done is I'd programmed my daughter. The awareness that she had in that moment with me and what she'd taken on board was what I'd given her. So when you think about that, that's pretty deep. Because if you swap my daughter for your mind and just see yourself telling your mind different things, that's what you program yourself with. And then you take away back not to Mummy, but back to every moment of your life. If you tell yourself, I'm no good, it changes something in you. You feel that. It resonates throughout your body. It produces toxins. You don't feel good. You know, when you wake up with a cold and things like that, you just don't feel yourself. It's the same thing. Now, if you tell yourself that you're happy and life is great and good things are happening, well, you program yourself with that. It's absolutely fantastic. It is so simple. It's unreal as to how easy it is to turn your life around. Now, in every moment, we have what Gary Zukov calls a point of choice. Before our action, we should always hold in our minds how we choose to respond so that we program ourselves appropriately. When we program ourselves appropriately, we will be in alignment more so with where we need to be and where we need to get to, and our true self and what we feel. In contrast to that, if we react, if somebody, again, I used the analogy before, toots us in the car, and we tell ourselves bad things or we have bad reactions, that's the mist that will cloud us in that moment, and for as long as we choose and allow it to be. And equally, as you go through your day, you can use that to influence others. You can influence others to lift up their mood. You can influence others to give them a sense of upliftment or calm or healing as they need it to be. And what I want to say to you is that for yourself, for your well-being, it's always important to be happy and to be joyful, because life is good. You woke up, you've got a purpose, and you've only got this moment. You've got to make the best of it. And whatever you're doing, whether you've got to eat a plate of your most horriblest vegetables or you're buying a new car, you enjoy that moment for the best that you can get out of it even, because the moment will pass. Good, bad, or indifferent. The moment doesn't care. It is what it is, and it doesn't care what you think about it. So you might as well make it a good one, because the only person that's enjoying the show is you. So my advice is to always do the best that you can for yourself. I know people tell us that all the time, and sometimes that can sound a little thin. But it's really, really important. Because if you don't look after yourself, if you don't love yourself enough to give yourself the best in every moment, then how is it that you're going to find or realize or identify with love that's around you, love that's coming for you, maybe a partner, maybe a new relationship, or the love through an action that somebody in your life is doing for you that you don't recognize as an act of love because you react in a way that isn't truly you. In other words, your ego gets in the way. So be careful what you say to yourself, because whatever you say to yourself, you say to others through your thoughts, deeds, actions, your energy or your mannerism or the language that you use, because you literally program yourself. It's like going to the shelf and getting the horrible dictionary out or the love dictionary out or the happy dictionary out. You get to choose which one you take with you in every moment of every day. So I really hope that makes a bit of sense to you. I did get told off by my daughter's mum, just thought I'd let you know that, because it was a really bad word. But there you go. If the moment has passed, I have to let it go and listen to what I've been sharing with you. So I hope that resonates with you. Now we have Lydia on the lines, and we're going to invite Lydia onto the show now. So good evening, Lydia. How are you? Are you well?
Hello, how are you?
Hiya, how are you?
I'm all right.
Well? Are you good? Good. So you're in Illinois in the USA?
Yes.
Excellent. So how is it I may help you this evening? Have you got a question? Is it a reading you might like to explore? What can we help you with this evening?
Well, I woke up to the twin flame journey in like 2016 after a near-death experience, and I only discovered my true twin. Well, I knew I had an awakening twin at that time, but I discovered my true twin just before Christmas last year, and I'm pretty much kind of on a break at the moment, and it's getting to be a challenge. I've been trying to heal and do everything, and it's just there are people in the way, and it's just I'm trying to be my best self, and it's just sometimes I just feel like I'm falling flat on my face.
Okay. So that wasn't the clearest of lines that I got there for you, but did I hear right that you'd had a near-death experience?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so is it just some sort of insight that you would like as to what I pick up around you, or have you got a specific question that you would like me to answer for you?
Yeah. Well, his name is Rick. We were together for going on 5 months. Everything was going fine and wonderful. And then just before summer hit, everything went sideways. I mean, I needed the break. I'm not going to deny it. I needed the break. I was scared of the connection. My job, I ended up switching jobs. A lot of good things came out of it because I realized I really hated my job. Dealing with ascension symptoms all at the same time. And, just, it's just a challenge. For my daughter who works with him, she turns around and tells me, oh, he's seeing somebody else. Well, whatever, I've been trying to let it go, but it's just sometimes just the one person that when the connection that is so real, that it's still so real, and it's just I'm trying to, I know I need to let go, I need to surrender. It's just so hard. I don't even know if this is, we were supposed to reconnect in the fall, but right now that's what we had discussed in May. I don't know if that's even close to happening or even going to happen at all. But I guess it's not much to me. It's up to the universe and up to our agreement before we incarnated on this planet this time.
Okay. Now, Lydia, it wasn't and it isn't the best of lines, unfortunately, but that's okay. I got the very much the gist of what you said there. Now, it feels it feels very much for me that right now for you, you're at one of those points in your life where you were really either stuck or you needed life to unblock itself in some way. And I feel that you needed some time out. Now, notwithstanding what was going on in your relationship, it feels very much for me that life had kind of got on top of you, like those moments we all have. And you...
Yeah, everything moved so quickly. The connection is so intense, and we both agreed that it was completely, totally intense and serious within a short time.
Yes, but it feels to me that everything, I don't want to call him your ex because it sounds a bit disrespectful, but with your former other half, it feels to me like it did need like a bit of a gap for you both to reassess things. So it just feels like that you've had one of those moments in your life where you needed that time out. Now, what I was just mentioning was, would you understand your other half's mum being in spirit, as in past?
Right.
Did you get that?
Pardon?
Right. Okay. Would you understand? Do you understand the mother figure that has passed away? It feels like this.
My mom and my grandma both one passed.
Okay.
My mom's been passed for 13 years.
Okay, but do you also understand a mother figure that would link to your other half?
His mom is alive. I noticed her birthday is near mine. So.
All right. Okay. Let me just figure out, because I've just got this mother figure that steps in. Do you understand? Because I mean, not everybody always gets on terribly well with everybody. That does happen sometimes. Do you understand that she would think well of him, or did think well of him?
Yeah, I think she belittles him, I think.
Because I just get this sense from her that she's a lady that would want to be someone that wouldn't want the disharmony or any disruptions in family life, and she would very much want to keep things together, even if there's a bit of work to do. Would that make sense for you?
Yes, his mother is quite, what I understand, his mother is very overwhelming, judgmental. He has a son who acts like as if he's a parent, like he's their mom. His son's a cancer as well. So, yeah. So I got too much of the mother way. Oh, great.
Okay. All right. But that's all right. So you understand that your mum would have thought fondly of him and wouldn't like upset in the family.
Oh, a family member that passed on that might not think well of him. My mom never met him. We only met we met last year, at the end of last year. And so,
okay. I do need to use a bit of license, which I don't like doing, but would you understand that she would like him? In other words, he would approve. She would approve.
I know my mother would approve. I know my mom would approve of him.
Okay, that's all right, because I've just got this mother figure that comes in and steps close, and she just talks to me about approving and liking him. She didn't give me any sense of timing there, so forgive me. Do you also understand her having either bronchial or breathing or respiratory issues as well?
Yes.
Because she just makes me aware of this this sort of what was a real struggle towards the end of her life there, and she's just bringing that in. She also wants to acknowledge a sister close to you, but she's not telling me whether this is a sister with her or a sister with you, but she's acknowledging a sister that's close.
Yeah, my sister and I, we've been close and we've been distant. I've been trying to help her. My mom and her sister are both always together. Yes.
Okay, because she's
and even
she's
it's
just,
even funnier. The gentleman has the same, almost the same, is a day. His birthday is a day before my father, which is odd.
Okay, that's all right, but don't tell me too much and you give me a job. So what she's saying to me here is she wants to sort of keep and put the two of you together because she just makes me feel that you are good for each other at the moment. And I understand from what she's saying to me that your sister will understand what you're going through. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
And because she's been through this herself, if you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And so Mum is just saying your greatest support is with the sister that's close to you, so your sister, and that the two of you are very good at working through, although you said you've been helping her, but as your mum's just said to me, she can help you right now. And so she just wants to put you close together because she just says to me, tell her thank you for the tulips.
Okay.
So whether you've put those down or you've put those down as like an anniversary for her, but she just wants to acknowledge since she's passed the gift that you made of the tulips, and she wants to say thank you.
We put flowers on her grave at Easter, hers and Grandma and Grandpa's grave at Easter, and the other grandparents' grave at Easter. And it's almost Mom's birthday. We're approaching Grandma's death anniversary tomorrow. No, Thursday. And Mom's death anniversary is the 11th of November. And their birthday's on the 6th of September.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But she just makes me feel that your greatest support will be with the family. Is this right? Your mum has got a brother that's passed?
Potentially, I don't think she ever met him. She had cousins that were like brothers because the cousins that were like brothers.
Okay, because she's acknowledging what feels to me like my brother is with me. So as long as you understand that there would be, I know you mentioned about your cousins there, but she's referring to him as a brother, and she's saying he's with me. Would you understand the name Paul connecting with this as well, please? She's telling me Paul. I need to mention Paul.
Yes. Oh my gosh. That means it's her close her my father's sister, the father's sister's son, her cousin Paul from Australia. She must have passed. I had no idea.
Okay. She's just acknowledging Paul, and I just get this immense feeling of love for him, and she wants to mention and remind you about Paul. So you might need to go, my darling, and look that up and see what that means for you. Please just don't just assume that somebody has passed. Just because your mum's mentioning it doesn't necessarily mean that, but your mum particularly wants to mention Paul for you. So that will have relevance for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
okay.
your mum's saying to me that you've been suffering very badly from headaches at the moment.
I have.
You understand? Yeah. Okay. And what she wants to do is she wants to make you go to your bed, and she wants to put a cold flannel over your face, because she says she used to do that before, and she wants to do it again to take your headache away. And that's just her way of coming close to you, just to give you that love. Now, she's just saying to me, you must have what looks like a vanity set for her, like a hairbrush or some sort of makeup bits or something like that of hers.
Yes.
Okay, because she says my hair is still in it. I'm still here, she says, and she's having a little bit of a laugh. But she says you still smell me when I'm around you. You can smell me as if I'm here. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so please take your mum's love that she's with you. She's giving you a lovely little message of upliftment there. Okay, and just take that as that comfort and that healing for you right now with everything that you're going through. As I leave your mum's love with you and say, God bless you. Thank you for calling the show.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And,
you take care.
And what about, so it's not going to be too much of a longer separation, or that I will have to hang in there still longer?
That was just the message that she brought through. She's just very much aware of everything that's going on around you, and also symbolically about that flannel. It's just about the fact that she is around you right now, and her way of showing you that she takes care. So I'm going to leave your mum's love with you. The show is just about to come to an end, my darling. So I'm going to wish you well and all the best, and I hope everything works out for you as it needs to. Okay. So thank you everybody for tuning into the show there. It was a pleasure to be with you again this evening. You have a great week. And if you want to get in contact with me, look me up on social media or on my website, www.ianmason.com, with all my contact details. Till we meet again, we leave you with the love that we welcomed you with. Thank you for calling in. Take care now. Bye.
Welcome to Spirit Talk Live. We are live on Facebook under any page you want to pick. Divine Healing Love, Divine Discussions, Divine Medium, Divine Crystal Code, Divine Medium Crystal Code. That's our crystal page, so if you want to join that page. But today we're going to talk the Knights Templar, and we're going to kind of review first the Angel of the Month, which is Angel Hamel, and kind of just review him. We are in a time of manifesting and harvesting. And he is the angel of harvesting and logic and, sorry, my computer keeps going off here. He kind of clears the mind for new ideas, new inventions, new creativity. So if you just started a project, you want to come up with some new business ideas or change route with your career or your love strategy, this is the time to do it. It's a great time to manifest. Our stones of the day, I was going to pick one, but I ended up picking two, is Amazonite and fluorite. And the reason I picked both of these is because Amazonite opens up your heart and your throat chakra. And fluorite helps you focus in on that communication. So the bundle of them together are going to be a powerhouse for you to communicate in a loving way instead of an anchored sense. So it does give you kind of a type of intake with what you're trying to convey to somebody else, okay? So those are the two crystals that I would suggest trying out for the new harvest. It's going to open up communication to your guides, your creative angels, and it's going to give you this powerhouse of manifesting what you really, really want. Okay, so we are going to go over the Knights Templar. I have a bunch of questions here from Yvonne. So let's see what her first question is. Were the Knights Templar in possession of John the Baptist's head, and was that their patron saint? Okay, so tonight I want to kind of put out that we're going to be talking to Barnabas. He is the apostle that kind of started the Knights Templar. We talked to him last week. And we're going to be pulling in John the Baptist as well, because I really can't answer these questions unless I have both of those spirits with us tonight, okay? So I'm going to start pulling them two in. Okay. The Knights Templar in possession of John the Baptist's head, that is correct. They're kind of reminding me that John the Baptist's head was severed and presented on a plate, which is horrific to me to actually see right now in my mind. And here's what I don't think was documented. That severed actually presented in a way that's not a shrine, but okay, let's say, for example, we have dinosaurs that were dug up, their bones were dug up, and we have them in a museum. Okay, his head being on a platter, from what I'm gathering, is there was a female that had done this. She wanted his head severed, and also on top of that, she wanted to keep it as a, what do you want to call, souvenir, okay? So the Knights at that time were able to obtain that. They were around him at that time, so they were able to steal it, in so many words, and be able to get into the area where it was at, because obviously back then they didn't have a whole lot of security. I mean, they didn't have like policing, things like that, so it was easy to steal from one another. Let's see what the next question is. Was the head really possessed and could speak? Okay, so I get what she's talking about. Was the head really, okay, so I guess in one of these books that we talk about the Knights Templar, they speak of his head speaking and being enchanted with a speaking modality. Okay, so here's what I'm going to explain with that. Okay, do you ever see out of the corner of your eye, like, okay, here's a better idea. Okay, you go to a funeral and you stare at the coffin, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, are they breathing? Your eyes almost play tricks on you. So I think this is what kind of was going on. I think the communication was coming, how he's talking to me right now, through the mind. And because when he stands before me, he's not moving any physical features in his face. His communication's through the mind. So I think the more you stared at it, it's kind of like a person in a coffin. The more you stare at it, you think the mouth is moving. It really isn't. Okay, so I think that is exactly what they thought going on. They thought he was actually speaking his mouth. It really wasn't. So I'm going to continue with John the Baptist since we already have him. I don't know how long I'll have him, so let's kind of get him speaking about certain things. Okay, so what kind of person was he? What kind of characteristic, John, do you want to portray? Okay, he describes himself as laid back but stern. In the modern times here, he would probably have been your manly man that liked to fish and hunt and that kind of thing. Okay, he's correcting me. He said not so much hunting. But the laid back fishing, being around water, manly man. Very protective, very stern. Could be stubborn unless he had the right person show him a different way. He believed in helping humanity in any way he could. He would consider himself to be one of our hippie tribe members. He would have been very open to discussing spirituality. But he knew what he knew, and he portrayed it the best way he could. So there was no like swaying him back or forth with what he knew. He knew he was getting it from spirit, kind of like somebody that channels or somebody that gets communication. Okay. What was Jesus like in his eyes? Okay, do you want to take it from around birth, or do you want to do it? Okay, he's known Jesus in earlier years. It wasn't like he just showed up at this creek and John had this epiphany that it was him. He had an epiphany because he hadn't seen his friend in a long time. So it was kind of like, oh, wow, you're here. That's so awesome. I haven't seen you in a while. But they did have very similar training together. They were trained by a group of very underground spiritualists. Their tactics in training and learning weren't accepted fully by society. But he described Jesus as very quiet, not so much shy, but he more was observant and quiet. And he's very extremely knowledgeable. Even the teachers that taught him were kind of taken back by all the things he knew. John said he really enjoyed being around him. He always had something new to teach him or tell him. He was very connected to the divine. He didn't believe in wasting his time. He I wouldn't say so much dived into his studies, but he definitely was in a state of meditating a lot, almost like maybe he had ADHD, not the hyper part of it, but the more of the side of it that was kind of like he wasn't focusing very well. That he was kind of off in lower land, is how he's saying. He was very meditative. You didn't hear him raise his voice. Again, he's going back to his quiet demeanor. And when he did speak, you did kind of lean in and you got almost like hooked to what he had to say and what he wanted to convey. That's kind of comical. I don't even know how to approach that. But he said he was very charming and good looking. He probably could have dated any young lady at the time. John, okay. He said, well, you wanted to know. It's cracking me up. It's making me blush a little bit here, but okay. Now, see, I remember John, and he wasn't like this fun type person. He's always very serious because he knew his job and what he had to do. So it's kind of different for me to kind of have him approach me in this way. It's kind of comical. But I like it, John. It's fine. But yes, he's going back to Jesus' studies. Studied a lot. He was very inquisitive, even though he had this huge wealth of knowledge himself that he came here with. He still strived to understand humanity and how they thought, how they worked, and how they did certain things. That he really wanted to understand all of that. I mean, that is one of the reasons why he decided to come here from his planet Orion, is to understand what humanity was like and why would people come here. And I mean, he got the full effect and got to deal with things that we similarly do now. I mean, not so much with electronics and the kids the way they are, but you get my point. Okay. What was his character? Okay, so we went over that. Did he have a family, wife, or children? Okay, John, time to divulge. Okay, so he said he didn't have enough time to, in his words, search for a dame, if you will. he's very focused on his work, on what he was supposed to do. So no, he's saying no children, no wife. He said there was a dark-haired female that he was fond of, but he never took it to the level of a relationship in an intimate way. It was more of, I'm fond of you, you're fond of me, and we respect each other in this way. She's actually really pretty. She almost looks Greek, maybe? Like her features and her face sort of look Greek, but she has really long, wavy brown hair. She keeps showing me her hands, so she did work hard with her hands. So I'm guessing that she was not of money, but worked hard to live where she's at. She was very close with her father, and from what I'm gathering, she helped him with things, and this is why her hands were so worn and torn like they were. Okay, so she goes by the name Marguerite. If she were to pick a human formation of their names back then, which I guess would have been Margaret, she's going more of a formal Marguerite. Or Great, if you want to shorten it. Okay. She kind of pulled away, so I'm left with Sean again. Okay, so let me ask, what was his favorite teachings? And he just chuckled and said, do you have 5 hours? Okay, so can you give me maybe 1 or 2? The growth of humanity is kind of like a flower. You see it from the seedlings growing into a beautiful, vibrant, ambient silhouette of its own self. Humanity's in this sense, but at the state that we're in now, it's coming into a communication of what we're doing to Earth now. He says it quickly wilters. It doesn't say lit. In his words, it doesn't say lit. Lit to me, his formation would be alive. He says it doesn't stay lit or vibrant with life for very long here. So he's correlating humanity. Humanity comes in and at a certain age, instead of like being full of life and vibrant till your age like 300, because back then they would live for a long time. But before his time, they would live very, very long. Nowadays, most humans are not even making it past 50 or 40. And he sees this as very sad because you're letting the flower wilter. And you're allowing things and people wilter it in the process. So this is one of his biggest strong points. If he were to convey a message from his time to our time, that we should really strive to flourish our inner flower, our life source, our divine, and not let other things filter it in the process and allow others to take away that divine flourishing, in so many words. Okay, wait, he has one more. I got him on a roll. Now he wants to. He said he liked being in water, and there was a reason for it. He felt at one with Source because if you notice on the bottom of creeks, there's rocks and there's mud. And through life, we have, and I'm sure you guys have gone through through creeks, and you step on those rocks and you hurt your feet, and then you step on the nice soft sandy mud and it's soft and it's cushy. He kind of correlates that to life right now, where when we step with our feet in the water, because the water just keeps going. can't stop water flowing. So you just have to keep going, whether the rocks are hard on your feet or the sand is soft on your feet. So you have the good times and the bad times. So he was trying to show me this picture, and now I'm thinking I'm getting the correlation of what he's trying to say there. So it's really, really cool what he's doing right now. So he's basically saying, when you're in water, aka when you're in life, you're going to hit rocks on your feet that hurt. You're going to hit tough things in your life that hurt. And then you're going to touch soft sand. And when you touch soft sand in life, those are the good times to remember. And you have to have the yin and yang of both, or you don't really appreciate the soft sand in the end. So I get what he's saying there. That's a really cool, and I appreciate that, John, for giving me that message. Okay. So let's go back to the other stuff here. Was there really a veil of Veronica which was said to have the image of Jesus? Okay, let me talk to Barnabas about this. John said he'll stay till the end if anybody has any questions. So he's going to kind of stand or linger, if you will, around. Okay, so he shows me a young lady with dirty blonde hair. It's not so much really, really blonde. It's more of like the dirty, browny, blondie looking color. It's not more on the straight wavy, not super curly. And it only goes down to the middle of her back. She has a what do you want to call it? A shroud or a covering over her face. And when I see her standing in this pathway of rocks, dirt, things, there's people shouting, they're being mean, and they're spitting, and they're doing all this stuff. She pulls this thing from her face to reveal her face, which she swore in her life she would never reveal her true face unless it was to her husband. She revealed her face to Jesus to show a respect of, I know who you are, and I can show my true self to you because I know who I am. So yes, she's coming forth saying, I did this in memory of him. I did this to show it. She actually didn't think she was going to get any kind of anything on it. She just, when you wipe your face and you're bleeding, you just get blood. You don't get a feature. But because she did this, he did this himself. He magically, I don't know what you want to call it, magically put an imprint on there to kind of put a gift to her of, won't forget me. I know you, and you now know me because I'm leaving my imprint of my face on this veil. And that's how we got the veil. Why did Pope Clement betray them? Okay, Barnabas is kind of showing me a man that stomps his feet. He's somewhat overweight. I've seen him kind of stuffing his face with like pheasants, or I can't make out whatever that chicken is. I'm just going to go with chicken, but it might be a pheasant. Just kicked my chair. He doesn't, at the time, he did not like this man. This man was out for himself, wasn't to help others. He was the epitome of glutton and laziness. And he said, because this man didn't get what he wanted, he, well, in so many words, went against them. Okay. They say Malays. Yes. Malays. Last Grand Templar. Okay. They say Malay, the last Grand Templar. Okay. Last words were that of a powerful curse aimed at Philip and the Pope. Both men were within a year dead. Did this curse really happen? Is basically what I'm getting. Okay, so Barnabas is explaining the power of the mind right now. Okay, he's using an example of let's say, for example, and you've heard this often, and that's why he's using this as an example. You have heard before when a child is trapped under a car, the mother somehow gets this energy about her and she can pick up the car, like that, 50 men couldn't pick up or whatever. He's saying the manifestations of your mind have the same kind of energy, that your mind has the power, if willed, and the energy is at the right peak and the right vibration and the right frequency, can manifest what you want it to. Now, Malay now knows on the other side that this was not something he should have done, but it wasn't his soul contract to learn from, as well as the others involved. So he is showing me that he powerfully manifested something, and at a peak of energy that most strive even now to the stage to accomplish. And yes, he was able to powerfully create this energy and shorten a timeline, which he now is understanding that he shouldn't have done. So they are all going to actually repeat that learning in a sense. So what you do here counts. So watch how you think and watch how you treat people. Because if you don't learn correctly, you will return, okay, and you will learn from it. Is the Rensington Ruin stone in Minnesota marked by the Templars? Are you asking if the Newport Tower in Rhode Island as well? Okay, Newport Tower in Rhode Island. Okay, I got it. It's not marked by them. Saying that marking was marked by somebody else, it's making people think it was marked by them. So I don't know if you can read out more on that. Let's see if we get who do they think? Who else? Somebody thinks, okay, yeah. Because he's saying those markings are not of us. What is the matrix map? What's its purpose? Do they say anything about high vibrational grid lines? High vibrational, because that's how he's worded. Yes. High vibrational grid lines. He marks them in like a blue. That's what they are. Okay, are they blue? Yeah. Oh, okay. He goes destination. That's what they say in the book. Okay. Yes. It's to find things. It's a mapping. Areas. And some of these areas are actually really high vibrational than others. I do see a skull. There's a skull, and it's made of crystal. That looks like a skull. It's, I want to say, no, it's too big. I want to say maybe like that big. Yes, big. It's not like a human one. It's just maybe smaller than a human. Okay. You want to ask anything on that one? Thank you. Oh. What about the tower? We didn't have to go to the tower. Oh, the Newport Tower. So you want to know if there's So are you asking if there's a marking on it or if it's inspired? The building itself. Okay. Inspired, yes. This will be our last question on the iHeartRadio show. Inspired, yes. Just like the Bible was inspired. And he's saying divinely inspired by us on the other side. Keep remembering where Jesus came from in the Braille. which would be a married nightclub. It's a constant, and it's not going to stop there. There's other things that are going to start coming up. Hey, this is a reminder. This is a reminder. This is a reminder. Keep coming back to Jesus. Back. It always comes back to Him or something similar to everything that they mark. Like there's things that are going to be starting to show up within the Knights Templar. Okay, guys, that's our show for tonight. Find us on thedivinemedium.com and grab some crystals and metaphysical candles and sages and incense from the website crystalcovespa.com. And don't miss any episodes. We do charm readings now live and charm reading recordings for you guys on YouTube. The Divine Medium, Christina K on YouTube. Subscribe, hit the bell. Don't miss a charm reading that you can get every week. So that is it, guys, and have a blessed night and enjoy the harvest of this month. And then next month, who knows what we'll get into. Maybe we'll talk to John the Baptist again. But I really enjoyed the show, and I hope to see you guys again. And to my iHeartRadio show, people, love you guys. Hope you follow for next week. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everyone, welcome to my show. This is Asteria Vision. I go by the name Asteria. I am a psychic empath, and my show is on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. But I'm a psychic empath, but I connect to people's energy through their picture or the sound of their voice, or obviously if they're next to me. I can also connect to those who passed. Usually I require a picture in a reading when I do personal readings, but I try my best with callers to connect. So, but I hope everyone has had a great week. And I've had an interesting week. I'm meditating on the collective energy right now, but I've had a pretty interesting week. I tell you, the more you work with the public, the more you just see how, why certain things are the way they are in society, because people are just, they don't have respect, and for themselves too. So you can't please anyone. That's the moral of my story, is you can't please everyone. So people have to kind of release the anxiety or the worry of constantly having to please everybody, because there's no actual realistic and logical way that you could please every single human being on this planet. So people have to realize that we're all going to have different opinions, and you agree to disagree, and you just respect each other. It's like, it's really weird. It's just really weird to me how, I don't know, how humans became that way, or society was just built that way, and it's getting worse. But the level of respect, especially online, is highly lacking. But the difference with me is I don't care. I don't care if people, disagree with me or don't like what I say, because I'm not looking to be popular. I'm looking to help people. So I wasn't really popular anyways, but my whole life. But moving on from that, because I got cards. So
So I have the Ace of Cups reversed and Knight of Swords. So there was a love that is not going to be brought in. If it's expected, could be from an air sign, Libra, Aquarius, Gemini, but I'm getting it's male energy. It could be that the energy that I'm picking up, you were possibly waiting for some kind of message of love or to be offered love from this person. But what I'm seeing is they're not going to do it, and they're not happy with the energy that I'm picking up. They're not happy with you, or something happened where it's caused this person to get turned off is what I'm hearing. There's a lack of love for the whole entire situation, but there's definitely no message coming in. I feel like the energy I'm picking up, they're expecting some kind of message, like phone call, some kind of verbal message from a male energy here that regarding love, or that they open up to you, open up their heart to you, but it's not going to happen. And I got the Page of Wands facing the other direction from the Knight of Swords. So that tells me that it's not coming in. And that's what I felt. So, yeah, Page of Swords reversed, Page of Wands. It could be watching you still. This person may be just curious as to what you're doing, but I don't feel it's out of, really caring. It's just being nosy. So Linda in Kingston, I think that's what it was. Linda, Kingston, Ontario. Hi, Linda.
Hi.
What's your question for this evening?
I was just wondering how my grandson is doing. He passed away a year ago.
Your grandson, okay. And you're wanting to know if he has any messages?
Yes.
Okay. What was your grandson's name?
Daniel.
Daniel, okay. He was cute. He was young, but he was cute.
Yeah, he was a doll.
Yeah. Poor thing. Let me connect to him and see. Just, you want to make sure that he's at peace, because could be the way he went wasn't, really that great. So,
I'm wondering if he was with my parents.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just wondering if he was with my parents.
Right, because I know he's with others. He is with others. But what's really interesting, actually, and for the first time, I got a vision of him with actual, wings, like angel wings, and I've never seen that before. So that's why I wasn't talking, because I had a vision of him with white wings. But he's definitely with others, of course. But he's at peace. I feel he still carries that sweet energy to him, and he is at peace. And he's crossed over, but he's not in pain anymore, is what I'm getting. I don't know if he had surgeries before, or...
he was only 2 months old when he died, and it just happened in his sleep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
so we don't know if there was anything that was wrong with him, because he seemed healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, what I'm getting is the cards that I'm getting. What I'm getting is it wasn't really his time to go yet. He was taken early, but what I'm getting is he may have had health issues that required some kind of surgery that would have actually helped prevent, him from passing. But like you said, nobody knew, because there were no signs. But I feel that there was a lot of internal things going on inside his body that it's not something physically that you could see. It was happening within him. But I feel he had a lot of internal pain that, maybe wasn't.
My husband thought that too, because when he held him, he would stiffen up as if something was bothering him.
Yeah.
And then he would calm down again.
Right. Yeah, there's
My husband would sit in the rocking chair with him, and he would stare up at the crucifixion we had on the wall. Always.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter where you sat him, he always was looking at that cross.
Right. And one thing too is children and babies and children are highly intuitive, and so are the elderly before they go. So children actually connect through their emotions more because they're more open. And what happens is it's like they know. It's like he knew he was going to go. I just feel it wasn't destiny. It wasn't destined that he went this early, is what I'm getting. But he is in comfort, and he's still in comfort, is what I'm hearing. But he's very much at peace because he's not saying much, it's more so the energy that I'm getting from him. It's an energy that I feel from him. So I'm not getting words, but he is very much at peace, and it feels very comfortable. The word comfort keeps coming up, so I know that's a feeling of being at peace because there was pain involved, internal pain, that was hard to be expressed that it was happening or it was being felt. So
he's at peace, but we're not.
You're having a hard time. I understand why. You're having a hard time letting this go, moving on from this. It's caused you a lot of deep emotional guilt is what I'm getting as well, in a sense. And you're not feeling well. You think about him often, very often during the day. And emotionally, it's very hard for you to move away from the pain, the emotional pain. It's very difficult. It's something that it's going to take a while for you to disconnect from, but not disconnect in a bad way, but disconnect where it's not constantly on your mind, because you're still in the healing process, and what I'm getting is to make sure that, I don't know if you go to church or you're a church goer, but
well, we believe in God and the angels, and I read the Bible.
Right, I see that. That's I'm getting. You should go to church more, and a lot of your healing will take within church, is what I'm getting, because I see that. And that's That's your place of healing, and that's where you need to go. And I'm also getting, you may need to have some time on your own, away from others, to really heal from this, because it's hard, and emotionally,
Yeah, I think my granddaughter was the one that had him, and he was 3 days early, but he seemed healthy and everything else. Right up until the night he passed. And, we missed him, and we're just wondering that, hopefully that he's at peace, and
yeah, he is.
He looks, he watches over us.
Right, yeah, because I saw the wings in my vision, which is really interesting because I haven't seen it that clear like I saw it, but he's definitely at peace and definitely one of your angels. And I know you believe that. I know you do. But, pray.
I have a tattoo of him on my arm with angel wings around him.
Oh, yeah, because I see him like an angel, the wings, yeah, so that's perfect then. See, so you do know intuitively you are connected to your grandson, because I'm seeing this is not something that you're going to be able to easily disconnect your emotions from, because you feel
he was our first great grandson.
Yeah.
And we were looking forward to, having him around, having a little one around again.
Yeah. Yeah, his spirit is around you for sure. He is. But he's at peace. He really is comfortable, and with others as well. But I want to make sure that you focus on yourself and healing, because you really need that. And if it's possible to take some time off work, I don't know if you still work or not, but.
No, I'm retired.
Yeah. Okay, because to not focus so much on the money is what I'm getting, just to you've got a lot of things going on, and this isn't helping you heal. You've got things going on in your personal life too, around you, and it's not helping you heal. This is why I'm saying you need to go somewhere by yourself, where you find comfort. And if that's church, go there more often, because you got to take care of yourself as well, and realize that it's okay to be selfish at times, and put yourself first to get the required healing.
Yeah, I have a granddaughter and her boyfriend, and now a grandson living with us.
Yeah.
So I have a house full again. I mean, the granddaughter was the one that had my grandson.
Right.
She's afraid that if she has another child, that the same thing's going to happen to her.
Right. No, what I'm getting is there was something wrong with the baby, with Daniel, that was internal. It could have been like organs, something that he couldn't tell you. He couldn't tell you in words that he was in pain. But if it was something that, if it was looked at, it would require surgery in order for him to get better. So it was something that, was
that didn't show up.
Right. Sometimes medical tests are great, don't get me wrong, but they don't always get everything. And it's hard to understand the baby's pain when the baby can't, say much. but he is at peace. But I just don't want you to worry. I feel like you feel there's a sense of guilt that I'm getting from you, but from within, where maybe you're blaming yourself that you caught it, but
you're right there. I am kind of blaming myself because I went in and checked on the baby at 11:45, and he was fine. He moved. And when the boyfriend, the father of the baby, went in at 11:15, he was gone. So yes, I do feel a little guilty because I thought, thinking maybe if I had picked him up or if I had done something that he would still be around.
Right. I know. I feel that. But I don't want you to feel that way because it's not something that you could have prevented. This was an internal pain that you...
I believe all that because I was thinking if it didn't happen that night, it might have happened a different time.
Right.
As you said, it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
Right. Yeah. So, but
I
don't blame.
Is my granddaughter going to have another child soon?
Let me check. Let me answer that, and then I'm going to go to the next caller because I have one more caller. But I'll let me see. Another daughter?
My granddaughter, she's going to have another baby soon.
But you want to know if she's going to have another girl?
No, just a baby. The last one was a boy.
She might have a girl if I said that. Let's see. Yeah.
Well, that would be all right.
Yeah, she's going to have a girl. Definitely. She will have a girl. And she's going to have another kid for sure. It'll be a girl. Yeah.
Will it be soon or?
Let me see what I feel. Depends on what you consider soon. Because I feel you kind of want it to be quick. So soon for you
next year.
Yeah. I'm not getting, let me see. I definitely feel it's not going to happen as fast. Yeah, it's not going to happen as fast as you want it to happen. So it will happen though. It just won't be, It's not time yet, but it's going to happen. But I have to go on to the next caller, Linda. So hope you have a good night.
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye.
Okay, bye now.
So next caller. Did I see? I don't remember if I saw the person. Abby. Okay. Hi, Abby. Patty. Well, I was way off. I was calling you Abby. Hi, Patty.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I've been better, but I'm calling to see if things are going to change soon.
Mm-hmm. What are you wanting to know? What's going to change? Your money situation or?
Everything.
Okay. Let's see. Well, and your frustrations aren't helping either, because I feel a lot of frustration from you that sometimes can turn into anger is what I'm getting, because you got something coming in. You just got the Ace of Pentacles upright. That's a new beginning. That's a new financial beginning coming in. So you do have something coming. That's going to help with, it's going to offer you finances. So it could be a new job, a new path, and a new career. But what I'm getting is this offer is going to come to you pretty soon. So you're not going to have to wait much longer. If it was something you were waiting on, it's coming in pretty soon, pretty quick is what I'm getting. You're just not getting communication about it right now. You're not getting the communication yet, but it's coming in. But in this new beginning, this new communication coming in about this offer is a financial offer. So it has to do with the job or whatever it is that is going to help you financially. It's something new though, which is going to be long-term is also what I'm hearing. This is going to be something that you'll be staying at. You'll be staying on this path, this financial path for a while. So you're going to, I feel there were a few things that you had put your interest in, or ideas, maybe creative ideas, but one of them is coming into fruition, is what I'm getting. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why you're frustrated, because you do have finances coming in, and things are going to be good for you. It's just you're not getting the communication about something yet, but it's coming in soon. I just sense that there's a little.
My frustration is more hurt than frustration.
Mm-hmm. Because I feel anger too.
I lost my mom a couple years ago, 2 years ago, and things have not been good since then.
Yeah. You're coming in, you're getting money coming into you. I see that. I'm not seeing anything connected to your mom passing away. What I'm getting here is the energy that I'm getting right now is for you not to worry, because there's something coming in for you, but it's money. I know you have emotional things going on from the past, but what I'm picking up here is there's money coming in for you. But if you're wanting to know about love, I don't see any love relationships coming in. And I do feel that you're still.
I have a love relationship.
Right, but I see that you're not happy in the relationship. Like there's a disconnect.
Yeah.
As the King of Pentacles reverse with the Four of Cups reverse is telling me that you're not only emotionally disconnected from this man, but possibly separated at this moment. Or there's no emotional bond. That's what I mean. But you're still attached to this emotionally, and you're still healing from it. But there's a lot of emotional.
We're deciding where we're going.
I'm sorry?
We're still deciding if we're worth fixing or if we're just going to go our separate ways. We're trying to talk and fix things.
Right, and that's where I'm seeing there's a struggle, though, you know?
Yes.
Because you want to work on it. You want to work on it. You do. But, when it comes to his energy, I feel that wanting to take his losses is what I'm getting. I feel you want to work on it. You want to invest more in this relationship. But what I'm seeing is he's wanting to, cut it off and look at it as it is what it is what I'm getting. And He does feel defeated, though. He doesn't feel happy about it. He feels unsuccessful, defeated. But I'm not seeing that he's wanting to invest as much as you do. I feel that he's more willing to walk away and just take the wrongdoings that he's done as well and leave it as it is what it is.
Thank you for listening to A1R Radio. Welcome to Insights into Consciousness. My website at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. You can see me on iHeartRadio, Spotify. You just search for Insights into Consciousness, Anna Olson, A1R. Any of those will work. It's the number one. And I wanted to go over something that I'm really excited about. There's some news today that I wanted to give everybody, and that is that HBO, and we don't have a time frame yet. We don't have an exact date, which is kind of unfortunate, but there's a new HBO prequel to Practical Magic coming out. It's a 1-hour drama series based on Alice Hoffman's own prequel of the same name. So she did the book Practical Magic, and then she went on to do a prequel, which is going to be really fun to catch. I'm hoping it's good, and they don't have an exact time frame, but I'm willing to go in and get on to HBO just to see if I can watch this and see if I like it. So that's really, really exciting for me. And I know that a lot of other people have been really excited about that. Also, the moon is in Virgo now. So we're going to talk about the planets just a little bit. That the planets, there's going to be some other planets that are going to follow too. I don't go into too much detail on it because then it would take up the whole show to do all of that. So there's going to be a lot of planets in Virgo that's, as a Virgo, I was going to what are my traits? Well, one of them is that, there's a lot of attention to details. So this might be a good idea to go in and organize, or maybe kind of look at what it is you really want to focus on and get clear about your intentions, because this is a time about clarity and kind of perfecting and getting into the detail of what it is that you want to manifest, or what it is exactly that you would like to really bring into your life and attract to your space, to your energy, and to your surroundings. So this is something that we get to focus on because we're all going to be dealing with those Virgo traits pretty soon with the planetary alignments and the moon currently. So that's the moon right now and the planets. I wanted to also go over something that I just recently taught a student that I'm teaching one-on-one, and that is tea leaf readings. So tea leaf readings, it's surprising to me how many people are not aware of tea leaf readings, that they exist, or the history behind them, how to do them. I did one with my student. It was a lot of fun. We took some pictures and we followed a couple of diagrams to see if those resonated with us. You can go online and see if there are diagrams that you can really align with that make sense to you. So in addition, the way you start a tea leaf reading, and these were done like back in Europe, way back in the day. So you grab some loose tea and you put it in, your hot water. You let it steep for a bit. You're going to have the person who's getting the reading done drink it and leave about a tablespoon of that tea in the bottom where all the loose tea is. You're going to grab the saucer. So you're going to need a cup and a saucer. The bigger the cup, the better. And you just put the saucer on top of the cup, turn it over so that everything falls out into the saucer, turn the cup over and look into the cup. Now these loose tea leaves, what they do are these little segments and these little pieces of this tea leaf will land at different parts of the cup and adjacent to where the handle of the cup is. So you'll be holding it, and when you look down into the cup, there's going to be a lot of different diagrams. You use your intuition. You see what it is that you see in the cup. Now, you can see the last time I saw distinctly a fairy. It looked just like a fairy. This little tea leaf kind of curled up into a shape, looked just like a fairy on the end of a flower stem, a stem that went straight into a flower and the fairy on the flower. It was huge. I took pictures of it. It was very clear to both of us. So I wrote it down and then I showed her and I said, what did you see? I didn't tell her what I saw. And I didn't let her see what I wrote down on my paper. She said, oh my gosh, I see a fairy on a flower on a stem. So you'll notice when you're doing a reading that two people will oftentimes get the exact same thing. And they'll see the exact same things. So when I've done readings like this and I've waited for the person to tell me what they saw, I already had in mind what I saw and it matched what they saw. So intuition is intuition. Spirit is spirit. Spirit will give us the same message. It continues through readers over years. Truth is truth, and the accurate, true information through readings and through spirit is always accurate, always true, and always the same. Especially when everybody present is on the same frequency, vibe, level of positivity. So the really cool thing about tea leaf readings, the history behind them. Now, back in the day, centuries ago, many practitioners couldn't do readings because they'd be burned at the stake. They'd have to do these incognito. So what they would do is they would go to a public place to have tea. And the reader would meet with the client and would do a full tea leaf reading, looking like they were, just out in public having a cup of tea. So this originated kind of in Britain, Europe areas where they still do a whole lot of tea time, and they, will sit together and sip on their tea. So even like if their husbands came home, or someone's husband came home, or their children came home, or the parents walked into the home, they'd be just sitting at the table having their tea. Now, when we go back into time, there's a lot of different ways that people did other readings to stay incognito as well. Loose tea leaf readings are just one of those many types. So there's diagrams that will show you what means what in the cup. So the very bottom round part of the cup will mean, like the distant future or the meaning of the entire reading, or kind of like the whole synapse of the reading will be the very, very bottom of the cup. The next level up, like if you were to imagine the cup having liquid at the bottom and filling it up to like the first 1/3 of the cup, that would be the distant future. If you filled it up to the next 1/3 of the layer of the cup with liquid, then that whole layer that liquid would also take up, the next 1/3 of the cup. Right along the middle would be the near future, and then the very top layer just before the lip of the cup would be the nearest future, or the next week or two, that again weeks, and then the very, very top is the present. So then around the handle part, dipping all the way down to the bottom of the cup, you would have different meanings to where the leaves fall there. It's all put in exactly the right place. And of course, everybody likes to use different diagrams, because when we do readings, readers are all very unique, and we find what works for us. So we may even mix this with something, like a card, or you could mix this reading with, card reading tarot. You could do angel tarot. You could do oracle cards, anything that you feel drawn to. But basically, the loose tea leaf reading is the most rare. It's not what most readers do. The people who do them are kind of special and unique, and most of the time they will have a visual or photogenic memory, because they really need to see things visually, and they learn best or read best with pictures or things that are visual that way. So it's a really fun way to have a reading. If you ever come across, a place or somebody who does them, it might be kind of fun to have it done, because you can see how they can look at the tea leaves and how they create different shapes. Sometimes like dashes will mean one thing, or a spiral will mean something else. And something that looks like an airplane may mean travel, for instance. So everything means something with the tea leaves. And it's a really fun way to get a reading, and sometimes even practice yourself. If you wanted to, meditate and ground and really shield and protect and clear your mind and have a cup of tea and look in your teacup and see what you can find. It can be kind of fun just to practice and see what you get. It's fun either way. So on to what I want to do today. I'd like to do a universal reading. And what that is it's a reading where I take out the cards and I will start doing a reading for the universal consciousness. I am in California. However, the universal readings account for everyone. We are all affected by, as the world, a planet. If you think of the planet as a homeopathic entity, and if you think of the world as perhaps having its own spirit, or its body and spirit as well, we would be part of its body in a way where we work together and we make up what the world is made of. In a way that we all have a purpose to drive the earth. So we all must have a singular consciousness, a universal consciousness that is tied together. So we can go into a lot of studies and a lot of experiences with people where they have realized that when something happens that is a crisis in the world, that many people, especially the empaths around the world, will feel it before they even get the news brief. So we are all connected. We all have the same connection to the same source and the same God had the same spirit. And yes, we can connect and disconnect at will, but basically a reading for universal consciousness or purpose will be for anyone. So I'm basically doing a reading on my viewers as well. And if it doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. You're on another frequency. If it does resonate with you, then that part of the reading is for you. So I just get what I hear, what I have coming through, and what I see. And I do use the cards because it's a nice visual cue for me to focus on, just to kind of aid in not being distracted, like squirrel. So that's my way of, the cards really help me to focus and to meditate on the message being received through spirit. Now I'm shuffling now, and I'm just asking the guides and angels what it is in spirit, what it is that we need right now is universal consciousness. And the first thing that I'm getting is that we'll do mind, body, and spirit. So I will draw a card that will represent the mind, our minds, and what's going on with our consciousness, with what we're thinking. What are your thoughts? What are those thoughts doing? What is the purpose for those thoughts? Thoughts are very powerful, and all creation begins with a thought and the power of the word, because most thoughts also include words. And words are the basis of many, many creations, including the beginning, if you go back in the Bible, the beginning of the world, the beginning of the entire world, and all of the atmosphere and the water was the power of the word. So the thing that I am looking at here is the moon. So I'm getting the number 18. And I'm getting the moon. So it's basically a card depicting that masculinity is going to be taking a front seat right now, in a way of logistics and order. Now, it's going to, now I'm seeing the moon, and I'm seeing this logistics and this masculine energy sort of surrounding the moon and keeping it in its place. That, I mean, really what I'm getting is that in the mind, the feminine energy, and we as women, we do better working with men peacefully, with allowing their logical mind, their ways of doing things to come into our world and to really take it seriously and to consider what men are saying in our lives. So when we have all these wonderful men in our lives who are putting in their 2 cents, or they want to give an opinion, or, you know, when we have something that we're dealing with and we just want to vent, well, what if there's something they can suggest that will actually make our situation better? There's so much in psychology that goes towards, well, women just want to vent and talk about something emotional and be emotional for a while, and that's fine. But can't we too also, after we vent, ask them what they think and what they would do, and then actually take it seriously and do it? I don't see anything wrong with that. I see everything right with that. And that's what I'm seeing here, with things being so driven by women just acting emotionally, which is definitely half of the whole. But we have 2 halves to this whole. Half of that is the masculinity. And I know that right now we have a president that is a little bit strong-minded, to say the least. He is very opinionated. He has done and said some things that make women feel unsafe. But we have to remember that we do need the good men, and we need the men who are on our side, and the men who are trying to help, who love us, who are defending their families, and who have a lot to contribute. And we need to accept what they contribute, and we need to take it seriously and love them and be gentle and kind to them. And if, you know, we're having a bad day, say, I'm having a bad day, this has nothing to do with you, because men internalize. And when the male higher consciousness internalizes too much and is overwhelmed, what happens is the planet gets sick and our men check out. We need that masculine balancing energy to balance out the feminine. It's good to have the feminine, yes, but it's also good to have the masculine in balance. This doesn't mean let them rule your life or take over your life or abuse you. I would never say that. But at the same time, we need to be careful about how we're making men feel, and to really, really pay attention to what's going on with them and to allow them to do their part. I'm going to give a brief description of this card, the moon card, and I'm going to show it on screen because I know that some people are just listening to the show as well, not seeing the screen. But it is a moon. It's a picture of a moon with a rather mechanical device around it, with something that looks basically like a clock attached to it, and it has different little keys attached to that. There is a crab that probably would represent Cancer, 2 wolves, masculine and feminine is in balance here, but there's definitely more of the masculine energy involved. So yes, it's depicting basically the moon, but this is what I'm seeing as a masculine energy. And I'm going to just hold up this card so that viewers can see the card. You have the moon, and then you have all of these more logic. I see these other items on the card as being very masculine, and the timing, the science, all the mechanics. If you think about men working under the hood or having their tool sets and things like that, not that women don't, but that is a masculine energy thing. So even when women do it, that's a masculine energy. So for mind, I'm definitely getting the balance of the masculine and feminine. Don't let masculinity scare you. Don't let masculinity piss you off. Don't let masculinity, we have to work together, and we have to, whether it's a woman with masculine energy or it's a man in your life, but I'm getting this is much more men, sons, making sure they feel respected, heard, making sure that, we nurture them. I'm really getting that it's important for us to make sure that we nurture them. Our issues as women, it doesn't mean that it's every man. And that if we've been hurt by men, we need to understand their energy more. So I think it's better to seek to understand them and the masculine energy more than to reject or block it and act or pretend as though we don't need it. We do. We all need it. The earth needs it. The universe needs it. Both masculine and feminine. I'm seeing a little bit of a tip towards the feminine a little more right now, and that can be messy. It does throw things off. So think of the sun and the moon and how they work together. The moon is the female or the feminine. The sun is the masculine. We need both. The moon does not shine without the masculine energy of the sun. It does not work. It has to be both, and it has to be a balance or things go wrong. Women need the protection of the masculine. It's a fact. So that's what I wanted to reiterate about the moon and the masculinity. So the second will be body. Now, this is really a wonderful card that I got for the body. I got the Lovers, and this just came up. I didn't pick it myself. I didn't look at it and pull it out. It is what I pulled. Now, the number for this is 6. So when we have the card for the Lovers, again, I'm seeing the masculine and feminine needing to connect. This doesn't mean like absolutely you have to have male-female relationship. I'm talking about masculinity and femininity in whatever human being it just happens to reside in. So it could be male-male, could be female-female, could be female-male. It could be masculine-female with a feminine male. It doesn't have to look a certain way that way, but I do feel, again, that this is depicting that the body, we need to respect that each sex has, I guess this is all about men and women in relationships. I know that I'm just going to like talk about how I just spoke with my mother about her clients, how she's realizing during her trainings, she's a therapist. She's a therapist in psychology. So she counsels people, and she was telling me that she went to her continuing education credit classes and things like that. And the new research is showing a very low in the 20s success rate of marriages currently in the United States. So originally we thought it was 75, then we thought it was 50, and now it's looking to be more like it's in the 20s, 23, 28 was what I think I remember her saying. I know it was in the 20s, but she thought it was not correct because it was so low, that these marriages are succeeding at a 23 to 28% level of success. And the 50% only represented the people who were legally married, not the people who were still legally married but separated. So we're looking at a big discord in marriages and with people being able to cohabitate and to get along. I'm seeing that we, with the body, we need to be respectful of the other person's space. So men need to not be controlled. Women need to be respected, revered, cherished, and loved. And, women need to hear a lot of compliments about not just their appearance, but what they can do and what you appreciate about them. And, I feel like we really need to respect the differences of men and women, masculine and feminine energy, that they're not the same. It's like living with an alien, and we have to accept that. We just have to cohabitate and really try to work through these differences, because what happens when we don't work through our differences, we don't learn anything. And then life gets harder, and then it's more uncomfortable. It could be more comfortable in the interim. And of course, this isn't including abusive relationships or something. I mean, if somebody is being violent, of course, that's a different story. This is more about healthier relationships with some discord on things, with things that can be worked out. I'm always surprised. I'm oftentimes surprised in my readings when I'm talking to people at what they don't want to put up with or work out with someone, something that is easily worked out with some work, some just allowing things to change or allowing things to go their way, the other person's way for a bit. When I hear somebody complaining about, they left their whatever I'm like, really? We're going to worry about this? So, there's bigger fish to fry. There are other things for us to worry about. We need to grow up in our relationships. We need to be more basically drawn towards what's really important in life. What if this person wasn't here tomorrow? What would we do and say today to make their life good? What would we do and say today to have no regrets with this person? I'm going to do a close up real quick of the Lovers. I have like 4 minutes left. So there's this card. This is the body. We need to be able to cohabitate with the person. There's a male and a female on the front, and it's actually really beautiful. It looks more Roman, maybe Babylonian. There's a beautiful moon. There's a couple kind of in the water, and it's pretty gorgeous. So that's depicting the body. Now, for spirit, I'm going to pull one more card, and then I will conclude this reading for universal. I'm getting the cups, the 5 of cups. So the 5 of cups for spirit, this looks like a man praying. He's got his hands in the prayer position, and he looks like a knight in armor. There's cups all around him. Some are full, some are empty and on the ground. So it seems to depict to me that he is losing his resources and he only has a little bit to go, and he's praying for answers. So I think with a lot of our issues, it's good to ask for guidance. What is your deity? What is your way of worshiping? Do you pray to God? Do you pray to the angels? Whatever it is, to ask for guidance from spirit, that this is very important for us spiritually, to go ahead and ask for that guidance. We don't have all the answers. We are running out of resources in a lot of ways. I see a lot of soldiers out fighting in the field. I see this as being, some of our soldiers are mothers trying to raise a child by herself, or some of our soldiers in this country or this world or whatever country you're in are soldiers who are just trying to get a job to feed their family. So really think about what it is that you need guidance for, that you don't know what in the hell you're doing about. If you don't know what you're doing, ask for guidance spiritually. If you are hurting spiritually, you ask for guidance. You pray. This is the front of the card. There's the man. It looks like a knight in armor praying. And some cups are full in the back. Most of them are empty and on the ground. So he's looking like he's really, really praying hard for an answer. That's the conclusion of this reading. I wanted to also go into the fact that I have classes that I can teach one-on-one, and I am running a special right now. You can go to my website. It's at the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or you can reach me on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. So I'm so glad that you listened to me today. Go ahead and email me. You can contact me on my website page or on Facebook with any questions. And I just really hope that I can hear from as many people as possible. I also wanted to go into the fact that I definitely do Reiki. I do readings. I also do medical readings. I've been doing those, and those have been going really well. I'm going to conclude my show tonight, and I just hope everybody has a wonderful week. I will see you next time.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. I'm Angel Susan Young. We're coming live from Quebec City, a little city or a little town known as Sainte-Sophie de la Barre. So, first things first, if you lose me, I'm sorry. We kind of have a storm here, and it's kind of interfering with our internet, but I'm sure we'll get me back as soon as possible. So, today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the difference between intuition and your psychic abilities, okay? People have been asking that question to me. There's not much difference between the two. Our intuition speaks to us. It's that little voice in our head. It's the hunch. It's a gut feeling. It's making a last-minute cancellation because it just doesn't feel right. But we have to be open to listening to these signs that the universe is giving to us. Our psychic ability is no different than our intuition. Okay? So when we're looking at the two, when somebody is more psychic than the next person, it's because we're in tune with our intuition, which means we are truly listening to it. We are honing it in. We are practicing it. So we'll meditate and we'll ask for our guidance. We'll ask for our signs and our symbols. And then we will proceed to verify that we are correct. Okay? So when we're doing our psychic, it's more direct and conscious, refined art. So you really have to pay attention to it. Okay? So you really gotta get specific. And then you have to be willing to be open to receive the signs and symbols. All right? Psychic abilities are no different than a musician or an athlete. Everybody has to practice to make perfect. Some are naturally just gifted and it just comes to them automatically and with ease. And then there's others where we've got to work to hone it in and to become good at something. I don't believe in anything as failure, because when we do stuff, we're always learning what works and what doesn't work. So you got to be easy on yourself, and you've got to not be so hard when things don't go the way you expect them to go. All right. So today when I was doing my cards for everyone watching, let's see if I can bring this up. We got the care and compassion card. Okay. So in that card, we have to do what's right for everybody that's involved in any situation that we're involved in. Okay. And everyone, we have to give or offer a helping hand. So help our neighbors, do a good deed for the day, do a good deed for the week. If more people do this in the world, we will start seeing the shift in people's energies and people's way of looking at things in life. Okay? So it's just a matter of do unto others as you wish done unto you. And that's a golden rule. I mean, if you wouldn't like it happening to you, then why would you do it to someone else? It just doesn't make sense. Okay? I see we have our first caller, Wendy. Are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. I pulled your card today as well, which is the call to action card. Okay. So with this card, it's a card of taking charge, leading by example, walking the. So this card tells me that you're a person who is a natural born leader, where people will automatically follow you. They go to you for guidance and information. Is that
is correct?
Hello, Wendy? Oh, that is correct.
Hello, I'm here.
I thought I lost you there.
That is correct.
Okay. So, Wendy, do you have a question, or did you just want me to go into general for you?
Well, I have a question. Will I meet my significant other soon?
Oh, yeah, well, that's coming within the next 2 years. Okay.
Okay.
I just need you to stop looking.
Okay.
Okay. You want, how do I say it? When we want something bad and we continually look for it, it takes that much longer for it to come to us. Okay? It's just the way the law of attraction works. So just think that you order a parcel and you're continually watching the delivery person. Are they bringing it? Are they bringing it? And it's no, it's not coming. It's out for delivery. It's not here. And the minute you go to the washroom or the minute you go to the neighbor's house, the parcel shows up. Okay? So it's the same thing when we're looking for something in our life, whether it be a partner, whether it be a job. The more we put energy into the fact that we're looking for it and we don't have it, the longer it takes for it to come, because we're attracting in more of what we don't want or don't have.
Okay.
Okay? Now, okay, I'm just playing and I'm trying to see within the next 2 years, possibly, which you could be looking at. I'm looking more into spring, okay? Like they're giving me more of a spring feeling for when you're going to meet. And you're going to meet him very unexpectedly. Like you're going to be maybe out digging in the dirt and completely out of sorts. And he's just going to show up and you're going to be like, oh, okay. So
that makes sense.
Let's see. Okay. He's going to be kind of tall, with short, dark hair. Okay.
Okay.
I know that's not the type of the guy that you're used to or would like, but that's the type that's going to be coming. Okay.
Okay.
He's going to kind of challenge you to step out of your comfort zone. Okay. Does that make sense?
Okay. That does make sense, yes.
Yeah, because right now you're kind of, and I don't mean this as an insulting way, but it's the best way for me to explain it because I'm a farm girl, is animals will always follow the same path, okay? So they'll always go down the same path to eat. They'll always go down to the same path to drink, and they're always pick the same stall. So it's like you're stuck in a rut. You're doing the same thing over and over. You're going to the same places over and over, okay? You have to shake some things up.
Okay.
Okay. You need to start going out of your norm. So if you're used to getting out of bed on the right side of the bed and you're able to get out of bed on the left side, start getting up on the left side.
Okay.
And if you continually go to a Starbucks, go to a McDonald's.
Okay.
So you can meet this guy, okay? And he's really going to make a big difference in your life. He's going to be, it's almost like you guys are going to do a lot of traveling. Do you like doing sports?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're showing me like you're going to be doing a lot of that stuff together. Because in the past, some of the guys you've dated weren't very, I don't want to say sportsy, but they weren't too interested. If the sports were there, they'd watch it. But they weren't interested in playing sports or getting active, which you are. And this gentleman that's coming into your life will be very active. So you better get in shape, girl.
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Okay. Who in the family? Okay, this has got to be on the other side. Who in the family on the other side died of a heart attack?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother?
Yes.
Was she kind of mid-height? And when I say mid-height, I'm gonna. It's around 5'7".
I'm sorry?
Was she around 5 feet, between 5 feet and 5'7"? Know that she's with you, and she is the one who's bringing you this gentleman. So he's approved by Granny. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes. I would like.
Okay. What?
No. a time frame where I will be reunited with my children.
I want to say this delicately, but it's hard to say over for the whole world to hear here. Okay, there's stuff that you're going to need to do kind of in your life, okay, before you're going to have that correction of them being back in your life. Does that make sense to you?
It does make sense, but I don't know what those corrections are.
Okay. Okay. On this one, could you just email me, please? At Cosmic Earth Angel.
Wait a minute here. I need to get a pen.
Yeah. I'll let you get a pen.
What is your
Cosmic
email?
Earth Angel. Cosmic Earth Angel.
Okay.
So please contact me and I can give you some one-on-one guidance on this, okay? I just don't feel it should be put on the air, all right? But know that you have your grandma with you, okay? She's with you at all times. When you drive, she wants you to slow down because you kind of speed a lot, okay? So she wants you to kind of slow down, okay? All right?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, sorry about that. I just, we've got a nasty storm here and I keep losing connection. So let's just go into our next card here, which I'll just pull for you, which is the Awakening and Presence card. Okay. So with this card, the universe is telling us that we are in a cloak of protection and love from the universe. So know that as gifted people, which we all are in the universe, that we need to call in on Archangel Michael. We need to call in on our white light to protect ourselves in these times. Know that if you're starting to have like a bad day, just check in with yourself to see if this is truly belonging to you or if it's belonging to the universe, the rest of the people's energy in the world, okay? So let's just say that you wake up one morning and you are in complete excellent mood, you're happy, you're singing, and within seconds you're feeling sad and angry. Know that that doesn't belong to you, okay? So know that you haven't protected yourself quite as well as you should have when you got up in the morning. Say what you're grateful for every day so you can start drawing in the good energy, the positive energy, and more of what you want. And ask for that protection. Ask for Archangel Michael to come in to protect you. Ask for the white light. Imagine a white light just emanating around you to protect yourself from the energies in the world that are not so polite. I call them stinky energy. I call it negative energy. And so many people in the world don't realize that a lot of their bad is just that. It's stinky energy that they've collected along the way. And we help other people. Sometimes just by standing by somebody and being silent is very helpful to them. So know that when we do that, we are absorbing the negative energy from these people, which is why when they leave us, they feel so much better. But we've absorbed that energy. And if we don't correctly put that energy back into the universe or back into the earth, and we keep that energy, that's when we start getting negative. That's when we start getting illnesses that no matter how many tests the doctors run or no matter what they're looking for, they cannot find an illness or what's wrong with us That's because it doesn't belong to us. And we have to learn a healer always needs a healer. Okay? So we need to heal ourselves and we need to let others heal us as well. Okay? So I want to use an example of this week. We had a gathering with a bunch of people, and some of the people there needed healing. Okay? They're going through a rough time, and their emotions were starting to get the better of them, and they felt like they had to take these emotions and just bury them and push them down. And I was trying to explain that no, if you're sad, you must cry. Like if you're angry, you have to let those emotions out. Okay? That's a way of healing. And the best way to heal is by letting other people help us. Okay? Now, if you're the other person helping them, sometimes just being silent and just being beside them and just holding their hand is all they need to feel better. A lot of the times they're not looking for us to tell them how to get better. They're not looking for us to explain things to them or tell them it gets better with time. All they want to know is somebody's next to them and just have that calming energy just surrounding them, imagining a white light around them. That's more healing to a lot of people than giving directions and orders and telling them what they need to do. Okay? Oh man, I'm getting a lot of downloads. Okay. So as a unit, as a group of people, the universe wants us to start being kinder, more loving, and spreading positive energies to each other. Okay? I'm hoping this is making sense because I'm just getting the information and spitting it out to you guys. They want us to lead by example. Okay? They want us to teach the generations coming up about the positive energies in life, the good things, being grateful that you have a roof over your head and you have food in your stomach and you have a loving family, and teaching them to be kind to everyone around them, because that's what makes the difference. Okay? So hopefully with us teaching the younger generation this, we can turn around and start eliminating bullies in the world. Okay? With school starting, this is going to be a big problem. Like they're telling me that bullying is going to be a big issue this year. There's going to be a lot of lost children in society, not understanding what's going on or why it's going on. And as adults, as the elders of society, the universe wants us to start teaching these children kindness, unconditional love, compassion, and understanding. That a child who may be bullying them may be being bullied at home or may not have the life that it appears to be having. Okay? A lot of kids that don't understand the compassion, the understanding, and the unconditional love is a child that may not be receiving it and understand the difference between, to them, that's the norm. That's what's happening at home for them. Some children may be just angry because they don't have food and they see other children have food and they're just not understanding what's going on, why they're not getting what all these other children are having. So we must work towards understanding and teaching our generations to come that you have to look at the other side of the story, that just because it looks one way and appears to be that way doesn't necessarily mean that that's the truth.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. I hope you are all well this evening, and thank you so much for tuning into our show. I want to give a shout out to everybody listening out there on Facebook Live and Moonstruck TV, iHeartRadio, all those great places that you can listen to us live. So I wanted to continue our conversation. A couple of weeks ago, if you were listening to my show, I started talking a little bit about our chakra system. And of course, if you are not a healer or a person that does Reiki or has gone to a Reiki person, you may not even know that we have these 7 energy centers in our body that help us move and navigate throughout our life. Now, we actually have many more chakras, but a lot of people just focus on the first 7. So I kind of went over an overview of what all of the chakras did, but I've really been wanting to, or maybe actually Spirit has been wanting me to touch on the base chakra. So the base chakra is our first chakra. It's also sometimes called the root chakra, and it's in the very lowest part of the pelvic bone in our body, and it is a brilliant red color or associated with the brilliant red color. Now, the root chakra really is a huge one in our body. Now, if you are a healer or a medium or a psychic or anybody that does any kind of energy work, you already know that on a daily basis, we are always working with the upper chakras. So basically from the heart chakra up, those are all of the chakras that help us get in touch with our higher selves, with God, the angels, and all of our beings. So we're working with those chakras every single day. And a lot of times our lower chakras really kind of get neglected, and they have a tendency to get blocked a little bit more. And that's when you see all kinds of issues with family, with finances, and then of course they can turn into physical ailments as well. So the root chakra really has everything to do with us and being rooted or grounded in our lives, in our human lives here on Earth. It's also a really deep connection to our heritage. So when this chakra is balanced, we feel good, right? We feel loved, We feel balanced, content with our body, content with our finances, feels good in everything that we do in our everyday lives. You feel trust. You have trust for other people, right? You feel safe and secure. So all these really great things. You feel connected with your family. You get along with your family and friends, relationships. It's all about relationships. So when the chakra is blocked, some of the things that come up is one of the biggest things is that you start to lose trust. You don't trust yourself. You don't trust others. You feel disconnected with family and friends. You have a lot of anger. There's financial issues that come up. You feel like you're not good enough. You feel abandoned. So a lot of these feelings are also connected to the physical parts of our body. So they're connected, the base chakra is connected to our legs, our feet, the liver, the large intestine, and the colon, and the adrenal glands. So if you're having trouble with constipation, or maybe you're having problems with diarrhea, that's all about the colon and the flow and everything to do with your root chakra. The root chakra also has to do with back issues, especially lower back issues. So when this chakra is blocked, our energy flows up through our body from the root chakra. So when our chakra, the base chakra, is blocked, none of that energy can flow up through our body. None of it can connect into any of our other chakras. And so our other chakras then become affected because our base chakra is not working properly. So some of the things that you can do to help with unblocking your chakra and get going is really about moving your body, right? Get out and move your body. Take a walk, take a run. Yoga is fantastic for opening up the base chakra. Dancing is a great one too, for opening up that base chakra. Doing a lot of deep breathing exercises will help open up the chest cavity and will help open up that base chakra as well and start getting things moving through your body. Some of the other things to do to help unblock the chakra is really affected by toxins and chemicals. So even the cleaning supplies that we do that can leach into our skin can affect our base chakra. So eating healthy, taking care of our bodies, taking vitamins if your body is needing some vitamins at the moment, and trying to keep out as many toxins out of the body as possible. All those things are going to help open that chakra up and make it work properly. Another thing you can do is wear lots of red. Red is associated with the base chakra. So eat lots of red foods, strawberries, radishes, peppers, and wear lots of red. Or take notice in the everyday things that you do about all the red around you. Just even taking that into consideration will help. If you like crystals, some of the crystals that will help you through this process and opening up your chakra and balancing it. Rubies, garnets, onyx, and hematite. So if you are a person that likes crystals, grab some of your favorite crystals to help unblock that chakra and keep them close. Put them in your pocket for the day as you're going about your daily business. But remember, if you're really sensitive to crystals, you might want to take all those crystals and move them out of your bedroom space because they can interrupt your sleep. There are some crystals that will help you sleep, but there are others that will, impact that. So I hope that was helpful for you. I know my base chakra and my the second chakra, which is the sacral chakra, is one that I find that I always have to work really, really diligently on in order to keep that up and running and working smoothly. So I hope that helps. If you have any questions, though, you can always run over to my Facebook page and ask me any questions about that on Your Time to Shine Facebook page or Julie Yeager Walker Medium Facebook page. So right now we are going to go to the phones. We have Debbie in Baltimore, Maryland. Good evening, Debbie, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks.
What can we do for you this evening?
Okay, just wanted to find out about business and relationship. Just, a general reading.
A general reading? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Debbie, I have to ask, because as I was sitting here preparing for the show, I had somebody coming in very, very strongly. I want to ask, have you recently lost your mother or a mother figure?
Yes, I did. An ex-mother-in-law on Monday.
Okay. Was congestive heart failure how she passed?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Okay. Was she in the hospital?
She was in a nursing home, and she had Alzheimer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. With dementia.
Okay. All right. So I think I think that's why I was feeling kind of this confusion and this heaviness. She was coming through pretty strongly, and hang on just a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting because of the fact that I have not been in her life for 32 years, 33 years. Quite surprised she's coming in so strongly.
A lot of times they have things that they want to say. It could be that once they have crossed over on the other side, they've decided that they have wanted to come back and help us in our, in our lives. Sometimes it's to clear up some issue that might have gone on between everybody. One of the things that she was talking to me was that there was some anger and there were some trust issues there, and she felt very bad about that, and she wanted to apologize and say that she was very, very sorry for the way that came about and for the way it came through. So
Julie, it's so interesting because we were always very close, and when my husband and I split up, he had gotten another one pregnant, and so once he got her pregnant, she kind of pushed me to the side, and so from my point of view, I was very angry and upset about it. And I guess about 10 years ago, we came together on it. And, she apologized then and said that I would always be her girl. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. she's saying that she feels like that even though the apologies were said, that there's still residual feelings behind that. And she's wanting you to know that, if you still have that anger about what happened, it's okay. She understands completely. She's hoping, though, down the road that you'll be able to forgive her, because the way she, okay, hang on. So the way that she received this other person, she almost felt like she really didn't have a choice. She didn't know exactly what to do with all of that. And she was really navigating the best way that she could. And she realizes now that really wasn't probably the best way to handle it.
Right. Mm-hmm. No, I forgave her a long time ago. It's just that, it really hurt me, because I've always been, very much a big part of her life and their life. And like I said, they just pushed me to the side. I accepted the apology, and when she was in a nursing home, I had intentions of visiting her, but the distance didn't allow me to do so. So I have regrets for that, because like I said, I forgave her. But we never really got back as close as we were, But I did forgive her.
Right. She did make mention to me, because I made some notes here before the show. She said that you stayed and never left. So what she's telling you is that, even though you couldn't make that trip because there was a distance between the two of you in her later years, there was still a tie between the two of you that she felt. And she just really wants you to understand that the way she felt about you never ever changed.
Right.
Even though her approach, maybe wasn't the best.
Right. I believe her, because she made that perfectly clear to me when we reconnected. She did tell me that, and I believed her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She just says that you are such an amazing, strong individual. And, you made her so proud on so many levels. And in some ways you were really more of her child than her own son was, right? That's really how she kind of regarded you.
Right. Mm-hmm. We were very close. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's indicating to me that that you've been kind of struggling with some decisions here in the last few months. That you're having trouble making a clear, defined decision on what it is you want to do or which way you want to go. She's saying that you really do know the way you want to go, but you're kind of blocking it because there's a little bit of a fear base around it. And she's saying, don't let that fear stop you. Take your strength that you have and go forward, because it's a good decision for you to make.
Right. It's right.
And she said, she said she is helping you and she's guiding you through this process.
Right. Will she always be there to guide and protect me?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I can feel how strong the connection is between the two of you. I know that she hasn't been gone for very long, but be aware of everything around you, because she's going to come to you. More than likely, she's going to come to you in your dreams, because that is usually the best way for us to communicate with our loved ones on the other side. But she says that there is such a strong connection that you will eventually be able to just feel her presence. You're just going to know when she's around. So
that's interesting.
Take that and hold that, because right now she's kind of in a transition mode herself. And there may be a little bit of time that will pass, and you will maybe feel like she's not around. But what that is once we pass, there's a little bit of a transition period, so that we can adjust back to our being out of a physical body versus being in a non-physical body. And so there's a little bit of downtime, a little bit of a rest period, so to speak. But once she gets through that process, I feel like she's going to be coming through to you very, very strongly.
Well, Julie, what's so interesting is that even when my mom passed and my mother-in-law passed, this husband's mother, no one has ever picked up anything on either one of them. I'm talking about my biological mother. And then with her, for her to come in so strong, it's like, wow. Another thing, Julie, I haven't heard back, from her son as far as the funeral arrangements are concerned. I wasn't going to go because, it's like 3 hours away. And then I'm going to be leaving to go on vacation for, a week. Would that be a problem? I don't even know if they're going to have a service for her. But would that be a problem if I didn't attend the service?
No, she's saying not at all. Not at all. She's saying that really that you guys are going to be able to connect on such a different level. She appreciates the fact that you want to be there, at the service, but she says that is definitely not necessary.
But what about my ex-husband and my ex-sister-in-law? Are they going to hold it against me? Because I've always been there.
I think your mother-in-law is saying that they might take it a little bit personally, but she says they will get over it. She says not to worry.
Okay.
She says the reason you would go is to do it for you, not so much for anybody else.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
She has, I was just kind of sitting here feeling into her energy a little bit. She had a real spunky energy, right?
Not necessarily.
Really?
I wouldn't say that.
She's portraying herself to me with a really kind of fun, energetic, spunky kind of energy, she's almost saying, oh girl, don't even worry about it. It's all fine. Don't worry about it. So, it's just this real lighthearted, kind of energy and conversation.
Right. Well, I haven't been around her, really part of the family in, like I said, 33 years. And so I don't know unless, the attitude changed.
Mm-hmm.
But, but like I said, we were very close at, one point. Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. She's saying that, the situation that happened with you and your ex, she knows that was really devastating. But she wants you to know that it had to happen that way in order for you to be able to move forward and do some of these other things in your life, to be able to excel. And you couldn't do that with the person you were with at that time.
That's very true. She's 100% correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But now he claims he's never gotten over it. And then he's apologized as well. Now, is he genuine in what he's saying?
Yes, very much so. He knew, she's showing me that he knew right away that he had made a mistake, but he wasn't, he wasn't able to change anything, to go back and make things right. The timing between the two of you was off. And even had he come back, things would never have been the same.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. I agree.
So,
right. That shit that came and gone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Mm.
Right.
Let me ask you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Julie.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you about the one that I'm interested in, Sean. Mm-hmm. Are you picking up anything on him?
Sean has a very gentle soul, a very gentle side to him. He balances you out very well. He definitely compliments you, and I think would be a very good fit.
Okay.
Your mother-in-law is saying yes. Yes.
And so he's going to step up to the plate and then do right by me and everything.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Exo is going to step up to the plate and do the right thing by me.
Right. It's coming very slowly. It's going to come a little slower than you want, but it'll be there.
And it's the wait.
Yeah. Debbie, we are coming down to the last few seconds of our show, and so I am going to have to cut this short. I want to thank you so much for calling in tonight.
And I want to thank you so much, Julie. It was a pleasure, and thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You do the same. Take care now.
Okay, bye. Well, that does it for me. Another Thursday in the books. Thank you all again for joining in. Catch me over on my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie. You can reach me on my Facebook page at Your Time to Shine or Julie Yeager Walker Medium. Have a great week, everyone. We'll see you next Thursday.
Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, here at Sunday Creek in Victoria, Australia. So, yeah, I'm at home at the moment. I won't be next week. Next week I'll be on the road, but I will be coming at you from somewhere here in Australia or possibly, I think, South Australia. So that will be cool. We'll be heading to, let me see, we're going Tailem Bend, not this weekend, but the one after. So I'm happy to catch up and do some readings while I'm over there. I'm kind of putting it out there at the moment. Tailem Bend, Murray Bridge, yeah. So, yeah, I'll be visiting. So we're actually going over to watch the supercars. So the V8 cars are on there, and I actually don't remember if I've been to Tailem Bend, maybe passed through. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm excited to go. So we'll have a great weekend, and it'll be great connecting with you all over in South Aussie. Yay. So we're a bit excited. Can't wait to hit the road and have an adventure. So I hope you've all been well. Let's see what's been energetically this week. Again, we're in a kind of same zone that I spoke about last week. So we're still having a lot of people facing challenges, making decisions around letting things go. I'm sure a couple of our readings today will again follow suit with that, because it seems to be a really common thread. So I will share that. So it's about staying in your personal power. And like I was chatting to my fellow medium, Jacinta, who I do the women's retreats with here at Sunday Creek, and we were chatting about it this morning, and I had a great insight from her about, trusting. And it's funny, like it's something I'm really, really aware of, being able to trust the process. It's my favourite hashtag. You'll hear me tell many in my readings about just trusting that inner guidance. But I still need to be reminded of it. And it was a great conversation that we had this morning about just trusting. And, yeah, I actually wasn't aware that I didn't place full trust until we had the conversation. So sometimes it's really good to nut ideas, suggestions, and anything to do with your life, with a friend, and come up with some different solutions, because quite often a different perspective can help us clear the way and almost still identify those blockages that we all know exist within us, but sometimes it's not till a situation comes up that triggers us. So, triggers can be a reaction to something. So it can be something small that you're reacting to. Sometimes where you have a situation and you go, why am I reacting to that in this way? So it can be something really trivial. Someone might have said something, or you might have gone to do the same thing you've done every day, and you've somehow found yourself mystified by things going on around you. Have a look at that, because that will be the universe's way of showing you where you need some more healing and awareness around your subconscious blockages. Because we want to be able to have that inner happiness and peace, and remember to embrace that. And, I know for me, I get so caught up in doing stuff that I forget about it. And I just think, I think we all forget about it. So that's why I love to utilise the radio here, just to remind you to spend some time on you and, build yourself up. So sometimes this can be, I went and did a great cooking class this week. I bought a pressure cooker, and I find them quite fascinating. And since buying it, I've heard all the advantages to cooking things quickly and retaining nutrients. And I love it because it's easy, because I think sometimes I find cooking very relaxing, but when you get busy and there's not enough time, I like it to be quick and easy. And I found that the pressure cooker was great. We had a fabulous teacher, and it was just wonderful to connect with a group and learn something new. I learned a few things, how to cut onions better than the way I do. It's something as simple as that. I was like, oh, wow, that's a totally new way of doing it. And, yeah, so I encourage you to do that. And you'll often hear me when I'm giving readings on the radio, go out and do a class. Keep learning. It could be learning to dance. It could be doing something creative like painting or pottery. Anything that gets you out of your head and into the fun side, the imagination side, the learning new things. because we can all do with learning. And I think that's a gift that is often underrated. So go and learn something new. If nothing else, you have fun with a group of like-minded souls. You get to meet new people and we get to interact. And I really think that in some cases is what's missing in life for some people, is that connection to others. I sat next to a lovely lady. She was a lot of fun. We had laughs. We both relate to being scared that our pressure cooker was going to blow up, So, we just had fun. And, I think in anything that you do that's new surroundings, and I'll often take myself off to things like that on my own, because I get to meet other people and new people. So we need to embrace that. So even if you're the sort of person that sits at home and you can be a bit reclusive, just go out and learn something. It's brain food. We all need some brain food to keep our brains active, something different. All right, that's my blurb for today. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to go on to my first caller today. I've got Carla in Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada. Yay, Canada.
Hello.
How are you, Carla?
Oh,
how are you?
Fabulous. How are you?
Really good, thank you. Thank you for calling in. Now, is there something you wanted me to focus on today?
I would like to know if there's any of my loved ones around.
Great. It was funny, I was just chatting about that this morning, saying, I can't wait to connect to Spirit today. Okay, so you've got obviously you've said loved ones, so we know that there's a few in Spirit. I want to first address there's a couple of ladies coming through together, and I feel like I want to go to almost a feeling of like mum and sister, or they're not far apart in age. So let me get some more info. They're actually characters. So they've got a good sense of humour and a good sense of fun, and I want to acknowledge that you have this as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's like I'm making the most of every opportunity to have a good laugh. So would this be your mum and auntie in spirit?
No, my mum is living.
Okay. So where are the two? These are two. I feel like I want to go to two sisters in spirit. And it's almost like they're on one side and then we've got the gentleman coming through on the other. So it's like both from different sides of the family.
I'm sorry, you're saying a gentleman and a woman from different sides of the family?
The two ladies are from one side of the family and there's a gentleman coming in from the other. He's not related to them as in possibly through marriage, but not genetically related, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I can't think of the two women at all, to be honest, the sisters.
Yep.
I'm doing that thing where I'm like, what? Drawing the blank. I need a little more, I would think.
Yeah, look, I'll get some more info as we go, but now we've also got the gentleman stepping in, and I feel like he's the main one that's stepping in around you, and it's almost like he's your protector. And I feel like you sense him around, or he's referring to that. There's something around a letter A. He's flashing up an A, and I'm not 100% sure that fits with his name, but it's like the A is in reference, and it's in cursive writing.
It's in what?
Cursive writing. So, like it's not just a normal A, it's like in a scroll. Yeah. But I feel like that's relevant.
There isn't anything, like I have a male family member who passed and his middle name starts with an A. And then probably the male gentleman I'd hope to hear from the most, an A. I can't think of what.
Right. So the gentleman that you're hoping to hear from, is this a partner? Because I feel like there's somebody that's quite connected. There is an older gentleman, but there's somebody that's closer to your age who passed suddenly.
Oh, my gosh. No, I
Yep,
haven't
he's
lost
stepping.
a partner.
Okay. All right. Because somebody is, it's almost like he's around your age. There's something in reference to the older gentleman, and maybe this is towards grandfather. He's the protector, but this other one that's sort of coming through was like younger and past, almost like past before his time is what he's showing me.
Yeah.
There's a few of them up there.
I know. I have I have like a cousin. Like I have a couple cousins who passed young, like definitely before their time. And then I, of course, have some friends pass too.
You have who's passed as well?
Pardon me?
Who did you just say then as the last one who's passed?
I've had some friends pass, but I haven't had like
direct family members. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's like there's something around. I'll go into what they're showing me because there's something around a message that I need to get through to you. There's something around you taking a look at what you're doing at the moment, and I almost feel like there's a change warranted. And the way that they're coming through with that, it's like there's something exciting for you, but we're not on the right track yet. Have you just changed tracks, or have you just changed paths? I feel like I want to go to. I'm being guided to swap something.
Well, I haven't changed what I'm doing, but I added something in, like something that should benefit me health-wise and benefit others health-wise. So I'm wanting to stay on the same track.
Right. And that's quite spiritual based as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Because that's what up to you. Okay. There's something around that. What you've stepped into, that I feel is right, and it's like that part of it's fine, but there's something else that needs to shift for you to step fully into that. So I feel like there's just something stopping you right at this point in time.
Yeah, well, I actually do what you do for readings, and I need to change. I need to change them because I'm getting too much info and they're getting too long. So I actually need to figure out how to make them shorter. Essentially. So I think that's probably what they're referring to.
Yeah, because it's like there's all this amazing stuff, but it's like I do want to go to a little bit like you're holding yourself back. So it's almost like, and it was a bit like that earlier message that I said, we have to sometimes surrender and trust. And it's almost like that's where you're at. The more you let go of what you think it needs to be, the more it's going to step in. And it's almost like spirit come to you and they throw you off guard a bit. And it's they're laughing because it's like you've got, like you're quite talented and you've got it all within you. You don't need to go and even learn anything, but you're a little bit fearful of stepping fully into it. So I'm feeling like I'm dipping my foot in the water, and I'm like, I know I'm on the right track, but I'm scared to jump into the water.
Yeah, well, and I think too, like I have a good clientele, and I'm nervous that they're not going to like the changes too, right? Like they're used to my cars, and I'm like, well, I'm going to have to ditch them because my readings are too long right now. Like 2 hours is ridiculous. So I need to
absolutely
ditch them. Yeah.
Look, and you will get that easily. It's almost like I just want to put it out there and say my bookings are an hour and that's it. And it's like letting spirit know that's where it's at. I'm starting here and I'm finishing there. And I know when I started, it was the same. And it's like you get into the zone, so you're not even aware of time. And I had to do the same. I had to say, Spirit, I've got 15 minutes. Give it to me quick because I don't have, a longer time frame when sometimes I'm doing shows and things. So for you, I just feel like you need to just declare that and say, okay, Spirit, I've got this amount of time. Give it to me as I need to. There's also something with aligning with you. I want to go further afield. So I don't know where you're currently reading, but I want to go and connect with others. And I almost see you doing similar to me in that you're doing retreats as well, where you're getting the spiritual-based people together and we're linking and we're creating groups.
Yeah.
So it's like that will be a great thing. And it's almost like people connect with you and they want more of it. So it's like even after having a reading, they still want to reconnect with you. You know, like it's not that they need another reading, but they want to more or less be in amongst your presence. So it's like a real credit to you because what you bring to the table is great.
Thank you. Yeah, they almost become extended family.
Yeah. You're brilliant at trance. I see you like trancing, so I'm feeling like I'm morphing into something. So almost like when I get connection, I almost feel like I merge quite strongly with spirit for you. And it's interesting that when you've rung in today about connecting with your, those in spirit, I often find sometimes when you do this work, your protectors and guides are quite strong for the connecting medium to go through. So sometimes it's like we have to prove ourselves even more.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. But I still feel like you've stepped into the, with the readings and things, but you're still going to step up into them more and there's going to be a slight variety. So I almost feel like I don't know whether you're already out there, putting yourself out there in like psychic, I don't know, like we have over here markets and fairs and things that a lot of psychics go to. It's like I just want to put myself out there being you.
Yeah, I'm actually just started doing one social kind of thing down at the lake.
Yep.
But I have to start the proper gathering, I guess, where I feel like I fit. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a little particular, I guess. I'm not a fan of certain gatherings. I don't want to offend anybody,
definitely.
but I'm not. I'm kind of particular.
I
So
totally get that.
I'm
What you're
trying to
saying.
find like stuff in the light, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
You know what
I've got to go on to my next. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. You've got to. I've done it before. Sometimes where I've gone, I didn't feel in alignment, but I've pushed myself to do it. Then I've looked back and go, I should not have done that. So you're spot on with that. I've got to go on to my next caller, but I'd love you. Please contact me on my Facebook page. I'd love to connect more with you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, shoot me a message. That'd be great.
Okay, thank you so much.
No worries, Carla. Thank you. All right, I've got to go on to my next reading, Lauren from Christiansburg, Virginia. Lauren, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I've got a grandmother for you. Does that resonate, a grandmother in spirit who you were close to?
I do not have a grandmother in spirit I was close to.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, I've got an older lady who I feel had a close connection to you. She felt very grandmotherly. She's not very tall, and it's like she's stepping in to give me info for you. So I'm not sure exactly where she fits, but I'll get a bit of information off her. Maybe we're a great grandmother. I feel like I want to go to Mum's side though with her. All right, so you've got talents that you haven't stepped into yet. So I'm almost like I feel like I'm making decisions around what I'm going to do for work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I'm weighing up at the moment. But I almost want to say to you, there's something totally different to what you're thinking of. So is there a couple of things that you've been weighing up as far as stepping into?
Yes, a few things regarding my future, like with my work, my twin daughters, future partners, things like that.
Yeah. So you got twin daughters. How cute.
Yes.
You're very cute. Big eye. I can see like big eyes. I'm like, but they're very interconnected, which quite often twins are. You're quite in tune psychically, and they are the same. So it's almost like they're very gifted. The twins, I want to say, very it's almost like they're sort of very wise. I just feel like they watch a lot of things and take notice and observe things, and it's almost like they can see more than just what we see with our eyes in this human world. But they get that from you. In regards to your work, there's something around a change and an opportunity coming up that's going to change your work and where you are at the moment. I want to go to what they're showing me with that is that we're not 100% happy. There's a few things that don't really sit right with you at work, and we want to change that up. So it's almost like there's something that's going to come in that'll enable you to do something different. And I want to say it's totally different to what you've done before.
So I'm currently, what's different from before is I'm currently working factory work. I do enjoy it more. I do enjoy the type of job more than I'm used to. I'm used to like customer service, retail. I do enjoy it more than that. But I'm just hoping I'm able to excel in what I'm doing.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like that's not where you're going to stop. So it's like I'm moving into something else. So there's something, but I feel it is different to what you're doing at this right now. It still might be within the same company, but it's like being offered something else. And I want to say something with a bit more flexible hours. So it's almost like I feel like with this opportunity, it's like you're going to go, wow, that suits me so much better.
Yes, I definitely do that.
Yeah. It's like it just, like it's, of course, having children and working, it's a juggling act. Where is the father of the twins?
I'm not seeing him currently.
No,
he does help me with caring for them and taking care of them. He does help in that sense, but he lives 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's because I felt like he's not with you. So it's like, I'm a single mom. I'm on my own. And it's like that work. It's almost like it works better now that you're not together than it ever did when you were together. So things happen for a reason. But there's also somebody around you. So I want to say, like, are you in another relationship now, or there's somebody's around with potential to be in a relationship with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I'm kind of, when I connect with that, I'm a little bit excited.
Yes. Yeah, he's definitely different from what I'm used to, and a lot better in the sense of for me and my kids.
Yeah. And he's very caring, and he's got a big heart, and he really wants to look out for you. And he's not, I want to say with connecting with him, he's very selfless. So he would do everything for everybody else, and totally different to your past partners who probably weren't like that, or I don't feel that was, they prioritise themselves. This one, he prioritises everybody else. And he has a lot of unconditional love within him. So it's like he would take on the twins like they were his.
Yes, that is spot on.
Yeah, he's awesome. So you've done very well there. The two of you, there's going to be some really, I see you two building from foundation. So it's almost like what they're showing me is there will be a coming together and the two of you growing. And it's almost like I feel like I'm growing my wealth together. So I'm like getting my house and then having another house. I even feel like I want to say there's a lot of success in your union. And I feel like, what Spirit's showing me is that when the two of you met, there was this coming together, and I feel for the two of you hadn't felt that way before with somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
I do have
cool.
one question.
Yeah,
if that's okay. Kind of like back to the subject on the older woman, the one that kind of took like a grandmother's place. What are you kind of getting from that?
It's like she was excited to connect with you today. So that's why I felt like she was very relevant and almost like she's your little guardian, and she's a powerhouse. So she's very hardworking, very much like you. But I do want to say with her coming forward, it's like she puts her arms around you and she wants you to know that it's all going to be okay. So I feel like whether there's been something in the back of your mind you've been worrying over, I want to say it is going to work out and be okay, is what she's telling me.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so it's like, don't worry, don't feed into the worry. It's not, you know how we catastrophize things in our head? Don't do it, because it's not going to be relevant to you. So just let it go and connect to that feeling that I am fine, this is going to be great, and I can get through this. I'm very strong, is what she's showing me. So it's like she's a healing element here.
Yes. I had lost my mom when I was 17, and I'm 21 now. Yeah, and I lost her. She had gotten cancer, and it's been really hard for me these past couple of years, and it's been on my mind quite heavy, especially after having kids a couple of years later. And I think that might be where the grandmother's place comes in.
Yeah. And don't doubt your mum will be around you as well. She will be giving you signs, like being the family person that she was. She'll connect through the children. I feel like I want to say one of the children's like mum. Now, I'm going to get wrapped up. Please message me on Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, and I will continue some info for you, Lauren.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for ringing. I've got to run. Australia's Psychic Cowgirl signing off. Woohoo!
Hi, welcome to Insights into Consciousness. I'm your host, Anna Olson, here on A1R Radio, the biggest, largest psychic network in the world. I am really excited today because I feel so much energy shifting around. There's a lot of planetary stuff going on, and I don't like saying the alignment of the planets because that's inaccurate, according to NASA. It's more like what's happening in space and how it affects us, the magnetic pull. I don't go into too much detail because that's boring for a lot of people. I just like to get straight to the point. There's a bunch of stuff, including the moon, in what we call Virgo. So that's going to affect everybody in certain ways. Now, I'm a Virgo, and for me, it's making me feel really powerful. I feel a lot of positive, empowering energy. I know that this is the time to start manifesting things, but it's still a time for any sign to manifest things. It's a good time to be very detailed about what you want to manifest, because if you manifest a relationship, but you don't manifest a really good, balanced, beautiful relationship, those things can be an issue. So if you get my drift, that's basically, something that you want to really put some detail into. If you would like, to attract a house, a big, beautiful house, you're going to want to attract it in the right neighborhood, and you're going to want to attract it when the market is just at the right place for you, etc. So you want to go down to the nitty-gritty last little detail when you're attracting things, especially when we're in Virgo, because every last little detail will be attracted to you. And this is where I like to really talk about sourcing things. We are very powerful beings. You are a very powerful being. I cannot reiterate this enough. I cannot say this clearly enough. We all have so much power just because we're humans with these amazing brains and these amazing abilities to create and think and to make our thoughts and our consciousness create a reality. So
I would like to suggest something that's a little bit different than people are used to. And it's not something that people really usually open their minds to tonight. The power of consciousness is very, it's so amazing. If you are to Google or to look up on YouTube, cloud clearing. Have you ever attempted to do cloud clearing? You might just want to look at it and see if you can do it. That is the first step in understanding just how powerful your thoughts and your mind are. And I'm not going to go too far into it tonight, but if you Google it and you YouTube it, you'll see how to do it. And if you practice, I bet you'll be able to do it. Back to personal power and Virgo. So I really want to look at what we're sourcing. What are we sourcing in our lives? First off, what is your life? That is what I'd like to look into first. That's what I've been drawn to talk about tonight, is what is it that we are doing here? What is it that we are occupying in our lives, the energy around us? We know from this practice with readings and this sort of spirituality that we have an aura. What is an aura? An aura is our electromagnetic field, some will call it. It can be our life force that it basically controls our bodies. It's like our spirit controls our bodies, and then it emanates an energy field around our bodies, because that is basically our spirit peeking through our flesh. And that's one way to look at the aura. Another way to look at it is that is the space that we occupy on this planet, and that we will occupy as well another space when we move on to the next life. What we do here and what we learn here in our bodies, we will bring with us to the next life as a code, memory code in our spirit, our aura, our electromagnetic field. Einstein just told everybody so many times that he does believe we have a spirit that goes on, because energy doesn't just stop, and we are made of electricity, we're made of energy. The cells that split before making a fetus during creation are fueled, that split is fueled by an electrical current. We know that. We don't know where it comes from yet. That is yet to be revealed, but we know that we are not only created with energy and electricity, but we are also that in and of itself. So what is it that we are doing here? Well, one of the theories, one of the ways that people look at this is we are here to create. We are here to learn to create. It's sort of like a life laboratory where we're sent here to college, life college, and we're here to learn and grow and figure some things out on our own. So that's experientially the best way to learn. Can you think of a better way to learn other than experientially? We could, as a spirit, have like looked at a little screen and watched somebody else live their life and yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, I watched them do it, so now I know how it is. Yeah, not exactly. That's like watching TV and saying you know exactly what that person's life on the screen because you were watching. Not really. We need to be able to learn these things in an experiential way, feeling all these feelings, controlling this body, trying to figure out how to figure out what our emotions are about, why we're having them, how to control them, all these different things that life entails. So, I just want to go over that we are always sourcing something with our thoughts. So our head is like an antenna. Our head is like the top of an antenna, like the little ball at the top of an antenna. And that the antenna is our nervous system, our spine, all the way down to our tailbone. And we always talk about the chakras and all of that in the spine and the nervous system. It is has its own pulse, separate from your heart. We know that neurosurgeons know that. And that's because it's an antenna. It's its own system with its own fluids and everything. So when we are having a thought about what we want to create and we're making it really positive, science says, just like common sense and logic says, that is what we will create. When people are in a bad mood, they can even other people can feel it. So, it's about shifting. It's about no matter how your day is going to just shift and to not align with anybody else's bad energy. What if they're a great person and they're just having a bad day? Why let it go down into something that's horrible and makes your day horrible, or your week horrible, or your kids or your family's day horrible, because it rubs off on them once you let it get you down. So It's about really taking control and understanding that we are creators of our own reality. We are creators of our own dream, which is also how not Eckhart Tolle, Don Miguel Ruiz, who wrote the Four Agreements, he calls it our dream. We all have our own dream, which is our life, and they're all different. They're all unique. So we get to control our space with our energy, with our thoughts. Okay, so then also I wanted to really look at how some of the people who, okay, I don't want to get too materialistic here because that's not what's important, but the people who have really sourced a lot of success in their life, whatever that means to them. There was a point in my life where I just wanted to stay home with my children. I didn't want to have to go to work full time. I didn't want to have to leave them, especially with, the situation that they were in at the time. And that was my main goal, was to be able to stay home with my children at least a majority or a good amount of the time. I wanted to be there for them. And, that was my goal. That was my ultimate success. And, somebody else may have looked at that and said, oh, well, you're at home with kids all day. And that's not what I would think would be successful. I would think you should be driving this car and you should have this house. And no, that wasn't what was important to me. My goal was to be able to stay home with my kids and just make sure we all have exactly what we need and nothing, not a whole lot more than that. That was my goal, just healthy food and a happy family. So if that's not somebody else's goal, that's okay. But that was the reality that I pulled into my life and that I sourced for me. And did I source that? Yes. And did I do a vision board? Yes. And I've made, I think, 5 vision boards now where you make goals, you put a bunch of pictures and words on this board and you make it happen. So now I've gone through, I think, 5 vision boards, and it just keeps getting more and more detailed and bigger. And so I just want to share with other people how we make that happen. We are powerful beings. You put your mind to it, you think about it regularly, you make it on the love and above scale. You think about it in a loving, peaceful way, it's going to be that way. So I also want to bring in the fact that we have revelatory synchronicities. Revelatory synchronicities, what is that? That is let's say you ask a question. Some people pray and they ask, say you're praying about something and you're asking for a specific blessing, because we all have this abundance of blessings that we get to receive, but we need to ask for it and also work for it on our own. It's not usually just handed to us. So basically what we look at is, okay, so what is a revelatory synchronicity? A revelatory synchronicity is you ask for something and you are either shown a sign that it's coming, or it could just be that you are seeing signs to a lesson you need to learn. Some people just want to know, hey, God, are you real? Okay, well, this is one way that he will make himself known while still remaining anonymous. And that is a revelatory synchronicity. So I teach this to a lot of the people I do readings on and a lot of my coaching clients, the people that I work with, that we watch for signs. So for instance, if you want to really get a message from the universe, it will be revealed in different ways. One of the ways that I've had this happen is through lotus flowers. And I am such a skeptic. It's funny because I'm a psychic medium, but I am such a skeptic that that makes my practice better, and it makes me better, to be honest. But whenever I have done basically like a question, or I want to sign on something, I will ask the universe, and it will usually come through in a way that I almost am in disbelief at how clear it was. I almost am like, okay, this is so obvious that this is what just happened, that there's no way I can deny it, because I am such a skeptic. So without going into too much detail, because some of them are very personal, lotus flowers was one of them. And those were a sign of my dad who had passed. So I definitely wanted to know, is my dad okay? Does he still see me? This was, years back, but I was represented, the lotus flower was represented to me as a sign of my father. So as I went through my days, I started noticing that lotus flowers were coming through in so many ways that it was unbelievable. Somebody I knew right off the bat, got a tattoo of a lotus flower. And then I was at work and I got the message that there was a lotus flower for somebody that I was doing a reading on. And lo and behold, they pull out a necklace on their neck that was a lotus flower design. I mean, it was just one thing after the other at the least expected time. And I wasn't making it happen. It was obviously being delivered to me. And that's how I knew. And there were other things too that had happened. So there are many other signs that I have, but this is a small example that you get these revelatory synchronicities, or somebody calls you at just the right time. So, I've had many times when the right person just happened to knock on my door. I have best friends right now whom literally just walked up to me or showed up at my front door and said, hi, I just wanted to, I didn't even know them before this. And they were just like, I just needed to come by and say hi. And I wanted to talk to you about this. And I mean, I've literally had people show up at my door and they were answers to prayers, or they were answers to the questions that I had at the time. People showing up at my door, revelatory synchronicities, talking about the things that we're deep in our hearts without even knowing each other. Revelatory synchronicity. These are the fruits of the Spirit. These are fruits of Spirit. These are the things that you watch out for, that you look for. When it happens, you accept it, you believe it, and you ask for another one. You ask for another sign, and it happens. I have so many days just full of these instances now that life for me with these revelatory synchronicities, I feel like I'm getting so much more close to Spirit, and I feel angels, the angel realm. I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to Christ consciousness every single day through these revelatory synchronicities, because that's my focus. That's what I focus on. And this is what I pray about every day. So when we realize our own power and what we can create in our own lives and what we want, instead of asking for it or wishing for it, just hoping for it, we start to realize that we can make it happen, not just with what we do, but with how we think and what we attract to us in the interim. And that it doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen if we can consistently, powerfully, faithfully believe in the things, the fruits of the Spirit, keep going, keep asking, just keep going, keep going, keep going. Do not lose hope. Understand that this is a process of believing, having faith, going with what you just got, following that, seeing what else you get. So with that, again, I want to remind you that this frequency should be love and above. When we are on the frequency of love and above, we want to get to a joyous frequency when we can feel joy. Most people don't feel joy all the time. It can be kind of a rare thing in this dimension, this life. But when people are really feeling joy, when they're sourcing these things that they want, then that's what these things, when they get these things, they will have a joyous air about them. So these things can show up in all these different ways. There are people whom I've talked to who talk about, oh, my friend, she sent me a gift because I was having a rough time, just at the right time. She opens the box and she could smell the smell of roses. And she asked her friend, did you put like a rose scent in the box? Because when I opened it, it smelled like roses. And her friend said, well, no, I actually didn't have roses anywhere around. But what I was thinking about at the time was, I wish that I could send her a big bouquet of roses, but I can't really afford it right now because the ones that she wanted to send were like, I don't know, $170 or something. So, I mean, if you think about the intention, it's what's important, and the intention that we have, give yourself some credit. Don't say, oh, I couldn't do that. You don't tell yourself, no, there's no way that'll happen. It's more about saying, how can I make this happen? What do I have to do to source this? How can I be the creator of what I want in my life, and to follow through with that instead of trying to look at the doubt or the, well, what if, none of that. it's about making a choice to source things in our lives. So, our personal power, I believe that we are gods in training. That's my own belief. I feel like there was a brainwashing of the people over the years. I wouldn't even say through religion. I would say through specific churches, certain people with interesting intentions. They were on their own life path, but there were too many people with a herd mentality. And they begin to say things like, oh, well, that must be evil. Or, oh, well, I'm not really familiar with this, so it must be of the devil. Or it must be of, something really bad just because somebody at their church told them that. Or, I would say go with your own discernment. What do you feel for yourself in your own experience? I really like to go for facts and even scientific base research, or just your own revelatory synchronicities where you know that it's aligned with love when you've had conversations with the divine, with whatever deity that you want to say that is. Everybody believes differently. Everyone believes differently, and that's okay. We don't have to separate ourselves out into good and bad. As a matter of fact, a lot of the research that we have in psychology, this is something that's practiced professionally in hospitals across the nation. And it's a fact that scientists do look for people splitting good and bad. People who a lot of the time when they're mentally ill or they're having some emotional problems or issues in their personal relationships, they split, meaning they can't say, oh, this person is good and bad. This person is good or this person is just bad. They can't see any sort of midway. They're kind of splitting somebody, or they're saying one day, oh, this person's good, and the next day, because they didn't do everything they liked, they'll say, oh, now this person's bad to me. They can't look at a person as a whole entity of good and bad combined, because nobody's perfect and everybody has something good in them. It's actually a mentality of brainwashing in some of the churches. I wouldn't even say religion, because religions, I think, are usually pretty darn good. Most are. And I think that there's more of a culture of people in a lot of the churches or, these congregations where they begin to tell people what to believe. They begin to tell people that they can't do certain things, they can't go certain places, that they are basically not able to think for themselves or experience it for themselves. And when they do that, they are telling them how to think. If somebody is telling you how to think or telling you how to live without you gaining that experience for yourself and without you really putting that together on your own as your own personal belief through experience, then what happens is we're getting into cultism and brainwashing. That's why most of the psychologists or the people that I know who do therapy, they are so open to different belief systems. They have researched this. They understand it very well because they have researched the brain. They have researched human behavior, sociology, the things that make people tick. And they also do work with spirituality, but they're supposed to stay very, very neutral, but they hear about it all of the time in their practices. So I really just respect all of the psychology. I think that spirituality and the study of the brain are so very closely connected. So I think that what happens is people try to say, like, for instance, somebody who does readings, they're all bad. Somebody who deals with, tarot cards or whatever, they're all bad. They must all be evil. They must, and I think that the warning originally was to protect people in a church congregation or setting, probably because some people were having some bad experiences, because there are those out there who take advantage of people. There are good and evil no matter where you go. We go to a church, there's going to be good and evil people. We know that from lawsuits that are worldwide. In certain religions, there are definitely some issues that we've had with people who have been, a victim with abuse as children and things like that. And then they become mad at God, and that's not okay. So, we want to really look at our own experience, what we believe in and of our, in and of our like own life experience. What do you believe? What do you think? What did you experience? Who are you drawn to? Can you be drawn to somebody who will give you a reading that's in the highest and greater good? Whatever it is that you align with, and it's less about trying to make an opinion about someone else's religion or spirituality or preachy, because I can't preach to someone else who basically I have no idea what their life experience has been like. I haven't lived in their skin. I haven't lived in their body. That's impossible for me to tell them that what they're doing is good or bad unless it's obviously I've witnessed it obviously causing human suffering. That I feel is the only exception. And of course we can say something, but if you're telling somebody that they shouldn't do angel oracle readings, okay. I'd be really careful about the people who say hands down this is, false, or readings are false, or the anything where people are trusting their own intuition, or that people are looking for their own journey, their own path as they see fit. And of course, we are compatible with people that align with where we are in our spiritual development. That's how we work. That's how, we attune to others and connect with others. So in addition, we connect with those who will give us the highest learning possible. So I just really feel like we need to be careful about telling other people that they're getting a reading and they're bad, or they're doing readings and that means that they're hands down, they're just bad people, or it's evil, or it's a bad entity or whatnot. And to try it for yourself, to experience these things for yourself with the good readers. Love and light is across the board from spirit. It is something that is universal, and it breaks all barriers of religion, race, ethnicity, male, female, masculine, feminine energy. It is just good, and it is for the highest and greater good. It doesn't discern against a race or a skin color. It doesn't. It's not racist. It's not sexist. It's not against any specific religion or person. It's all enveloping. It's all loving, and it's all kind. So I want to just warn that there are people who believe that readings are, all bad. And I would align with the fact that some are. Some people do take advantage of others. And the goal is to figure out how you feel and to discern in your own time with your own opinions, not with what someone told you, not with what someone suggested to you, or even their body language, or, or ignoring or leaving people out, or that sort of thing. So the highest and greater good, it comes through at just the right time. It is very loving. It is very peaceful. That's how it feels. It is not angry. It is not judgmental. It is not wagging the finger at someone else. It just isn't. That is a negative energy of shaming, which is probably the worst of all of the negative, even under anger and hate. So I just want to leave that with you tonight. Thank you so much for watching. I am hoping that if you're watching tonight and you have any questions, you'll get a hold of me. You can reach me at my website. It's on the bottom of the screen, AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com. That's AnnaOlsenIntuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, intuitive.com. And there will be a contact page there and a little bit of information about me and what I do. So I have had a good time tonight just talking about sourcing. Remember that you're in your own space. You have your own practice energy in your own space. It's your space. It's not for anyone else to dictate or decide for you, and to use your own discernment and your own judgment on exactly what it is that you believe and what you experientially know for yourself. So have a great night, and I will see you next week here on A1R. I'm Anna Olsen, and I will see you later.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Sensing Spirituality Show with me, Ian Mason, and brought to you in association with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, where with love we welcome you. So, I hope you've all had a good week. It's been a bit manic here in Mason Emporium of Spirituality. It's been chaos. We've had IT developments and all these good challenges that modern life brings you. And what it's taught me is that that old saying that life begins at the edge of your comfort zone, well, I found out, being a 20th century boy, that's quite true. So it's taken a bit of patience this week for me to kind of get in sync with what's going on with the technology. Because if I stand separate to the technology and say that the technology is causing me a problem, well, I'm looking for the difficulties that invariably I find. And as I find them, I'm already in conflict with them. And as soon as I create a conflict with anything, I'm not able to resolve it, which puts us in a bit of a spot. Now, when I actually take that leap of faith and go, okay, I accept that this challenge is before me, and I accept that there's something from this for me to learn, something inside changes. There's, I wouldn't say inner peace, but there's almost this sense of you don't become separate to it, you become part of it. And in the becoming of part of it, you're working together. Now, we've all had that saying, co-collaboration. Well, this is what I'm talking about. Now, here's me banging on about IT issues, but it's something very real that you can probably relate to. But you take that into your life. You take that into somebody that toots their car horn at you. That's a terribly British word, isn't it? Toot. I like that, toot. Somebody who toots their horn at you. And, you know, if you get that scenario where you get a little bit irate, you create that conflict, you create that difficulty, and you are no longer together, you are separate from them. And in that space, you have the duality, the good and the bad. And wellness won't ever come from that. Now, sometimes when people toot you, they're actually bringing you a little gift to say, hey, I'm struggling with where I am right now, and I feel it's fit for me to toot my horn at you and blame you for something that I perceive you're responsible for, because, hey, it's nothing to do with me. It's all good in here. Couldn't possibly be me. And you know what? Isn't that true with an awful lot of things we have in life? We get a coffee. The coffee's too hot. It's too cold. There's not enough milk. Too much milk. And so if we can find that harmony, just allow ourselves, every time something pushes our buttons, if we even just shut our eyes, a quick neurological reset, take a breath in and out, we can understand that we are not in that experience. We are observing that experience. And in observing that experience, we can understand that we can see it objectively. And that space allows us the opportunity to work with it and work through it, because you will never find a solution if you don't work collaboratively with it. There will always be a winner and a loser. And if we carry on in life like that, it will slow our progress. And to some extent, we will be choosing to create difficulties for ourselves. We will be choosing to create our stuckness and our frustrations about why we can't get on in life. And that's where we need to learn to remove those filters to see life as it is. And we can turn the world around with this sort of thinking, this sort of vision, but most importantly, a massive shift and massive action. You've only got to follow Marianne Williamson in the presidential conversation she's having right now and the posts that she's putting on Facebook. And you can understand how energetically this is being put out to the world for us to change. So I really hope that's a Mason helpful tool for you to carry forward with you on your journey this week till we meet again next week. As I know that we have Erin waiting in the rings to get in contact with us this evening here on Sensing Spirituality. And we're going to welcome Erin onto the show. Good evening, Erin. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. I am tip-top, as we say here, superb, golden, whatever you like. Thank you for asking. So how is it I can help you this evening?
I was wondering if my boyfriend's ever going to change his mind on wanting to have another child.
I'm sorry, my darling. I heard the first part of that. I heard he's my boyfriend, but I didn't hear the rest.
I was wondering if my boyfriend is going to change his mind on wanting another child.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay, well, why don't I just have a little look into your energy there, which I call an introspective look at life, and just see what I pick up. Would that work with you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, just bear with me, just while I just sort of tune in here. Okay. All right. Where does the G initial link around your relationship with him and children? The significance of G. What's the significance of the letter G around your situation? I just keep getting G being put up.
G.
I don't know whether it's like a name or a plate, but I'm just getting the significance of G around this issue, and it's coming forward very, very strongly for me. You don't understand that?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Well, just hold on to that for the moment. Okay, because that just comes forward really strongly. G. Okay, it may make sense to you later on. Sometimes that can happen. Now, okay. All right. Would you understand that in a relationship prior to you, there was either some, what I want to call spooking, or some either difficulty, or he got frightened? It's not the right word I want to use, but there was difficulties surrounding the talk about having children. This will be something that he would have talked about with you.
He has 2 children from a previous relationship, but he hasn't gotten to see them in 5 or more years because his mother is keeping them from him.
Okay, well, don't tell me too much, my darling. Okay, all right. And just hold on to that G, because that G links around here somewhere. Okay, now, I just want to say to you that I'm just picking up this, what I want to say is this spook factor about, I get the feeling that he can be quite restless about the things, I'm not going to say that he can't control, but the things that he really wants to do, but loses control over, because what I've got is this sense of him having a little bit of fear about things getting a little out of hand. So what this feels like for me is there's difficulties with him either getting access or having sensible conversations to keep things on an even keel. Would that make sense for you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And what I want to say to you, from what I'm feeling from him as I feel his energy, is the hesitancy comes through almost, as I say, a little bit of fear. It's not necessarily the right word that I want to use, but the uncertainty that he's just feeling around making himself more vulnerable with another child. And I almost feel that this relationship that he's got previously, he's been trying desperately to get that on an even keel. And what I'm seeing is the door being shut in his face. I know what you've told me so far, but what I want to say is that this is causing him quite a bit of distress. Does that make sense? Yeah, because it's this unsettledness, it's this uncertainty that I want to say to you, would you understand that in the last 18 months, he's been banging his head against the brick wall with this?
Yeah, to an extent.
Yeah, okay, because it's up and down, but I just get the feeling that he's either being manipulated or given false promises. That's what I want to say. So whatever is promised, never, because this is what's in his mind is that I don't feel that I can go on. It's like I need to sort this out. And I'm getting this sense of either guilt or this, am I doing enough to push this on? But I actually feel that he's having his strings pulled like a puppet, and there's not a lot that he can do but do his best. but I do get this feeling that he's either feeling separated or abandoned. Either he's abandoning or he is being abandoned, and this is something that he really needs to get sorted before he does other things. I know that you would have talked quite soon after the first child that you've got about having another one, and it almost feels like he's gone home about that, because I get the sense that this has been sort of ticking away in the back of his mind there.
I have a son from a previous relationship as well, who's told me about from a previous relationship. So the only one that he gets to see is my son on a regular basis. His father has nothing to do with him either.
Okay.
My boyfriend has definitely tried to be a part of his life, but his ex has stopped him, and the way the provincial courts and everything down there makes it a lot harder than it was for me to get custody of my son here.
Yes.
And I know he hasn't seen his kids or been able to talk to them in 5 or more years. He gets the odd picture through a family member of them.
Okay.
But I know
because
I really need heavy on him, and back in October, I had tried getting him to sign over his rights to his kids so her boyfriend could legally adopt them.
Okay. Well, I just get this sense, as I say, it was the analogy that I gave you was like a puppet having its strings pulled, and there's a decision for him to take about where he cuts off in terms of understanding that he's only able to do so much without feeling the guilt, because guilt is a conditioned behavior that stems way back to the experiences that we've had in our lives. And if you've got somebody that's unwilling and just shuts the doors or is mucking you about, it's very difficult to make progress. Now, that's very difficult to translate from the mind to the heart. But at the same time, you know, he can't live his life 100% of his energy for something that he's not able to co-create to help put a solution together with, because it's not going to happen. It almost has a narcissistic feel about it. Now, I have to be very sure when I say that, but I just get this feeling of somebody's, in other words, his ex is almost doing this a little bit just to be difficult. And in terms of him having other children, I just feel that he's very unsettled. But what I got a moment ago was that I just had this sense of him talking about having children with you, but there must have been talk more than once, because if you've got your child, as you said, from the previous relationship, then the child that I'm picking up talking about is the second child with you two as a family. So this would obviously be the one that you'll be having together. But it just feels to me that he's been, what I want to say is restless about committing to when. Now, I know you came into the show asking about will he ever, but I've just got this feeling from him about things needing to settle down around this. In other words, he needs to find his own closure with where he is now to be able to move on, because I've just got this huge sense of feeling of guilt with him about not being able to move on until I've got that, because it's almost like he can't cut his ties in some way with the ex. We can't get the focus around to just being on the kids. It's like she wants to make it about other things, which actually aren't really what this is all about. It should be about the kids and each other's time with the kids. And I just feel that he needs to clear that in his mind so that he can move on. And if you are to have more children together, then that's what he needs to, if we call it baggage, but not in a bad way, he needs just to drop that. But he's got to set his boundaries and come to terms with where that is, or where he can help that get to, if indeed anywhere.
Okay.
So I just feel he just needs to get himself back on that even keel and deal with things, because I just get the sense if he doesn't draw the boundaries, he will always have this nagging away, or there'll be something coming up about, you know, oh, there's this issue, that issue, this reason, just because you're being played. It's that sort of a feeling that I've got. So I would say that actually, whilst that probably isn't what you want to hear, having had a couple of relationships myself, which have involved other people's children in my time, and then being my sort of stepchildren and that sort of feeling, I can say to you that it's always very helpful where everybody has drawn lines and understands where the boundaries are before you take another step with somebody, because otherwise you're not truly with the person that you're with now. And if you are making more lives together, it's really, really important that you are committed and wedded together. So I really, really hope that helps you, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Great, thank you.
Okay, you take care. Thank you for calling. Now we're going to move on to our second caller now, and I'm going to welcome them to the show. Hello, caller number 2. Rosa, are you there, Rosa?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
Here.
Excellent.